differentiate these two teams in the server is whose individuals are going to step up, like whose players, the star players, let's say, are actually going to be able to set themselves up for some success on this stage. Impression needs a little bit of help, by the way, down there on the stage. If anyone's here to help him out, looks like he needs some assistance. But when it comes to who we sort of spoke about to keep an eye on, right? I sort of said Winter and Zums for Nemesis and Daymake and Clyde for Deep Cross, and I think whichever of those duos has the better day today probably will be the team to walk away with the win. That's really my take on it. I don't imagine that coming into this we're going to have layers upon layers of strats. We're not going to have anti-strats or anything like that. Some of the calling obviously will be impactful in the mid-round and whatnot, but I do think, generally speaking, this is very much going to be a game that's going to be decided on who's a little bit sharper on the day, and we'll see that eventuate at some point when we do get into the server.
Yeah, I think it might be a hot take and I might be super biased, but I just think Team Nemesis should be, dominating this best of one. They should be able to come away with it pretty cleanly, and if they're not, then they kind of need to go back to the drawing board. Like, Deep Cross is kind of this newer composition. Like, you do see these kind of mixed teams with a couple of Russians and a Southeast Asian core could be dangerous, but especially because you've got it down to the last map being Nuke. Like, I honestly think for Team Nemesis being a team that's showed a couple of decent rounds against Big, you even saw some of the individuals able to put together 2-on-4s and things like that. Like, you need to lock this series down, and you need to show us some good form going into some more regional events like Extreme Land going forward. Like, a nice confident third place, even in a best of one, would leave a pretty good taste in my mouth for Team Nemesis, and I've been speaking about them going into some of these events later into the year. But if they lose to Deep Cross here, it's just like, I mean, you're kind of losing to a bit of a pug team that's kind of just been put together to try to qualify for an event like this, kind of similar to what we've seen in the past from some of the Middle Eastern organizations going into the minor, so you want to back the team that's got the more well-established, long-standing core, has picked up one of the better players from Southeast Asia in, Zums, it's looking like. And I think they just need to get this one done.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I think it's a valid point, considering we're going to be going into what... I don't know if I would say it's a harder competition necessarily at Extreme Land, just because you don't have the likes of Big and Musketeers at that event. But, it's probably an event which Nemesis have... maybe more of a chance at, but still a difficult time at. You'd want to see them do well here just to set them up with a nice bit of momentum. I will also say, though, that True Thunder, which is now known as Deep Cross Gaming, at this event, have actually qualified to Extreme Land. It was a different roster, so I don't know, what exactly that looks like, whether or not, Waste of Ammo is going to be in that lineup or what, but... we'll see how both of these two teams go, but my point is that I think both want to find themselves with some good form heading into that Extreme Land event, because, yeah, there'll be some tough teams there that they will have to go up against, the likes of Rare Atom, Lane Vision in particular. Obviously, Huns and Eruption will be there as well, and, you can say what you like about Rooster or Gigi How or whatever. Yeah, so we'll see, obviously, how things go in this BO1 for the third place decider, but before then, we'll take a short break, because it seems like it's taken a little bit to get everything sorted on the stage, so... we'll see you in a minute when the game's ready to go. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back on into CEGC for the third place decider match. It is Nemesis up against Deep Cross Gaming. We have had a bit of a wait, and that is just to build the suspense for you all, and of course for the players to get this moment ready to go. But it looks like we are all sorted on the stage and getting underway with our match, and it is going to be Nuke as the map that we get here in the BO1. Remembering, it is a BO1, so this is one map for all the chips, basically, and hopefully both teams are going to be able to come out strong in this matchup. Let's get underway with the pistol round. Pilski, Deep Cross Gaming, and Nemesis for the third place match at CEGC.
Nemesis already a little bit of quicker pacing into lobby, but slowing things down now. Two-man crossfire across ramp. Bait from Zanzu to set up wisely for success on the off angle with the dualies. Nemesis, a little bit of util pressure on outside towards windows or towards heaven there, but it will be the ramp timing that they're looking for.
Oh, it's a very similar approach, I think, from Nemesis as the pistol that we got to see them play against Big. That same smoke and that same push into ramp. If you remember, in that pistol round, Tabson got 3 kills at ramp room. That has not happened here for Deep Cross Gaming. So Nemesis already underway nicely, but they haven't actually brought the bomb with them. So this round gets a bit messy if Waste of Ammo could deliver. He's only going to be ending up with the 1. And that will allow Nemesis to get into that bomb site, get that plant down, play out this 4-on-3.
Zanzu going to try to make something happen. Flash flying forward to set him up for success. Clydie through the annex smoke, having a little bit of impact, traded well by Kuma. Impression has to do the lion's share of the work here from Heaven's side because Kuma's been isolated on the site, but Zanzu has it covered very well. Excellent retake there from Deep Cross, despite the fact that Wisely goes down like 2 seconds into the round trying to charge into radio. A little bit of a misread. They recover things quite nicely.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward one there for Nemesis. It felt like it should be there around every day of the week, but I think Impression just took a little bit too long, kind of clearing out ladder base and whatnot. Kuma isolated in the 1v2, and then obviously Impression the same, but even before that point, it should not have gone from a 4v3 to a 2v2. Nemesis needed to do a little bit of a better job of clearing that one up. Either way, even despite the bomb plant, Nemesis actually not opting to force buy into this round. Zanzu, bit of trouble getting up the ladder. Could have been problematic if this was a full buy and a rush into the A site there for Nemesis, but not going to be punished this time around.
Impression trying to sneak down the vent. Let's get punished quite heavily. Bomb will be dropped over there, so objective really is just to look for some picks here for Team Nemesis with the 4 Ds that they purchased up into this one. Did not force, despite the fact that they did get that plant down on the upper side, so very much just looking for damage and trusting their gun rounds here.
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
Hello everyone and welcome to the grand stage of Esports Excellence. The Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu, in association with the Government of Tamil Nadu, proudly presents the Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025 by Skyesports, which is co-powered by AMD. Mobility partner is Mahindra, associate partner is the Production Lab, WD Black and Red Bull. Official display partner is Zovi, ticketing partner Kin. Get your tickets right now because CS action is already happening this weekend, and on the next weekend from 14 to 16 you'll get to see the BGMI Giants going head to head. And for that reason, guys, we are here to see what happens in LCQ. It's day number 2 already. My name is Raider. We do have, once again, back on the desk, Nick Rose. How are you, man?
I'm feeling great, and specifically when you talk about another day coming in back to the business, it feels like it's going to be a bombastic day in all total, because when you kind of go back to what happened yesterday in all the 6 matches, keeping things in mind of the mistakes that has happened from major amount of teams and for the good things that the top 5 teams have done for themselves in the past 6 matches, I believe today is going to be another roller coaster ride for all the 16 teams in the lobby, specifically for the teams those are sitting in the bottom 5, because I feel like they have a lot more to take and nothing to lose as much.
To be honest, see, the thing is, from semi-finale, there were so many teams who were super close to their qualification in the top 8. For example, you talk about Hero Extreme, Godlike, we have Meta NINZA. There were certain names like Team IQ Soul as well. For a brief moment, they got to show their own prowess. Victorious SUMUS was right there, but they failed to qualify, all thanks to one and only Team Tamilas. And the thing is, Team Tamilas, after not being qualified from the semis to the grands, in LCQ, they have become the table toppers. Dragon, the way that he performed in the last 2 matches, it was just phenomenal. He spoiled the game for Meta NINZA, he spoiled the game for Victorious SUMUS, he spoiled the game for so many other teams. But then again, if you see from yesterday's perspective, from a fresh new leaderboard, where now we are seeking for top 8 teams in LCQ, Meta NINZA, these teams are trying to fight back. But Team Tamilas, they have not given any room for escape to the opponents. 70 plus points in just 6 games. That means the usual average of 8 to 10 points that we expect from a particular super good team, they have destroyed that average as well. They are going with the average of right now, I believe, 11 to 12 points per match. All of that is super amazing, but guys, the prize pool is even more amazing.
Exactly, 50 lakh rupees on stake for the entire BGMI game. And now, as we mentioned, we are seeing last chance qualifiers from where the top 8 teams will advance to the grand finals, where already top 8 teams from semi-finals are waiting for them to compete in the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium, Chennai, from 14th to 16th of November. 16 teams duking it out for the 50 lakh rupees prize pool, that too with the bragging rights and a beautiful trophy that you will be getting to see when you get inside the venue or when you tune into the live stream happening from 14 to 16. But eventually, when we drop out, what are these teams fighting for is for this prize pool, but how are they going to reach there with how are they going to reach there is what we're going to witness right now by getting the points. The point system starts with 10 points if you take a chicken and then followed by that till 8th place you get minimum of 1 point, but with every finish that you take throughout the match you get rewarded with 1 point each.
A hybrid point system indeed. That means the teams have to fight for the finishes, but of course keep in mind that placement points are going to play a very vital role in terms of their journey. Talking about the current situation, I believe Team Tamilas, they are doing wonderful stuff with regards to their placement points requirement. FS, they are doing good. AUTOBOTZ, they are looking good with regards to the placement points. Even to some extent, I would say Mad Kings, after getting the last match under their banner, they actually were able to secure some good placement points as well, a total of 10 to be precise. But let's talk about the participating team in last chance qualifiers. They have got indeed one last chance in this rodeo. Hero Extreme Godlike, Meta NINZA, CEGC. Out of this, CEGC definitely is one of the table toppers, so they will have their own fun run trying to maintain their position in the strong top 8 positioning. IQ Soul, they are super close to 9th position. Marcos, Victorious SUMUS, Rising Esports, Versatile, all these teams, they are eyeing to get their top spot in the top 8 so that they can qualify from here, from LCQ to the grand finale, to the LAN venue, to the LAN arena of Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium. Have to see what happens over there, but let's talk about the remaining 8 teams who are there participating in last chance qualifiers. We have Chennai Esports still struggling. DSG, super struggling situation for them as they are still there with single digits, where Team Tamilas have climbed all the way up on top with 72 amazing points on their board. I think DSG needs to buckle up right here, right now. Mad Kings, after securing a winner chicken dinner yesterday, I think today is the day where they can build on that momentum.
They had to do something extraordinary in order to kind of grab the pace and maybe climb up the ladder. But talking about the teams, those who haven't quite impressed us in the previous day, PXT as well as Hero Extreme Godlike, the two teams, those who have had their own fair shares of drop clashes on all the 3 maps of ERANGEL. Well,
Right.
both of them, they are quite struggling in the bottom 8. And if you ask me, Hero Extreme Godlike, they're in the bottom 3, just above Why Not Esports and DSG, which is really not a pleasant place for them to be in the overall standings. Followed by that, if you talk about Rising Esports, they have tried their best, but somehow the other way we can't really say that they had a very good outing, only having 24 points out of the 6 matches that they've played. Only 4 placement points, not quite a great performance from a team like them. But also when you talk about performances, AUTOBOTZ, INFINIX, True Rippers, K9, Team Tamilas, each and every one of them have showcased their performance in one or the other maps.
Team Tamilas, I think they are definitely eyeing for a consistent game. In the last 6 matches that they've played in LCQ, every single match they have secured top 5 positions with regards to the placement point. Sometimes it's Mr. IGL, sometimes it's Beer Baba going for the placement points. Team Soul, they have definitely bounced back quite a bit. One Blade, Wild Fangs, they are also eyeing for a good comeback. DSG, they need to buckle up as these playing 4 individuals out of the team, they have struggled quite a bit, be it with the 1v1 fights or eventually a 4v4 collision between them and their opponents. That has to be covered up. But Apollo and Clutch God yesterday were phenomenal in Rondo specifically, where they got 1v3s of their own, and that's exactly where we got to see their momentum coming back. But talking about the maps, we have the map schedule, guys, is the last chance qualifiers day number 2. We have the first map of ERANGEL, then Miramar, and then we have Rondo as the X Factor, where we'll get to see a lot of amazing fights and a lot of teams coming back with the momentum, like what happened to IQ Soul, like what happened to Mad Kings. They came back in the momentum with this particular map, so this is going to be a very, very important map to talk about. Then we have ERANGEL, Miramar, and ERANGEL. So 3 ERANGELs, 2 Miramars, and 1 Rondo for the day.
Again, this is going to be the basic map schedule that you're going to see once again the second day. It should be one of the days where teams also haven't had a really great foundation day in the last chance qualifiers will tend to come up with some different kind of strategies, because once again, when you are coming down to play the last chance qualifier, the second lifeline that you're getting in the entire competition, you do tend to find some openings or some loopholes where you can exploit and get some points and make your chances higher in qualifying to the grand finals. And once again, first day, it might not be great for you, specifically talking about the teams like Hero Extreme Godlike, Rising Esports. These teams have struggled a lot in terms of placement points, in terms of rotation clashes. And now in the day number 2, you do realize, you do have the idea and the homework done that what has happened in day 1 should not repeat itself in day number 2. And if you're coming to the competition with that kind of mindset that, okay, when we are coming into the day number 2, we are much prepared than day number 1. We are aware of the rotational clashes. We are aware of where the teams are taking a drop, respective drop locations. So now you are mentally prepared of what can come up in your way while you're rotating. And if you have worked on that really well, then I believe second day can be the day of comebacks for you. Because most of the times we see these stages get divided into almost like 2 to 3 days, not much 4 days. It's like a buffer time that you're getting. Second day, even if the second day doesn't go that well for you, you still have 2 more days to recover and be in the top 8. But I believe all of the teams have to buckle up and maybe have to figure out that today, day number 2, should be the day where we start our comeback.
Oh, definitely. It's about time to really buckle up and eventually pull off your socks, get the performance on the board. Trust me, 5 days of this entire CEGC competition has been done and dusted. And yes, there were certain moments where these entire 16 teams struggled quite a bit with regards to semi-finale. But from the start of LCQ, you need to really buckle up. Having said that, guys, let's welcome the first match of the day. ERANGEL is the map, and the flight path starting from Primos, going all the way towards Lipovka with this diagonal flight path, cutting the map in a good ratio. A lot of locations are pretty much available for Team Primorsk, Lipovka, Farm, Pochinki, School, Rozhok. We'll get to see a complete chaos if the drop clash analogy has not yet been taken. If the analysis has not yet been done, it will be a bit of a problem for a lot of teams. Hero Extreme Godlike, let's see where they're going to jump. Usually They are going for Pochinki of late, where Versatile also jumps in, and Versatile definitely have caused a lot of problems for them. But yesterday in the last angle, we got to see, I believe, Z got getting taken down and the other players also getting contested. So all of that is going to be very, very interesting to see how the entire play goes on.
Pochinki has always been the battleground for VXT. Somraj has never ever left his drop location for it. Maybe just counted any other team those who have tried to take a clash. At one point of the time last year, we were seeing WSB taking a dig against Somraj. They had faced the consequences. This time it's Hero Xtreme Godlike. This wasn't their ideal drop location beforehand, but the IGL has changed, the drop location has changed, and right now Pochinki is the ground. While this time, once again, they will face VXT in that compounds. That's going to be a very, very quick fight, of maybe the first early clash that we are going to witness in the second day itself. While keeping things in mind that VXT, they did not had a really great outing in Pochinki in the last 3 matches that they have played in the map of ERANGEL in the LCQ. But this time they've got a better split. We talk about Smoker, Ninja, Jot playing in 2 different splits in 2 different compounds. 2 players intact in one position, trying to surround Hero Xtreme Godlike in the central compounds, which is a really great move if you ask me, because once again, if you can find your opponent in one vicinity, it's really easy to take them down one after another.
It's going to be tough even for VXC, because if you see, if there is a knockout, Revival is going to be a bit of a challenge. I agree that right now Hero Xtreme Godlike is pretty much pinned down. We'll have to see if they can qualify for the Grands. But you guys, you can have the opportunity to witness the entire action in Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium. What you can do is basically buy the tickets, purchase those tickets which are available on Ken. Download the app right now and get your tickets.
This is a high time that you don't want to miss the opportunity, but also for VXT, this is an opportunity for them to eradicate the entirety of Hero Xtreme Godlike if they wish to. But once again, not quite sure about whether VXT wants to take the move or not, because once again, you do realize that the qualifications are on stake. If you want to qualify for the Grand Finals, this is the moment. You got to live it. You got to take the extra efforts to be there. And while you're aware that Hero Xtreme Godlike, they are fulfilled with all the best of the best assaulters that you have. Edmino, Manya, S-Powered, Jonathan in good form. Talking about the circle, it has shifted completely towards the northern side. Just believe me, all the teams will be pretty happy. DSG, they are up northeastern side of Stolberg. They can have a quick rotation towards Severny and can grab some really good compounds for themselves. While you talk about Meta Ninja in the areas of Kameshki, alongside 1+K9, 2 to 3 teams in the northeastern quadrant of the circle. Just imagine so many commotions can happen on the eastern edges. So many teams will be trying to rotate from that particular side, which can give them a lot of breathing space if the fights actually happen. Only 1 or 2 teams might just survive, that too with maybe 1 or 2 players remaining. If all the teams tries to take a fight, well, the possibilities are quite high between Meta Ninja and DSG.
They're rotating from Buggy, and Meta Ninja has spotted them. DSG, this could be a problem. They do not have a good amount of loot. And shots are going in. Meta Ninja, they're trying to strike the players down.
Uh-oh. That's a problem. Shots being fired. Some is down to 75% of his HP. She's in the backyards, but Ronnie, you just don't turn your back on the opponents. That's gonna be a little bit punishment that has been given by DSG. Some's position is completely compromised right now. Kuhu cooking up a good nade. If it drops in the right spot, it can be problematic, and Some goes down.
Oh my god, lovely.
Second down, Meta Ninja. They're completely handicapped position right now. The Uzi has done the damage. Shadows in very low HP. Kuhu doesn't miss this time. This is how DSG, they're trying to pull a comeback, and Meta Ninja, definitely not a great start.
Absolutely decimated. The last man standing. He's still out there in the Salvo region. Some gets finished off. The other 2 gets finished off. Kuhu gets hurt. 2K. And now it's all about fame. Ninja. From Meta Ninja, it's just the last man standing at this point. The lone warrior, the lone wolf. Bit of a problem over there. To be honest, Meta Ninja, they had a very good control of this particular fight. They were able to spot DSG's individuals initially. But then look at the way the first pick was there. Ashi from DSG, she got the first pick, and that's how completely the tables turned. And then Kuhu coming up with the nade and the sprays. Brilliant execution from the sides of DSG. And I'm still in shock with the way they played in that particular fight, because honestly, yesterday they were on the very bad spot. They were failing to do anything mesmerizing. Any good fights were not really coming in for them. But the way they retaliated was amazing. out here for Meta Ninja. Again, a big match is due. Yesterday they secured a win over Jakarta. That should give them the momentum. But the problem would be that all the other teams have also figured out what went wrong for them yesterday. And look at how DSG has evolved. That's what we were talking about. That you have played 6 matches, you have played 3 ERANGELs yesterday. So you kind of know where the top clashes could be and how the entire play is going to get formulated. How you can be the better team. Yesterday, it was day number 1. You might have struggled. Momentum was not there. But today, you can find that momentum. And that's exactly what DSG has done. AUTOBOTZ on the other corner, another amazing team. We have seen Lobster, we have seen Ralphie, we have seen Pro doing something great yesterday. And that's exactly why they are still out there with some good chunk of points under their table. And they have got the 2nd spot with 56 points. They need to continue that today as well.
They have to. AUTOBOTZ, they're quite aware that this is a team that never shows their all trump cards in the qualification stages, which is a really good thing for them. And specifically when you talk about there will be a change in meta as soon as you shift from the LCQ to the Grand Finals. So maybe what you're trying to imply here might just not work out there. But as you mentioned earlier, that this is going to be an interesting LCQ, and again, AUTOBOTZ, they will look forward to just withstand their position where they are sitting right now in the overall standings, which is really important for them, for every other team. But it seems like Rising Esports and IQ Soul, they have a little bit of outing out there. Shots being fired, and Henry barely survives. Legit has been one of the crucial players for IQ Soul in the recent past after his addition. And right now the shots being fired. Rising Esports, they haven't had a really great outing on day number 1, and if this time again the day 2 starts with some casualties, the momentum that they're trying to build up will be thrashed into ashes.
Henry, he has regained the HP. But the question is IQ Soul willing to take that particular fight? Are they eyeing for that particular fight? Versatile versus Hero Extreme Godlike. I mean, they both dropped in Pochinki. They came out of Pochinki, and right now they are both on the way to rotate. This could be interesting to watch, but Victor SUMUS Venom, he is a lost cause at this point. Got caught wide and open. There were so many targets that Mino could have acquired, but he decided to go for that pillion seed player who was there in buggy. Jonathan, S-Power, they pushed up front, but none of the connections were to be made. On the other corner of the map, you get to see IQ Soul getting their first pick. Victor SUMUS losing Venom. Not a good sight for Victor SUMUS. They struggled in such manner in semi-finale. They are struggling right now once again, not being able to keep their manpower. It all started with Henry getting tagged by Legit, and it is coming down to Victor SUMUS losing one of their own. That's not a very good sight for them. Now Venom is out, Mafia, Fury, OS, they need to pull up this Ox and eventually get some points on the board. For now, Victor SUMUS, they're already quite a bit far from their qualification. Like 38 points is where they are sitting at, and the team who went up against them, they're already at 37 with having their first frag. So yeah, IQ Soul is super close to the top 8, and Victor SUMUS is the one who is sitting at the 8th spot. I think this could be a very interesting fight.
Oh, for sure. Victor SUMUS, I mean, this team has got all the players, right? You have an experienced IGL like Owaze, you've got Venom in the addition in the mix as well. You've got Mafia, you've got Fury. What else do you need? You've got really good players on paper. But what hasn't worked out for them is probably the rotations, probably the placements, because once again, we've seen Fury, how well he can perform when he was in Vasista. He was one of the key players, and we really thought that Vasista Esports could just do something excellent with the addition of Fury. Well, sometimes what we plan doesn't always happen the way we want. And that's what happened with Fury and the company. They performed really well in the qualification stages of the tournaments, but couldn't perform that really well in the grand finals. But have to see how this team actually functions. Marcos Esports, same story. If you see the players on paper, they're really good. But when it comes down to the performance, it hasn't been really, really great, if you ask me. Because you've got players like Gamla Boy, you've got Dreams sitting in the 10th spot so far with 29 points on the board after 6 matches. I mean, I do have a little bit more expectations from them, but we'll have to see how things are going to turn around today.
Quite a lot of interesting stuff is bound to happen today, of course. Comebacks, notions of better performances are going to get clarified. You talked about Fury, I completely agree with the point, but recently with Simp, Vasista has outdid themselves, honestly. The way they were able to tabletop and eventually be one of the table toppers and qualify directly from the semis to land to the grand finale, that clearly is a very big statement from Vasista. That yeah, things went wrong in the past, but with Simp being the assaulter for the team right now, not being the support player, he is outmaneuvering everybody else. He was one of the top contenders for the MVP as well in the semi-finale overall. That's again a great thing. Why not on the other corner is completely getting flooded in the Water City by FS Esports. Have to see if that fight is going to get initiated. But Nakul super duper low gets stacked by Cyrix and Devotee, but Cyrix is not going to survive. It feels like that he is completely flustered by his opponents. No, he retaliates. Puts one down. Is he going to finish him off? No, there's a backup from Devotee. 2 players down. Devotee cooking up a molly and a smoke in his hand. Nakul wants to push in. Nakul wants to give the backup to the teammates. Can he do it? Let's see. There goes the grenade.
Wow.
Oh my god, lovely splash damage coming through. But that's Rising Esports pushing in, which will cause Joker to go down. Legend is also knocked out. No revivals as such could be coming in over there. But yes, Rising Esports is also in shambles as they're on the very losing end. This nade from Goblin was amazing. Henry goes down. Sarix gets the revival. But oh my god, Knuckle finishes Henry. Goblin now pushing in, has to revive Legend as well. Yesterday, similar things happened where I believe Goblin never really got the revival and the entire team got taken down. This time you need to get the reset right. Otherwise, there will be INFINIX Troopers and many other teams eyeing for the same fight. And I do believe Devotee, I think he is on the back foot. His revival is near impossible.
There's no possibility about that, but Knuckle, he is in exact radar of that nade, but yeah, barely survives. Multiple nades being dumped. Cyrax, he's quite aware of the positionings. He wants to push back the players of IQ's Soul, but right now, Knuckle is the first one to go down. The Batman is already down and he needs his support. The Joker and Knuckle, both of them are being taken down. 2 big assaulters are down and out, and Goblin facing the consequences. Legend once again left aside in a split. Knuckle needs a quick revival. Indeed, that is possible, but we'll have to see how things are going to turn around. But eventually, when you just talk about this positionings, IQ Soul, they're trying to confine the players of Rising Esports, but the nade was quite close, but not good enough to take down Aryan. But that's going to be Legend trying to give some of the support to take Aryan down. Rising Esports still not stabilized in their own grounds.
And neither is IQ Soul. There you go. There's a backstab. Victor Sumus answering back. You took a Venom down. We are going to be ferocious enough to bring Fury out. And he is going to finish you off in style. There you go. IQ Soul in shambles. Really was thinking that IQ Soul is going to do something wonderful out here, but they have been struggling right now in this triple story. There's a fight happening. Rising Esports, they'll go down. They will not able to rise again this time in this particular match. But INFINIX Troopers and Victorious Summers, there's a bigger question that they have to answer. Are they willing to take this fight? Oh my god, they have actually entangled themselves. INFINIX Troopers versus Victorious Summers. There's yet another fight happening, and Hydro is down. The MVP lad from INFINIX Troopers is out, which gives Victorious Summers another edge. There's a revival happening. OS will be resetted, bringing the fight back to IQ Soul. It feels like that. But yes, Team Soul, they are also back on their feet, have got 5 amazing finishers to work with. And the next in line, the team who they have to defeat in order to be in top 8 is in front of them. The name is Victorious Summers.
Victorious Summers buying some time for them, that's for sure. IQ Soul, even they've got a breathing space. INFINIX True Rippers, that came into the picture like a win, and they just left it like nothing ever happened. But that one casualty of Hydro is going to haunt them, at least for this entirety of the match, where you do require one of your strongest assaulters to be in the final circle. Hydro is down and out. But for you guys watching us live, you've got a big opportunity coming up. If you're from Chennai, or maybe from any other state, and you're willing to watch the CEGC 2025 Grand Finals, this is your chance. The tickets are already live in Kin. You can go there, grab your tickets, and enjoy the BGMI action happening in Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium, Chennai, from 14th to 16th of November. You will be able to see your favorite players, maybe even get a chance to meet them in the venue if you are there. So do not miss this opportunity, and definitely grab the tickets right now.
Oh yeah, history in making. State government organizing such a big skill tournament for esports. It's again amazing thing to watch. But I am so happy to see DSG fighting back. They've secured some good frags. The question is, can they secure the next placement control, as Marcos is right there in the barn house. And Meta Ninza's fame, the last man standing from that particular team, he's also coming from 70 from the extreme northern region, trying to get in the circle. Team Soul, they have got the surgical control and they're pushing deep into the compounds. This will be very, very interesting to watch how Team Soul retaliates up against so many teams who are still surviving in the lobby. Around total 15 teams and 53 players, they are still intact. The only team to go out was Rising Esports. Unfortunate for them, to be honest, but Team Soul, they are very, very close to Team Mad Kings, and there is a good possibility that Mad Kings versus Soul will happen. Team Soul on the move. They're coming closer to Mad King's compound. They have decided to hold off the garage angle, I believe, which is a good spot, but then you have to make sure that Mad Kings do not charge on you. That's something that Team Soul has to figure out. Now the other corner, Team Why Not, they're constantly barraging the bullets on all the opponents who are rotating nearby. Ruins is a good area to hold off, but if the circle goes towards the northern end, they will have a big problem.
Personally, if you ask me, Raider, I wouldn't just sit tight in the areas of ruins. I mean, there are really great places to hold off, but for a circle like a non-shift circle where you do realize that the circle is tending and shifting towards the shooting range and Severny, you do want to play on the edges. I really understand that, but at this point, Why Not Esports, DSG officials, these two teams, they have to buckle up in terms of finishes, because only placement points won't even boost you at all to be in the top 8. You need to balance both of them. And somehow the other way, DSG, they have started things off on a great note, but it seems like Why Not, they haven't quite figured out that way yet. They will try to get some finishes for sure, but right now even One Blade Wild Fangs, they're facing the consequences. One of the players were knocked out by 1+K9, but it seems like One Blade Wild Fangs, they really don't want to retaliate at this very moment, but Ninja Boy, he's a menace to the society. He will look forward. He will try to hunt you down no matter how far you want to flee away. And you can see the shots being fired. But 1+K9, they also have their own boundaries set. They don't want to go out way too much in the open grounds, not to go outside of the circle and take the fights in their own disadvantaged spot. So that's a really good call in my opinion. But I have to see how things are going to turn around for One Blade Wild Fangs in the later part of the game.
See, it can be a big problem if they decide to go for some chase right now. I know that is stage 3, but the problem is there are so many other teams who are still surviving. And due to that, if you go for a chase, you might actually get chased by another team. So yeah, good call from 1+K9 to survive a little longer, not initiate the fight really. But Mad Kings on the other corner, they are super interested by this entire garage takeover. The problem is they also know that if they push, their compound is going to be vulnerable. Maybe third team is going to push in, and that third party is something that Mad Kings might not be able to deal with. So yeah, they're also holding their own boundaries, and a lot of teams are in situations. But 1+K9 super duper close to Team Tamilas. And usually you get to see Team Tamilas already holding a good spot into a circle like this. But right now they are looking forward to have a compound. But they still have not got any access, any entry into the circle. Any concrete location, no hard covers whatsoever. Meta Ninza's last man standing fame is still out there, surviving, thriving for the team. Looking forward to get some placement points, but trust me, it's going to be a tough journey for him. 14 other teams, to be honest, are still surviving along with him. And anybody, if they spot fame, NINZA, that particular player is going to get taken down. But next circle is something which is going to be very important. Look at this circle. Why Not Esports will be absolutely happy as Ruins, the area that they were holding off, is still in the circle. And a lot of teams who have taken the northern areas, they have to rotate quickly. Be it Versatile on the western banks, Marcos, AUTOBOTZ. AUTOBOTZ can have an easy access, but Hero Extreme GODLIKE, they'll have their troubles. And Team Tamilas seems to be very interested with regards to the compounds of Aiku Soul, but Frame goes down. Meta Ninza is done.
Oh, that's a tragic elimination. Indeed, the start wasn't quite great for them. Fame was the only one surviving, and right now, Meta Ninza, it's not going to be a great outcome that they wanted for themselves. But right as of now, 1+K9, they're seeming unstoppable. They're trying to hunt down the players left, right, and center. They're the hungry Hans, but right now, here Extreme GODLIKE, they face the consequences against victorious SUMUS. His power did not even get a flinch of a chance to retaliate, and as of now, he's knocked out. I really don't think he's going to get the chance to get the revival done, though Mani is still there trying to survive, but he's getting pounded on with a lot of shots from the side of victorious SUMUS as they're trying to go quickly with the rotational sprays, trying to rotate and hunt down the players of Hero Extreme GODLIKE. His power has been rescued. But will he be able to reach a safe location and get the revival done? Hero Extreme GODLIKE, they're trying to go back, flee away from the spot, but they're surrounded by so many teams.
But they have got isolated control. This is good for S-Power. That revival can happen. Slug on the other corner will find Kana this time. Finish will be coming through. Although it's AUTOBOTZ. Lobster will take it away. This K9, they've lost one against Arsenal that they had. Shady. So far in the last 5 days, he has been middle where he played with the team. But K9 is taking up. Gets back. He comes out and delivers with the DBS. Pro is not pro anymore, but with the vehicle burst. There you go. Omega goes down. Slug is out. Omega is knocked out. Last man standing is going to be Ninja Boy. Through the smokes, there's a lot of vehicle drive-by going in. For Ninja Boy, this one fight is going to be very difficult to deliver with. And there you go. At the end, the story closes for 1+K9. Not a very good match, but Marcos versus Mad Kings is happening out there from the other corner of the map. You get to see team Wildfang, One Blade Wildfang delivering the shots. But what is happening here? Manya Admino knocked out. Always gets summed up. Victorious SUMUS stuck in a situation where they were looking very, very comfortable, but right now they're getting chased by these lads. Mafia super low with his HP, but GODLIKE knows that Manya and Admino are lost cause right now. They cannot bring in the revival for them, but there you go, the slam. It will not be feasible enough. It's just S-Power, the man who got taken down for the first time, and now he's the last man standing for the team. What will S-Power do? Is he going to come out of the circle and fight with Victorious SUMUS? Bring the vengeance, or is he going to survive? The better approach will be survival. And of course, that's what S-Power is doing.
No, I don't think he's going to get a lot of chance. IQ Team Tamil is around the surroundings of where S-Power is holding, and he's just there between 3 different cars. Not quite a pleasant position to be in. IQ Team Tamil will be cherishing that one last finish of Hero Extreme GODLIKE to eradicate them from this map of ERANGEL in the 12th spot. Not a lot of finishes to take away from this match, but eventually Hero Extreme GODLIKE, they won't be really that satisfied with the results that they received. But IQ Soul, sitting in the smack center of the circle, will have a lot of breathing space and a lot of finishes to take away from this match. While VXT, you look at them, just off the shore, they're trying to take down the players who are way too much in the open grounds, which is really a good strategy in my opinion. But for when you talk about teams like Esports, they're also on the edges trying to survive and trying to gatekeep all the other players. Those are trying to enter the circle. Some of them just like INFINIX True Rippers. They're trying to enter the circle, but Kyolamal faced the consequences against Levi Sprays, and he has been pinned down. And there's nothing more that they can do. Jerry's trying to go for a quick revival, but that might not be a great call. And now he is again another fish to be going down the river.
Oh, but Levy is in the river right now. Skyesports, of course, will be enjoying these 2 finishes thanks to Levy. Beautiful spray. And I think that's the end of INFINIX True Rippers. It started with Hydro getting taken down, then Kyolamal, then Jelly. And finally, Hirsch becomes the last nail into the coffin. There you go. Skyesports, wonderful 3K coming in from their corner. They're still not stopping. Soul, they've got the dead center of the entire play zone, which is a very beneficial situation for them. Although the thing is, Mad Kings could be pushing onto them. Marcos could be pushing onto them. Marcos right now are eyeing for Mad King's demise. They are using every single util that they've got in their bags. Team Tamilas, although they have also pushed in. Is it a fight between Team Soul and Team Tamilas? No pro from the other corner from Mad Kings. He is distracted. But Skyesports, Team Tamilas, Mr. IGL, so much is happening. Fitting every single thing out of it. All these third-party actions, Team Soul, they have waited long enough. They're being patient enough. They started with 5 frags, but right now they're just hunting for the heads, getting the finishes, and doing for the team, building up their consistency and making sure that they qualify for the top 8 for Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025. But Marcos versus Mad Kings. What's your analogy right here, Necros? What do you think? What will happen?
Mad Kings, they do have the compounds to play along with, but for Marcos Esports, they need to push in. They're almost on the edges. Mad Kings should be in those positionings where they can hunt them down. Because once again, Marcos Esports, they're not just a team on whom only one team is focused. There are a lot of teams, those who have their eyes set on them. But Mad Kings, if they kind of commit one mistake, that can be really, really heartbreaking. Or maybe a big breakthrough for Marcos Esports if they want to pounce on them. Because Marcos Esports, they don't have much options other than pushing on Mad Kings, and they are doing so. A lot of pressure on the likes of Mad Kings as of now, because Marcos Esports, they're in the surroundings, in the vicinity. The nade's being tossed in the right spot, might just give a hefty amount of damage, but that splash damage is just good enough to drop the HPs of the players, but not to get a single opening.
Amidst all the action, Team Tamilas, they are also going to bid farewell to the lobby. The way retaliation AUTOBOTZ broke through was amazing. Mad Kings versus Marcos. Dreams trying to fight back, but no, he goes down. But the final shot came through by the teammate Ralph. Shadow goes down, and that's exactly how Mad Kings will lose their throne and their crown as well. But Team Soul, right there on the edge of the circle, was a menace for Team FS. They delivered quite a few blows, but FS still manages to survive, manages to reset the entire picture. Sensei out in the water body. He knows that how important the placement points are for the team, and the placement point game just started. Why not? They are just lining up to get landed with so much lead, so much shots. Vixen, she gets taken down. Bhumi, she's a sitting dog, but she will deliver on Eggy. VXT versatile, they're also losing breath as aimbot is knocked out, but Eggy finished off for Marcos. Bit of a problem for them. I really want to see what AUTOBOTZ is going to plan at this point, because AUTOBOTZ next in line for them could be IQ Soul's Garage. If that slam happens, it will be fun to watch. But baby bot from Why Not Esports shuts down aimbot and knocks out Smoker. Baby bot wants to finish him off. There you go, the frag comes. Brilliant play from Why Not Esports, but the thing is, Bhumi is down. It's just baby bot surviving out there, just like Sensei being the lone wolf. She's the only player who's surviving from Why Not Esports. Team Soul, phenomenal so far, trying to get their double digits in terms of the frags.
Oh no, this is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt so bad. IQ Soul, they have to go out of the compounds. FS Esports on the western side. On the eastern side, you've got Marcos Esports right away. IQ Soul, Knuckle has got 5 more nades in his bag. Proper placements, right results can give a lot of breathing space for IQ Soul at this moment, but what a way they are pounding on the players of FS. They have their target set right where they want, but the nades are quite tossed close by to the players of IQ Soul. FS, they're having a really great split if you ask me. Lavish, Levi, Roman, Sahil in a proper 4-man split. And Levi goes down. That's a great opening coming up from the side of Goblin. IQ Soul, they're trying to find the opening grounds for themselves to enter the circle, but there will be no second chance as Levi's finish will be stolen away by Dreams from the eastern side, while Dreams will be the next target for Knuckle. Another finish being backed up. That's the 10th one for IQ Soul.
Surviving till the top 5, getting at least 3 position points and still shutting down the players from FS Esports. The team with the highest manpower is now in shambles as Lovis is down and his teammate is out. IQ Soul, the kind of carnage they have brought through in this particular match is super amazing. Down to the last 4 teams, down to the last 8 players. Team Soul is still surviving. The Rockets still have got fuel enough to fly out in the stratosphere. Make sure to deliver winner chicken dinner. Levi, Lovish, down and dusted, but Sensei, he brought in the backstab. Lovish had no idea, and now Sensei's position is also compromised, but Roman, is he going to survive? Is he going to thrive? I doubt that, as Roman also gets pelted with the bullets, but Roman will put down the final bullet. Team Soul will sum it up. Look at that. Look at the timing of this entire play. Marcos, one player is down, and so is this a 1v1 fight. Team Soul is going to seal the thunder. Take the winner chicken dinner. Such a beautiful match from their corner. So much perseverance, so much resilience with the last 2 men standing, Knuckle and Goblin. The Batman and the Godlin. They survive, they thrive and deliver winner chicken dinner. Not just a winner chicken dinner, but a banger of a winner chicken dinner. Knuckle with 6 to 7 frags. Goblin delivering the last final blows with 4 to 5 frags under his banner. And a total of 23-24 points for Team Soul. Such a huge game. They really needed this to buckle up, to be there in the top 8, and now they have definitely solidified their position for the next 2 games, at least with this jump.
Yeah, I mean, the soldiers will be pretty happy. I'm just wondering about the kind of jump that IQ Soul have done with this match, because they have more than 10 plus finishes, that to a 10-pointer game, almost a 20 plus game, 20-pointer game for themselves, and now this is going to be an exclusive performance. IQ Soul, they have done it. Knuckle and Goblin, they have got the commands right, they've got the rocket launchers right, I would say, because it was not just about just guns blazing out there, because when you just talk about the first fight they took against Rising Esports, they lost Joker, then they lost Legit, remaining with 2 players. Really great rotation to get a hold of that garage. Another team was holding on to that spot, eradicated them from the spot, got a control, properly holded that location for the next entirety of the match, and then the circle also favored them a lot. But it's not always like the circle has favored, that's why you're going to get the win. They have paved the path, they've taken the players one after another, and that's why they got this win. But also, we'll be breaking down this fight more and more, but right after this short break.
तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल बूम बूम मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन
Dreaming about me?
दिल बोले बूम
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
You love you a real one. Pull up when the shit done. Roll out, let me feel some. We spot for them brown eyes. And them low lights glowing on me. What you want, I'm outside. Spin the block on the downside. Hold me down, don't fold on me. I'm him to the gravestone. Shirt say 6, I'm a ghost son. God. You let him post with a camera. I like you better than candles. You left the city that gave you the head on your shoulder. You gotta manage. Jump on my line when it's PM, I give it the stamina. You fell in love with potential before me, somebody that left you with damage, huh? Well, bless your heart. Hey, go and protect your heart. Sit down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold up, take my...
तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल बूम बूम मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन
Dreaming about me?
दिल बोले बूम
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
Well, everybody felt their soul to be alive again, and once again the rebirth is here. Finally, the comeback of IQ Team Soul has arrived in the LCQ Day 2 match number 1. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CEGC 2025. You are watching the last chance qualifiers right now, and with me joining on the desk, it's going to be Arka this time. But before we hop on to any further conversation, Arka, what are your thoughts about the last match that we witnessed? Because IQ Soul were literally bombastic.
I would call it the most composed game coming in from the side of Aiku Soul, because the way they control that very compound of the garage, and I was kind of shocked as well why no team dare to get to that vicinity, try to challenge Aiku Soul. Probably it's how well Aiku Soul held those two entrances with just two people acting in unison with one another, made sure that, they shoot at anybody who tries to come closer to them, kept everybody at bay, and make sure that they dominate whenever required.
Oh, exactly. They did the very same, and we have to give all the credits to Knuckle, to Goblin as well as Knuckle, the way they kind of withstand their position, and also the two Turrets literally decided to go with two different angles. Knuckle on the right, Goblin on the left, completely handling all the teams with a perfectly balanced composition. And I believe this shows how much evolved these players are and how much experienced these players are. And it is a really great thing for them and for the audience to see that, these teams and these players are ready for the bigger picture. And yes, the bigger picture is going to be the grand finals of CEGC 2025. And with this match being completed, I believe IQ Soul, they're almost one step closer ahead. I mean, it's way too early, but they have done the deed.
Absolutely. With the amount of finishes they've raked up, I believe either of these two players will be in the MVP spot. Yes, it's Knuckle this time around. And I still have a doubt. I don't know whether it's Knuckle or Midget who's right now idling. But nevertheless, the Batman has woken up. It seems like, the dark times are again rising for the others, as IQ Soul has started to play really well. 7 finishes and 46% contribution shows that the team had more than 15 finishes.
Oh yeah, definitely. With that being said, and also Goblin coming into the mix, total of a proper domination. I'm 100% sure after Knuckle, the other player who will be in that top 5 fragger chart should be IQ Soul's Goblin in the line, because the way they have racked up the finishes, as we mentioned earlier, was incredible. But talking about the entire match summary, yes, with the highest finishes, as we mentioned, Goblin will be on the second chart with a total of 6 finishes in his bag, followed by Roman and Ralphie. And with that being said, highest finishes will be of IQ Soul, total of 15 finishes game. But this time, why not Esports and DSG? Both of them tried to, step up their game, and why not even they had some fair share of outing in the map of ERANGEL, with Babybot having a good contribution to the team.
Absolutely, and I love the way, Marcus as well as FSC Sports, they were trying to control the tide of the complete game. Nevertheless, we did see some really good performance coming in from the side of DSG as well as Why Not. The two girls lineup, they showed that they are capable of picking up some finishes as well. Somewhere in between, when I saw GODLIKE extending themselves unnecessarily and giving up their finishes, I was kind of disappointed, but I know that these are the teams who come back a bit more stronger when given an opportunity.
Oh, exactly. They might be just trying to go for some experimental approach. But right now, jumping onto the overall standings, IQ Team Tamila is on top with a total of 76 points on the board. Still rock solid in their position, followed by AUTOBOTZ Esports with 67 on the banner. But right after the second position, you see IQ Soul. What a big jump from the 9th spot to this third one. It's 61 points that they've scored so far.
Yeah, absolutely. It all thanks to the finishes game, which they're still raking up, right? 43 finishes is what they've got so far. Victoria Summers on the other side will be seeing the latter stage of this points table. GODLIKE, who seems to have a good hold when it comes to the overall standing, are slowly dwindling down, joining the bottom 2 right now. And it's kind of disappointing to see that no possession point whatsoever being gained by this team. Probably Manya is still bringing that mindset to the team to concentrate more on those finish points, get that synergy in, and when the time is right, we all know that he's capable of getting the centers of the circle from where they can dominate and probably replicate something better than what IQ Soul did in the previous game.
And what better map to just demonstrate that than the map of Miramar. The map of Golden Sand has always been a big testimonial map for a lot of teams, because whenever this map arrives, a lot of teams tries to shake because the strategies or maybe the rotations are not quite on point for a lot of teams out there, which again gives a lot of advantageous situation for a lot of teams, those who always have had a fair share of outing in the map of Miramar. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's dive in to the map of Golden Sand, the second match of the second day of LCQ, and the flight path takes a start from the western part of the map, just below Monte Nuevo, and ends in the bottom parts of Puerto Parasio. This is a completely southwestern oriented flight path that we are witnessing right now, but I'm expecting some turbulence happen in the northeastern side because a lot of teams, they tend to fly that direction.
Oh, you just read my mind, my friend, because right now I still think that towards the Hacienda del Petron region, the truck shop or the Minas Generales, that is where when players try to pick up vehicles to go further deep into the northern eastern side, a kerfuffle could take place. But nevertheless, we have to also speak about how things are turning out between VXT and Godlike. It's not just in the map of ERANGEL. In every single map, you're able to see that these two teams always tend to collide in their rotation. And I somewhere feel that we are looking at a larger rivalry in case these two qualify into the grand finals.
Oh, exactly. There's no questions about it. But I'm really looking forward. I mean, you know what, Arka? I'm still looking for that one big contention between VXT, where I really feel like VXT might have a chance to take a revenge on the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. Well, they did have a chance yesterday in the last map of ERANGEL, where they did showcase that, but Aiku Soul's Goblin, a lot of shots being tagged on him, drops down to less than half of his HP. They've got a big team right up against. It's going to be Why Not Esports. They did not have a really great outing. 6 points scored in the last match, but definitely they're looking forward to rack up some more points in this map of Miramar. But right against them, it's going to be the mighty Aiku Soul, who had a 25-pointer game in the previous map of ERANGEL. So they're in form, and Why Not Esports, they have to be really cautious about what move they're taking up next.
Now, this is where I can see that Why Not Esports have got a better footing in this region. We can see that widespread coming in from all the players, and they try to converge from every single direction. But what they need to be careful is how Aiku Soul is going to keep an eye on them. And just in case Aiku Soul regroup and they just pounce upon them one after another, then the story can be a very, very different. The story will have a very, very different outcome altogether. Nakul, he gets that high ground. That means it's a different ball game altogether. Admino is kind of replicating what Nakul is doing at a distance. He's trying to get to the high grounds and be the eyes for the team, because Smoker the Lurker probably is going to be that, the joker amongst the cards out here.
Oh, exactly. He has to be the one. But so far, Manya is way too much in the open grounds, and Hero Extreme Godlike. I really thought that they're going to rotate up north, but once again, it seems like the opposite poles always attract each other, no matter it's ERANGEL, it's Miramar, maybe even sometime in the map of Rondo, we might just witness these two teams colliding against each other. I wouldn't be surprised at all. But right now, Hero Extreme Godlike, they need to figure out that 7 matches have been completed and you haven't scored a single placement point, which is really, really not a great thing, to be honest.
I like the silence in the map of Miramar, because a chaos is obviously bound to follow. And speak about chaos, Nakul, we were speaking about his position. It's going to be primary for the team, and he guides Goblin to come in from a different angle altogether. With one player getting taken down, it all comes down to how Goblin is going to strike from here on. Yes, the knocked out player is now going to give a lot of information to their teammates, as Bhumi and the team have now regrouped to make sure they stick together inside of a building, and they look forward to somehow retaliate and get at least one knock before the complete team of Aiku Soul pounce upon them.
This is just tough. I just feel like a few moments ago, Aiku Soul were the team, those who were completely confined from all the angles by Why Not Esports. Instantly, a few moments later, you just see the Uno reverse happening at this moment. Legend is still intact, trying to find out some off-guard angles, but if he gets spotted, it can be disaster for Aiku Soul. But in the meantime, Mad Kings, they've secured 2 beautiful finishes of 1+K9. Definitely not a great start for 1+K9 at this moment, because at this moment, even in the previous match, they did not have a really great outing. Tried to go for some early finishes, but could not kind of get it in the way. At this time also, while rotating 2 players down and out, OnePlus K9, they had a decent start. They had a decent performance in yesterday's matches, but can't say the very same in today's first 2 games. First one was a disaster indeed. Quite understandable that 1 or 2 matches can just go south. But when you look in the map of Miramar, 2 early casualties at this moment is something that they would never imagine. But even the circle is down south, so a lot of teams need to go for some quick rotation. Same for teams like VXT and Hero Extreme Godlike who were in the northwestern side. Both of them, they have to rotate, but it seems like Somraj has got some different business. S-Power knocked and confirmed. One of the crucial assaulters of Hero Extreme Godlike already down the drain. Down to 3-man. Hero Extreme Godlike will have a lot of things to look out for in the entire big map of Miramar. While Admino is still in the business, gets smoked down. An eye for an eye, it seems like. Hero Extreme Godlike, they're on a proper mission. You take one of us down, we take your one as well. But the question is, who is going to thrive till the very end? That's a big, big question. But even for Aiku Soul, 2 big names on the cam. Aiku Soul functioning as a single unit, trying to hunt down the players of Why Not. After only getting Pew Pew down, they're quite aware that they're down to like 2-3 man right at this moment. 3 players remaining for Why Not Esports. Might just be an easy target for them to chase them down. But for Why Not, they're also playing really intact in that position. But Aiku Soul, they've realized there is nothing to be taken away. We can just kind of complete our rotation, not just stick to this particular vicinity for a longer period of time and give other teams the room inside the circle, give them the sweet spot, which is quite a wise choice if you ask me. A lot of teams rotating quickly. This is a really, really decent phase of the game where you do see teams rotating, but Apollo, this is going to be problematic for him. Vehicle stuck, not much covers to play along with. Henry right there. Retaliation shots have been fired, but right now, man is in not a great position. And Henry, he can easily take him down. And Apollo has been compromised. The backup arrives. Rising Esports will cherish their first finish as Matt Kings loses one of their crucial assaulters in the very, very important phase of the time while you're rotating. Apollo never expected any team or any player to be around this vicinity. Well, it has always been like that. Truck stop, Hacienda, these compounds have always been completely congested with the teams, with the single players out there. Always one or the other players trying to cut out the rotations. Stayed back. Try to be the party spoilers for the other teams, but it hasn't quite worked out well for a lot. Quickly jumping onto the other side of the map, you do see Meta NINZA. First match was a nightmare. Definitely something that they would love to forget. But in this map of Miramar, maybe the storyline can be changed. If you ask me, Meta NINZA, beautiful lineup on paper. You've got Some, Shadow, Fame, Ronnie. We've seen Ronnie and Some playing together for a longer period of time under the banner of Aiku Soul. Then the shuffle happened, the transfer window gets open. Even Shadow, one of the most promising IGLs that you can ever see in the BGMI circuit. Alongside a new name, Fame coming into the mix. Has lived up to the expectations if you ask me. But right now, Meta NINZA have got some bigger goals to accomplish.
Absolutely. FS Esports on the other side. This is one of those teams who had such a good ERANGEL outing. But suddenly out of nowhere comes that shot from the seas. It was in the name of Sensei, who took down the most crucial player from the side of FS, who had a very good control over the ridge region. Silopi gets taken down, and eventually, Sensei becomes the person to completely extinguish the dreams of FS. Nevertheless, I think they're going to carry forward that momentum in the map of Miramar, and the chances of them doing so seems to be pretty high with that strong footing inside the circle.
Exactly. Getting hold of the circle, finding some good compounds has always helped the teams. And right now, INFINIX True Rippers, their eyes are set. Hydro couldn't do much in the previous game. He was taken down really, really, really early on the game, which has kind of costed INFINIX True Rippers a lot of points, if you ask me. Because we have seen INFINIX True Rippers, whenever Hydro is alive till the end game, they have got so many finishes. They've earned so many points. And some or the other way, INFINIX True Rippers, they are at least 30 or 40% dependent on Hydro's survival and the game plan. Yes, there is skill among the other players, but I seem like Hydro gives and boosts a little bit more extra motivation to the team.
Yeah, very much. And also, Keo Lamau, once this pop gets, going, I don't think so anybody can stop him as well. Let me remind you that there are several instances in which he has done a 1v3 or a 1v4 against teams like Godlike or Aiku Soul, and his expectations from them are always booming. But right now, I see Aiku Soul are pretty much interested in picking up all these 4 valuable points at Mountain Nuevo, where it's going to be legit. Now he's got an idea as to where Baby Bot is. In the previous game, we did see how Baby Bot was pretty crucial in picking up those finish points with Boomy, both of them on either side of the shorelines, making sure that VXT gets decimated. And from there on, a bit of a contribution from their side as well to make FS suffer the ugly fate in the map of Erangel.
Now the question arises that how long Ikusol are going to wait. I mean, this is just stage 2. We understand there's like 500 meters that you need to travel to enter the play zone. But still, I mean, Ikusol, they're hungry for finishes. We do understand why you're seeing the last match of Erangel, so many finishes. But so Joker has spotted player. Pumi's way too much in the open grounds. Can be a surprising package for Legit if he isn't prepared. But Joker just provides the cover fire at the right moment. But Legit, he will face the retaliation trade coming up from the side of Baby Bot. Ikusol, they need to quickly go down and save their man, because it has always been like that. Ikusol has never left a man behind. And Goblin and Knuckle will be underway for the rescue mission.
Absolutely. Now that has been one of the keys to their success, that they always have all 4 of their men at war. And since they've got a very good off angle being held by Joker, I don't think so they're going to have any kind of issues in reviving the teammate Legit. And with Vixen trying to get in closer to get that confirmation as quickly as possible, it's going to be Baby Bot's responsibility to keep the opponents at bay, because just in case Ikusol gets in any more closer, then things can be a little bit hasty for the side of Why Not. And look at that, amongst all this kerfuffle, we see that Joker has reached his destination. He's going to give his teammate a very, very good revival, whereas Goblin as well as Knuckle are just going to be the distraction for his teammates as they successfully complete this. And probably after this, we can expect them to push forward into the circle.
Long-awaited fight. Shot being fired. Baby Bot, she needs to be really cautious at this moment. Might not have a lot of healings to work out with. 4 more bandages for Vixen. Not sufficient enough to even take the fight and get inside the circle. It's really crucial at this moment that these 2 teams, they just take another step. Ikusol, they're prepared enough, it seems like that. But Aiku Team Tamilas, one of the key teams, or the key players, I would say, who have always ruled the map of Miramar. They have started things off on a great note, taking down the players of Marcos Esports one after another. But VXT, they were on a different mission, and Dreams has been taken down by Somraj. Instant confirmation coming in. Marcos Esports, they're down to shambles.
Eggy is going to be thanking for choosing this vehicle. This van has got the maximum damage dealing capability, and due to which, he's going to survive for a bit longer than the rest of them. But VXT, what an opening this is for them. The confidence is going to be soaring high after this. And it's all thanks to that one small mistake being done by Emmy, right? Because there was a chance for them to take them down, but Dreams misses so many shots, and that easily gets capitalized by VXT.
They will be pretty happy with the 3 finishes that they have. One of the pairs of Hero Extreme Godlike, probably as Power was taken down, and Smoker got compromised, and right now 2 more finishes added up. Decent enough start for VXT. But what about FS Esports? They are in the position where they are almost between 2 different teams. One side you've got VXT, on the other probably there's NINZA.
I don't think so they're going to have any kind of issues, because it's just stage 2, right? Either of these teams are not going to push against them until and unless, yes, there's more than one casualty. Somebody is going to be forcing their teammates to, get in closer and make sure they get those confirmations. But I somewhere feel it's just going to be a fight with no cause, and just peppering one another, making sure that they test each other, burn resources, make sure they prepare themselves for the larger match in the final circles. But as of now, I still feel that FS Esports, they can just rely on getting as much information as possible because they have this high ground.
Somehow the other way, I really love this compound. Whenever you're on the top, you get a lot of visuals. You can pass on the intel to your teammates. That to this area is in the smack center of the circle. But FS, they have a really wide split. Really big split. And the circle has tended and shifted towards the eastern side, keeping a lot of teams in the favor. IQ Team Tamilas will be happy. One Blade Wild Fangs will be happy on the eastern side. FS, they're already sitting in the smack center. There is no questions. Levi and Silopi will be called in to hold on to that compound, particularly while it's still in the smack center, and you can grab a lot more finishes and you can catch players off guard during the rotational phases. So I feel like FS, they might have a chance to grab a lot more finishes out there.
Yep, 1+ K9, one of the other teams I'm kind of worried about, because JD Gaming yesterday was looking much more promising than what is right now. I mean, the 2 games we have seen is not performed that well, and every single time I've seen that either one of the players get taken down, the rest of the players do undergo a bit of a pressure. Even though K9 is capable enough of, pulling off a really good game with just 2 men standing, they need to find a very good compound inside of the circle, just like how IQ sold it in the previous map.
Really important to find a good place. That too, you need to hold it properly from the other teams. Whenever any team is trying to push on you, you need to take them down instantly in the right moment without hitching up. A lot of things you have to keep in mind while you're holding a compound, and every other team in this lobby is quite aware of it. But to implement all those things inside the game, it's really tough. It's at least 100% tougher than what we literally say. But for you guys, it's not quite tough for you to grab the tickets, because the tickets for the Grand Finals are already live on Kin. So do not miss this opportunity to witness the Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025 happening in Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium from 14th to 16th of November. The BGMI action, you get a chance to see your favorite players playing live in front of your eyes, and even you can stand a chance to even go and get some meet and greet session with them.
Yep. On the other side, we can see that GODLIKE Esports, after losing S-Power, seems to be playing a little bit safer. But Admino, he's given a bit of an independence to spread his wings. He's going around to the farther side of the circle, making sure that he gains as much information as possible. If given a chance, pick up a frag or 2. As Johnny is going to stick with Manya to make sure that they keep that hopes of GODLIKE to get those possession points. They need to open that, account now. They've got 0 possession points so far. And in case they get just 1 chicken dinner, like how they did in the previous phase of the tournament, and again, that might hinder them to qualify into the Grand Finals.
You don't want to miss on to the Grand Finals with just 1 or 2 points. So, yep, as you mentioned, you have to look out for points. For a lot of teams, 1 good match, and I have mentioned it earlier as well, 1 good match for any of the bottom 8 teams can literally turn the tables around. Specifically teams still the, I would say, 12 to 13 position. 1 good game or 20 point a game can literally push you up to the top 8, maybe closer to top 8 as well. So the comeback is still possible. While Mad Kings, they will be missing a polo a lot in the entire map of Miramar so far, because his loss is a big blow towards the assaulting side of Mad Kings. But Shadow, Pro, Clutch God still surviving, still breathing, and they have Marcos Esports under their radar.
The one thing I like about Mad Kings is the 2 old lads coming together, Shadow as well as Clutch God. Right? These 2 have a history together. They played together for a brief period of time, and then later on they had to part ways, but they still stuck together as good friends. And then later on, when given a chance, again, they've come in together, and it seems to be working out for them, and that's the best part. They're trying to set an example to the OGs, telling that, you might go back to your old teammates and things might go your way. All you have to do is just make sure that you trust in one another. But for now, the circle seems like it's going to be favoring teams like Team Tamilas, Mad Kings, and FS Esports, because these are the teams who have got not only high grounds, but also some hard compounds as well.
Now, interesting part about it is that so many teams are outside of the circle, and it seems like Aimbot has got some different business with IQ Soul. He says, you have had a fair share of outing in the map of ERANGEL, but this time it's our moment to live in. While a quick revival is underway, but DSG are also in the mix, having lost Kuhu. It can be a little bit problematic, but Somraj coming in, finds down Arshi, knock and confirm. VXT is showing no mercy to any of the teams, those who are around their surroundings.
Fight starting off. Joker gets taken down but immediately gets revived. Retaliation from Nakul. The grenade is going to be landing to perfection. Will be doing a bit of a damage. And that gives Goblin an opening to step in closer. Harshi needs to be careful even though the grenade was good enough. Goblin just jumps through the blast and makes sure that he lands a perfect shot. It all comes down to the last man standing next scene. And I don't think so it's going to be an easy affair for her because every single player is getting closer with shotguns. And there's no way she can survive with Goblin right in front of her face. 3 frags is what Goblin has got so far. And Raiku's soul, it seems like they're looking promising from the previous game itself.
Compound cleared, mission accomplished. That's what Ikusola are going to tell. But VXT, now, they have to be quicker enough so that they can reach the compounds before FS can spot them or any of the players of Meta. NINZA can shot them down. Ninja Jod really vulnerable at that spot and won't even get a chance to flinch a single shot on Ronnie. And he's been taken down. VXT, they've already lost Smoker earlier on, and now Ninja Jod being taken down can be a fatal blow to the entire side, and Ninja Jod will be confirmed, there is no doubt about it. Aimbot and Somraj remains the last 2 players standing while the shots are still being fired on Aimbot, making his life quite miserable out there in the lands of Miramar.
VXT yet again going for that late rotation and kind of suffering as they're unable to understand how to gain momentum. Whereas on the other side, Jonathan registers 1 and so does Venom with Gumbler Boy heading up. Why not Vaccine gets confirmed, whereas it's going to be Mafia who's going to have 2 free finishes lying in front of him, and Venom is going to heal himself as well. Victoria Summers now looking promising, but they need to be careful according to me because they still Cyrax very close to them. And let's not forget, once they try to make it into the circle, they've got Wild Fangs, and as I speak about it, it's going to be Sensei puts down a player, gets the confirmation, and a follow-up comes in from the side of White Tiger as well.
One Blade Wild Fangs, they have been really quiet for such a long time, and right now for Hero Extreme Godlike as well, they've got some business to deal with against Marcos Esports inbounds. They need to enter the circle, tanking a lot of damage of the blue zone. This is not quite really great for them. Mania is also in a very low HP. Jonathan also dipped down, not much healings to work out with. 2 players knocked out in a blink of an eye. This is really tough. This is really bad for Hero Extreme Godlike. They need to enter the circle. Still 195 meters distance is what they need to cover up. And it feels like both the players are not going to make it inside the circle. Mania takes up the responsibility, has got 10 more first aids with him. And I feel like Hero Extreme Godlike, they are playing for the placement points. There is nothing more that they can do about.
Absolutely. Manya, he's got 9 first aids and he's got 2 players running right in front of him. And in that confusion, he hits that first aid a little late, but on time in some way. He's got Eggy in front of him, and I'm still feeling like Manya is just going to go forward to pick up those frags rather than concentrating on position points. But that is going to be a lost cause for him because on the other side, Legit is going to confirm a player, and no player right now is going to be in the crosshairs of Manya, where he'll have to make sure that he gets into the circle before all those 7 first aids are going to be used.
Look at the entire spread of FS Esports. Manya can spot all of them, and he's quite aware that it's not possible for him to enter the circle at this moment. Even if he just tries to, he will be a free finish to all the players who are trying to gatekeep the players at the moment. And now it's Aiku Team Tamilas trying to rain down Hellfire on the players of AUTOBOTZ, and it's Dragon coming into the rescue. Arif's position is also compromised, and 2 to 3 players are down already of AUTOBOTZ. Arif remaining as the solo survivor from the squad of AUTOBOTZ Esports. He's got a big responsibility on his shoulder, and it's really tough for that one single guy to defend his territory against the mighty Aiku Team Tamilas, who always have a fair share of outing in the map of Miramar. But this time Ari opens up, and Mr. Igil has been put down.
Mr. Igil, what a small mistake done by him. He should have stayed behind the doors, but he comes near the bonnet region and exposes himself to Ari, who doesn't miss much, and this time he's going to be rewarded with 1. Whereas Dragon, trying to run away from that of Wild Fangs, is now stuck between a hard rock and a bit of a dip. And his teammate, who's trying to run away from the rest of the players to get into the circle, is also in deep trouble, whereas Manya on the other side starting to pick up one player at a time from that of Aiku Soul.
Oh, Mane has got a nade. INFINIX 2 Rippers. They are not quite closer, but yep. There will be Joker on the western side. Mane is not quite aware of the positionings of where the player are. But Hero Extreme Godlike, they're in the top 9. But still, you have to reach at least in top 8 to get the placement points. But with that being said, INFINIX 2 Rippers, they take an exit in the 8th spot. FS Esports, 8 finishes in the back. Sile, OP, Lovish. Both of them, they're down and out, but still, the team remains still standing in the position where they want to be. FS Esports, this match is turning out to be a decent match for themselves.
Oh, from one side, we see teams like Wildfangs, Mad Kings, FS picking up frags after frags. On the other side, we see two solo players, respectively from that of Aiku Soul and Godlike, on a head-in one-way-one battle. Both of them know that they're close to one another, and they're trying to do their best to, kind of evade from the other's crosshairs, whereas Manya fails to do so. For now, Joker is going to be one with the nature. He sees all those smokes out there, and this lurking snake is waiting for Manya to make a mistake, and once he does that, he tries to take those shots, but somehow Manya survives, all thanks to that check.
Oh, the shot's being fired from a distance. It's going to be 1+ K9 coming into the picture, but Manya's nade gives and lands the final blow. Aiku Soul taking exit in the 7th spot. 6 teams remaining. But right now, the shots are being fired from different direction. One Blade, Wildfangs, they face the consequences against 1+ K9. But Mad Kings, they're also facing the wrath of Spray God from afar. A lot of fights being brewed up at this moment. One Blade, Wildfangs, they are wild it seems, and they are really hunting down the players left, right and center as they have the numbers advantage. The only team to have all the 4 players alive in the final circle itself.
Mad Kings, they've got a bit of a hard cover, and they want to take advantage of it. Ninja Boy gets taken down, FSM, that's a path for Manya to now make it into the circle. FS Esports on the other side, they're going to be left out with just one player, and every single time a team loses a player, that's going to be another cakewalk for Manya to get into the top 3. Look at him, he survives to make it into the top 4, but the retaliation comes in from the other side. One plus.
It's Mad Kings.
Yeah,
it seems like
I'm kind of confused at this point of time. The reason being, FS is put up smokes at completely to cover himself, whereas Manya at a distance, he's trying to avoid any kind of fights coming in front of him. And suddenly I see that Mad Kings are trying to rush in against the side of Wildfangs.
Is barely surviving on a very low HP. One shot, even one flinch can just end his life and the team's life. But Pro is going and trying to get the confirmations, but Kanha is just too precise and just too good. That has given a lot of breathing space for Hero Extreme Godlike's Manya and FS to again go for a reset, come back in the game. 23 bandages for Manya, and he can reset himself as quickly as he wants. He's got 1 energy drink and 1 painkiller, while Levi has got a quick revival. And now FS, they're inside the circle. A game which was seeming like it would be an easy peasy game for One Blade Wildfangs is now seeming really dicey for them.
Absolutely. FS Roman, his position is going to be very crucial as he's the closest to the opponents. Manya's location is compromised. Kana knows that there's a lurking snake at a distance, and he's going to come out because he's at the very corner of the circle. And Manya somehow again survives through those smokes, nets his way into the circle, takes cover of that, drop which has come in, and probably is going to be rewarded for it as well. Manya cooking up a grenade. If it lands perfectly, Levi will be one of the players to get taken down.
Oh, Roman was taken out, but Kanha from another distance spots him down, and Hero Extreme Godlike will end their run in the 3rd spot, but Levi has got a 1v1 situation. Kanha's HP is not quite high at this moment. One good nade can end his life, and the nade is on spot. He's barely surviving on a pixel HP. Final blow comes in, and it's gonna be FS Esports to walk away with the winner chicken. A beautiful, valiant effort from Kanha and the team, but it is FS Esports who will reign supreme in the map of Miramar.
FS Esports, I guess, it's redemption for them, because in the map of ERANGEL, they had a similar situation where they held a very good spot inside of the circle, but sadly, they did watch out for that lurking snake. But this time around, almost Manya took down FS yet again. That grenade, it connected to a player, but luckily, Levy knew that there was a player getting in closer, and somehow he put him down. Nevertheless, I still believe that, godlike, a small ray of hope is going to be coming through the boot camp, because slowly and steadily Manya is able to rake up some possession points which they were lacking till now.
Oh yeah, definitely. This is going to be a blessing in disguise for Hero Extreme God, like that. Okay, we haven't got a lot more finishes, but right now we finished in the 3rd spot. So 5 points back down alongside 4 finishes. A 9-pointer game for Hero Extreme God, like indeed something that can maybe boost the morale of the entire team to do something better in the game-changing map of Rondo, which is going to come up next. But the question is, Rondo might just be a game-changing map for any other team. You can rack up so many finishes over and over. The recall helps you to get some more finishes of the other teams. But what will happen in the map of Rondo is still a question mark. But for now, this Miramar was really, really very, very interesting. But when you talk about the other perspective, you talk about Victorious Summers, you talk about Meta NINZA, still not a great day for them. Still struggling, not able to score up or rack up a lot more points. Hopefully, Rondo can be a game changer for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I strongly feel that the girl lineups, they're going to be doing much better in the map of Rondo, because they're daring to go take fights against the opponents. And until now, they've been successful in picking up the initial frags. So I somewhere feel that, they're going to continue their assault in the map of Rondo. You were speaking about Victorious Summers. It all comes down to their assaulters. Yet again, I've been speaking about how Fury's addition is just going to add on to the firepower. So Fury and Mafia, once they start to pop off, then it becomes so much more easier for OS to place themselves in the perfect parts of the circle, and probably they can replicate what FS did in the previous games.
Oh, exactly. Well, we will be breaking down the entire map of Miramar more and more with all the stats coming up next, but right after this very short break.
Dreaming about me?
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
Drop low when I'm outside. Life will turn out how you make it. Bet I make it feel amazing. Pressing up against that body, turn you to somebody to me, let me face it. Pretty soul, I make a face. How did I go from a stranger to someone you hit up when you need a favor? Drop low on occasion. And I bless that heart. Sitting down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold up, take my time. Say so when I make that mine. Hold up, let me take my time. hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold up, let me take my.
Move out the way like damn. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. I got a plan. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like, do you know who I am? Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them.
Dreaming about me?
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025. So far, we have enjoyed a lot of interesting matches and we have been asking the question that where is Mad Kings? Why is One Blade Wildfangs not being performing? But look at this. The Miramar, where both of these teams were able to find their footings. And yesterday as well, Mad Kings got a winner and a chicken dinner where we felt like maybe that is the breaking point where we will get to see them coming back into the picture. It happened. But to be honest, FS Esports at the end, the way they were able to steal the thunder was pretty amazing. Yes,
Yeah,
guys, we are once again back on the disc. My name is Rita Arka. I know you are excited, so go on.
Oh, I mean, I more than FS, I was kind of impressed with how Manya played that game. With losing all
yeah.
his teammates at the second or the third zone, and from there on trying to survive until the top three. I think is due of credits.
Of course, I mean the survival, the hunger to survive. I believe I was there at that particular moment on the back end. So I was like, maybe Mania is not going to make the cut. There was 11 teams surviving, and
Exactly.
his teammates were down. He was just getting first assists from his teams. Marcos was rotating over there. He saw Aiku Soul as well. Out in front in the circle. FS was also right there. There were so many targets that he could have decided to like go guns blazing, but he knew that the job for the team is even more important. So far, Hero Extreme Godlike were able to get finishes. That's okay, but placement point game was something that they were still lacking. In this particular matchup, they got all their 5 points, which they have currently on the leaderboard with regards to the placement points, which is amazing. That is the kind of play the IGL has to step in and get the job done. Now that Rondo is coming, yesterday as well in Rondo, IQ Soul found their footing. I believe you and Hero Extreme Godlike, for some extent, they were able to like deliver the fights. But to be honest, Mad Kings were amazing in Rondo. Now that Rondo will be coming, we definitely have to see what happens. But let's talk about the MVP. It is Roman from FS Esports.
Yeah, FS Esports Roman finally getting 5 finishes. Slowly, I'm able to see a pattern emerge. The IGLs are stepping out to be MVPs of today, and let me see whether that's going to continue. For now, it's going to be Roman, who's got 45% contribution. That means that the whole team has got more than 10 finishes, and they're going to be very happy with it, because with this, I believe FS will be slowly making it into the top 3.
Slowly, that perseverance can be seen from the sides of FS Esports. They have slowly raked up some good amount of points. Obviously, AUTOBOTZ, Team Damalas, they definitely have got the top spot, so they are intending to keep it away. But yeah, talking about match summary, highest finishes, highest team finish, and best rating comes all together for FS Esports. But the best contribution for the team is going to be Versatile Somraj. 75% of finish contribution and overall contribution for the team was there. Even Versatile is one such team I really want to see them being consistent. Honestly, there are certain moments where we are like, yeah, good stuff, amazing stuff. But then consistency somewhere which is being lacking from their sides. I think IQ Soul is one of those teams who have found their own consistent pathway. They're getting the finishes. The last match that they were able to get the winner chicken dinner, ERANGEL, it was a huge game for them. They got so many points, so many amazing upliftments were there for them. And same goes for FS. With this winner chicken dinner, their position is going to get boosted. For One Blade, Wildfang, their position is going to get boosted. Hero Extreme got like 9 amazing points. It was seriously in need of some good amount of points on the board, and they've got it. Mad Kings, again, another amazing team who is still trying to make that consistent run in the top 8. But for that, but if that happens, I think teams like INFINIX, True Rippers, they'll have a bit of a trouble, as they are not being able to be that consistent. I think that is one of those things where True Rippers definitely needs to work on, because last two games today were not at all good for them.
Yeah. Team consistent from this part of the tournament. The last chance qualifiers have to be Team Tamilas, always trying to survive until the final ends of the game and picking up 4-5 frags regularly. But from here on, they'll have to pull off one big game to continue their run in the top of the table. Coming up closely is FS as well as AUTOBOTZ. Both these teams, 79 and 71 points, shows that these two teams have also been doing really well when it comes to the games being played in the last chance qualifiers.
Exactly. But for DSG, the first match, the ERANGEL map was great up against NINZA, Kuhu, and the teammate who was able, I think that was Arshi. These two teammates were able to get a lot of jobs done, but eventually after that, we did not see them coming on the forefront, getting the points for themselves. But with the drum roll, guys, let's welcome the map of Rondo, because this particular map is going to be the table turner for a lot of teams. Yesterday, as we talked about it in number of times, Mad Kings, Apollo, and Clutch God, they found their footing in the game, and then eventually we got to see Shadow also outperforming. But Hero Extreme Godlike, for them, yesterday's Rondo was not that great, as they were the one who were on the receiving end of a 1v3 from Apollo, and then Clutch God delivered a 1v3 on Team Soul. But lately we can clearly see Team Soul outshining quite a bit. They have been surviving. Even when the manpower is not there, they still get the winner chicken dinner. So for them, it's a brilliant situation. My question would be up next. What kind of flight path is there? Oh, it's a single one, and it's starting from Stadium going all the way towards the cities of Meran, Chadena City, Daching, where usually you get to see a lot of ruckus. A little bit far away, but this track and New York's factory, that is definitely going to be a hub of a lot of fights.
Yeah, Stadium as well. These are the places I'm going to keep my eyes on. Nevertheless, I also feel that Jaden City is going to be a bit more crowded than usual. Uh, I feel that those teams who do not tend to take those early fights in the map of Rondo always have a greater chance in their rotations, because it also gives you a way to experiment in this meta as well. Because you get taken down in a 4v4 fight, and then it becomes much more easier for you to somehow get revived and retaliate immediately. Look at the stadium. We see one team already gliding in, and very close to them is going to be Godlike as well. So two teams, and the early kerfuffle obviously is going to be towards the stadium region.
Team Tamilas up against Hero Extreme Godlike. As you rightly called it out, definitely that chaotic fights, the initiation of the battle could be there. And look at Manya. Already in the vehicle, going for the recall tower. Nakul is already out there. Mr. IGL from Team Tamilas, he has also followed up the same tactics. I think Rayan area will be something which Nakul would love to go to, or maybe the closer recall tower. But out here with the rope lines, with the zip lines, we get to see Team Godlike taking the rooftop of the stadium area. From here, they can easily land some good shots onto the opponents if they catch them off guard.
Yeah, but
I
the
think
sad
they're-
part is, Raider, there's a lower part of the stadium as well. And I don't
Yeah.
think so any of these teams would dare to come out in the open. They understand that there's a team close by. They can hear the footsteps at a distance. And I still
Right.
feel that, Team Tamilas, they're going to play it very safe. And also, they're going to stick together before they get into an assault position.
And I believe the only reason why they're going to play a little safe and eventually be calculative right now is because last two games haven't been that great, that big. They started with 72 points today, and they are
Yeah.
at 79 right now. FS, they climbed a milestone. In both the last two matches, they have delivered quite a bit. In the first one, they went down to top 3. But out here, let's talk about Victorious Sumus, as their journey has been a little bit iffy.
Whoa.
Let's pray God. With a pickaxe, he's just taking down players from Why Not Esports. That's pretty intriguing to watch. But I would like to see what Rising is going to do, as Devotee is already down. Henry is out there. Aryan going for the gliding with the parachute open. And there you go, Victorious Sumus delivering once again. It's Henry who goes down by the hands of Venom. Marcos Esports, Gumla Boy, he's up next, the target. But there's a retaliation from 1+K9.
Yeah, not far away from these teams. There's going to be Aiku Solo still playing it a bit safe. They know that they need to be more calculative for survival and make sure that they get those early points which they're looking at. Whereas 1+K9 on the other side, even this team is picking up frags. Look at how Matt Kings are just restrained themselves. Pro and Clutch God are the only two players out here, and Goblin, he dares to go out in the
Goblin.
open in that vehicle. Will Pro retaliate? It seems like he is going to do it, and Goblin is going to be down on his knees, and nobody to save in at this point of time. Legit is just going to watch his comrade fall off.
Goblin should have known that there are quite a few players out here. Better NINZA shuts one down from Why Not Esports. Mad Kings also getting caught off guard in the New York's motor area. We can see Clutch God and Pro. Both of them are right there. Goblin's crate is going to get looted. Legit gets some good loots to play with. But from far angles, you get to see Meta NINZA also having an eye right here on this compound. Victorious Summers, IQ Soul, Mad Kings, Meta NINZA, Why Not Esports. 5 teams right there in the New York's factory and test track. And Ronnie is not going to give any leeway to Why Not Esports. Wherever he's find the players, he's going to shut them away. Cyrex is still out there. He has got a height advantage out there, which is going to benefit him quite a bit, as he can see all the movements coming in from the teams and possibly put a backstab onto another one. Let's see if that is going to work out. But I love Rondo because of the way that it gives you the second chances. It gives you a different perspective in the game where everything is on the tippy toes in the other few matches. In Rondo, you get to see that recall tower. You get to see one of the player going out. But Hero Extreme Godlike, they have started to pop off.
Yeah, Jonathan's grenade, it doesn't miss much, and this time as well, it's done a hefty damage against the side of Hydro, who again tries to step out of cover, but there's fire on his feet, and that is going to be the opening they were looking out for. It's going to be Jonathan starting things off on a very good note. The follow probably might come through in case another grenade lands perfectly, and he does hear some footsteps. It's going to be Kyo Lamau cooking up a good grenade and making sure this one lands perfectly into the face of the opponents, gets another one down. The third one follows up closely as well, and S-Power's confirmation is gonna come through, as well as his knock is also going to get confirmed. Aiku, Team Tamilas, they're going to be the next team Godlike is going to face off.
They close off the metal doors as soon as they see Jonathan having a nade in his hand. He's cooking off a nade, and we all know how this man with the golden hand works with the grenades. It's like a mystical, magical grenade that comes through. But Joker on the other corner from Team IQ Soul gets paraded by Mad Kings. Initially Goblin, now Joker. I believe the last one is going to be legit out there in that New York's factory area. But for Jonathan to deliver, it's going to be difficult. But we have seen him doing 1v2s, 1v3s. It's not going to be the case at this point. Baba with a grenade. Beard Baba will sub it up for Hero Extreme Godlike right here. But we know Manya has gone for the recall tower as his teammate. But oh my god, this is not looking good.
Manya gets taken down midway by Nakul. Seriously, Raider?
It's a big upset, but the good thing is, even before this happened, Manya was able to recall his teammates. So it's okay. I mean, Manya, that's the first time he has been taken down. He can get that second chance. His teammates will be bringing him back. Same is the case for IQ Soul. As Nakul, Goblin there on the vehicle trying to hunt for VXT. But the other two, they are back in the flight. Mad Kings out there up against Meta Ninja and Victorious SUMUS. It's a difficult fight for them to deliver, but Somme with the UMP in the close range. Mad Kings with the shotgun in the close range. Let's see who's gonna get the better out of it. But mid-air, there's a connection by Clutch God. We were talking about his form. People were criticizing where this guy can go and how far he can push himself. But look at the way he delivered. Of course, Venom catches him off guard. He was trying to loot and heal. But nevertheless, lovely play by Clutch God, having 4 frags right in the New York's factory area.
Yeah, a composed gameplay coming in from the side of Clutch God shows why he is considered as one of the OGs in this game. And every single time I've seen him use a shotgun, it's phenomenal to watch him that way. Victorious SUMUS, we've got Venom surviving. And why not? We have got Boomy, who's been watching him very closely. And she's been tracking the fights taking place at this region. And probably now, she's going to wait for some backup to arrive and then probably push against the solo survivor. Nakul on the other side, he's going to get caught off guard. It's got to be Clutch God who puts him down. And immediately gets that confirmation. And guess what? With this, Clutch God is going to get a bit of loot as well.
Not just a bit of loot, but a huge amount of loot. Look at him getting all the best helmet, grenades, guns, whatever he really wanted. But I believe Nakul, this was his second finish, if I'm not wrong. So no recalls for him. IQ Solo will be handicapped for now as Nakul is out. And we know how vital Nakul is. Remember the first match when I won a chicken 6 to 7 frags all by Nakul. We know how chaotic this lad can be. Of course, there are certain moments where we get to see Nakul also back on the back foot as well, like this one. To be honest, Nakul spotted Clutch God first, and then he decided to change the vehicle. Some or the other thing happened. Aim was not that accurate on Clutch God, and Clutch God retaliated in a better way. Things happens. But Mad Kings, so far, they're looking absolute behemoths. In the yesterday's Rondo, again, similar storyline. 7 to 8 frags even before the final stages came through. But yes, at the end, the winner chicken dinner never really came through for Mad Kings. Today, they have to work on this. They can get 15 to 16 frags at the end, have a winner chicken dinner, boost themselves out there, just like what IQ Soul did after winning the ERANGEL. That should be the plan for Mad Kings.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we have considered Team Tamilas to be the strongest team in the map of Miramar. We have considered True Rippers to be one of the teams who are very strong in the map of ERANGEL, right? Now, I feel that Rondo have found their conquerors, and it's in the name of Mad Kings, because every single time Mad Kings come in here, they're bound to take at least 10 points, either by finishes, either by the combination of finish and placement points, and rarely have I seen them lose fights in the map of Rondo. So let's see whether they can continue the domination, and in case Mad Kings gets a chicken dinner here, they're going to be climbing up the ladder so much that we might find them in the podium by the end of this game.
Oh, Nakul had that recall. He got the recall. Unfortunately, the gods were right there. He was coming out of the building, trying to come back with the teammates. But this time it's not going to happen. Hero Extreme Godlike, they punish Nakul. There's that. One of the players down for IQ Soul, but Hero Extreme Godlike will be getting some of their opening frags as well. 1 plus K9 on the other corner. Hunting for Eggy. Yeah, he spotted the head. But he's looking forward to see where the player is going to pop off. K9 Ninja Boy, he's a very good hunter. He traces out his opponent. But Sile OP, he was just waiting patiently to see if somebody is going to come to the recall tower. And there's that AUTOBOTZ Lobster, one of the most lethal one from Team AUTOBOTZ. Gets caught off guard. And that in itself is going to be a big problem for AUTOBOTZ, as now Pro becomes the last man standing. He has to go outside the circle probably, and then bring his teammates back.
Absolutely, Sahil, another phenomenal player. I've been speaking about this player. I've seen him closely in Vasista Esports, playing really good games, being one of the most mature ones when it comes to those close range battles and survivals. So I would love to see him replicate the same out here. Whereas Roman on the other side, he gets taken down by Dragon, and that means not far away from this position is Team Tamilas, and they're looking forward for some fights as well.
Patience. Hero Extreme Godlike, for them, it's very, very important to get this one home. Manya, super low. Is he going to go down? No. Patches with the band-aids. And pretty close, Mad Kings. We talked about Mad Kings being the dominating force right here. Let's see if they can continue that domination. Yesterday as well, we got to see Apollo delivering a 1v3. Today again, Shadow gets caught off guard. There's a knock from Edmino. Shadow goes down. And I believe that's one of the first one. But there's a retaliation. Manya is also done and dusted. Hero Extreme Godlike. If you take down the opponent's side here, they're going to repay the favor by taking down yours. Manya is out. Shadow is out from the other side. Extreme fighting up against each other. The bigger question is who's going to get the recall and who's going to finish the other party off. INFINIX Troopers, Jelly. He strikes some fame.
Absolutely, Apollo versus Goblin. These two assaulters head on with one another. Seems to be a treat to the eyes for now. Apollo, he plays it really clever. What he does is damages the vehicle so much that just in case Goblin thinks of getting into the vehicle, he can just bombard him in the blast of that vehicle itself. But for now, Goblin heals himself and he's waiting for an off angle to be held. Meta Ninja on the other side, Fame gets taken down. The revival will come through successfully. But True Ripper's Jelly, is he going to fall back or is he going to come back to get this confirmation?
Jelly rotating. Of course, see, at this point, it's a very critical fight that we are always talking about. Mad King Shadow on the other corner will shut down Goblin. And Goblin, this was, I believe, the second frag that he was able to survive. But then, now Aiku Soul is actually in a very big pickle situation. They've lost a bunch of their players. Mad Kings is still out there, even on the northern western corner of test track, so a bit of a rotation that they have to cut. Jadena City. For Marcos, it's going to be an easy rotation through the Jadena City bridge. And eventually on the southern corners, you get to see INFINIX Troopers spanning out and trying to take the circle control. But look at the kind of circle that is. 30% of the area is in the water body. It will bring a lot of challenging fights for the teams.
Absolutely. And also, if teams like True Ripper stick to their basics and go back to the shorelines, I do believe that, they're going to have a greater chance to get that winner chicken dinner. Godlike as well, they've chosen to go for a late rotation. Will they have space inside the circle when they try to enter it? Or will they counter somebody to third party and then find a good compound for themselves? Team Tamilas now holding the corners, are hoping that DSG do not tag them off. As DSG go in for a very reckless rotation as of now. And luckily, they don't find any of the opponents peppering upon them.
A bit of a damage from Beard Baba from Team Tamilas, but nothing serious. Levy on the other corner is super serious by taking down Henry. Mad Kings Pro. The problem that they initiated that particular fight way too long outside the circle up against Hero Extreme Godlike and then against Goblin from Team Soul. It is costing them as Pro gets taken down by the play zone. We talked about the play zone control. I believe that it's going to be very, very tough for these lads coming from the northern corner, as there are so many teams who are going to be flooded on the edges, like Team Tamilas, like multiple other teams. But INFINIX Troopers, they had a compound in the circle, but they decided to play on the edge, on the ridges. Team DSG, should I say, will be a problem for Team INFINIX Troopers, so they need to really find out. Meta NINZA on the other corner up against AUTOBOTZ, they are also losing blood. Players are getting taken down. Retaliations are coming through, as we can see on the other side of the map. Meta NINZA, they have got a stronger manpower. Pro. Here comes the last man standing. He was here to revive his teammate. He was able to recall, but then look at the losses that are happening. Beautiful rotation by Lobster. Fame. He knocks out his own teammate. It is going to cost Meta NINZA quite a bit. But the question is, what will Lobster do? As Pro is out, Arib is seeking for a revival. He's going to go for the grenade, which can find Soma and Ronnie, both of them. There goes the nade. He tosses it away. Chip damage, but nothing serious so far.
Absolutely, to and fro. That's going to be the case. Soma is going to be cooking up a grenade, a very crucial one. If this lands, then there could be an opening. But Lobster is prepared to counter it. But some way or the other, they understand it's a very risky move. And Lobster falls back a little bit. From a distance, I see Ralph on the high grounds trying to keep an off angle. Just in case he gets an opportunity, for sure, he's going to strike to put down a player or two. And there it is. We spoke about Ralph, and he puts down Ronnie and immediately heads in for confirmation.
Perfection with the timing at that point. I really thought that somebody from AUTOBOTZ is going to get tagged as the way they were just holding off the rooftops. But nevertheless, it's Meta NINZA who is already crumbling down with regards to the manpower. they will receive another loss. Recall towers will be getting deactivated very, very soon, as the 4th play zone will be coming down in just a minute or so. For Meta Ninja, big problems are coming through. They were not consistent in semi-finale, and it feels like that their consistency is at stakes once again in the LCQ. But there's a grenade that Lovish wanted to pop off, and he is going to find something, I believe, of value. But is it done for Aiko Soul? As we get to see Legend and Joker getting summed up, Goblin Knuckle were already out initially. Yeah, Team Soul is done.
Oh my goodness, Sile OP. Or Smoker rather from BXT did the deal this time around. And this is one point I would want to speak with you, Raider. Smoker, being an IGL for Likita Esports previously, suddenly turns out to be a filter or a frontline of sort of Somraj. I wasn't expecting a changeover like this. Do you think that this change can be a game changer for the team? I don't know about that. For now, it's got to be Somraj trying to be the game changer. He's got to be trapped up top. You see Ari connects that shot as well. And I wonder why Ari was silent out there. But S-Power, he starts to pop off as well. 6 eliminations and 3 players from Godlike still alive, trying to fight it out against the side of Qualifier. And this time, it seems like we're going to have a very, very good fight with Jonathan jiggling around. Puts down DSG as well.
Switches the weapon, delivers the blow with the M4, the trusty M4. INFINIX Shores have spotted, have heard all the audio cues coming through. But answering your question, I believe we have seen such role changes, Arka. We have seen such role change where the Vasista Esports is Simp right now, initially playing as a support for Godlike, as they already had their assaulters. But now Simp has adhered to the role of being the assaulter, and look at how beautifully he has delivered. The table topper for semi-finale, and Vasista straight up moves forward for the LAN event, skipping the LCQ trouble. That's how brutal things can be, and I believe Smoker can do the same stuff. Now being the filter, now having a little bit of a lesser responsibility with regards to rotations and all. Yes, of course, he's going to filter it out for Somraj. But the way his assaulting skills are coming through, the way he's delivering 1v1s is, again, super amazing. Now let's come back to the fights. INFINIX True Rippers, they have held Team Godlike at bay. Mad Kings, they were trying to fight up against their enemies Wildfang in the previous matchup. Again, they were going head to head up against each of them in the ridge. But for Godlike, it's difficult, I believe. Even if they fend off Marcos, INFINIX True Rippers is going to keep them at bay. So for Godlike, these 8 frags is something that they have to cherish, or maybe get some more frags if it's possible. Let's see if that's going to be the case. Eggy gets pelted with a grenade. His power super duper low. INFINIX True Rippers from the back ends is lining up the shots.
Absolutely. Admino on the other side is also going to get tagged off. Eggy's grenade lands perfectly, and that's going to be again making sure that Johnny's going to be the last man standing, even though shots are being connected. S-Power gets taken down, and finally the last lane in the coffin also gets cleared off. And this time around, Eggy is showing some phenomenal moves here and there, sticking around until and unless we see the last player coming in from the side of Team Tamilas, follows up by Ralph coming in from the side of Meta Ninja to end things perfectly for them. But what's more important for them is how will they make it inside the circle, with True Rippers having a keen eye on finishing them off.
Devotee, he goes down. Rising Esports, they are charging it right now. INFINIX True Rippers, it's a big angle to hold up, but there are 3 players who are charging them. It's very, very difficult, and there you go, kill about, despite the fact that he was able to pull up wonderful stuff up against Devotee. But 3 men from Rising Esports, they were able to completely suppress this player. And now Rising Esports is eyeing for the next one, and that's going to be Ninja Boy probably. Look at those grenades going on. A complete parade of grenades going in. Cyrix, does he have the information? Does he have the right idea of where the player is? Ninja Boy, he backs out, and Ninja Boy's grenade is going to connect actually. There were 3 players grenading him. Exactly, there were 3 players who were grenading him, and he puts up a grenade. Cyrix goes down, and he's like, yeah, I'm interested in this fight. I've got the upper edge advantage.
Yeah. I don't think so. The confirmation might come through, but pestering some Molotovs might do a bit more of damage. He tries to peek into the left to see whether he can pick up somebody from Meta Ninja, but the more time K9 finds over here, the more chances of Meta Ninja pushing in against that of RIE. So I'm hoping to see some changes out here, but for now, 1+ K9. I mean, 4 finishes from Ninja Boy. We were speaking about this. If Ninja Boy starts to kick off, then the team can expect to end on a very good note in this map as well.
There's Marcos on the back lines. Eggy, he gets a reset. Ralph was able to bring his teammate back, but the question is, how far are they going to push themselves? Tarian getting pelted with a lead. Super duper low at this point, but still circle control is something that is going to put a major problem for them. Victorious SUMUS. Again, bit of a survival, but now that they are in the top 7, again getting pelted with bullets. Eggy. Oh my god, what Ralph are you trying to do? He goes outside the circle, is not going to give finish to his opponents. Marcos, they are done for this one, but Rising Esports, Rondo is that particular map where a lot of teams are going to find themselves back. One of them is going to be Why Not Esports, but not for long as Wynette goes out at the 6th spot in the lobby. Rising up against 1+ K9 Ninja Boy. JD, he's in the circle. K9 Ninja Boy is on the flank angles, trying to deliver the blows. And Rising Esports, they know that there's a player on that angle. That's why they're being very, very cautious about it. But back-to-back consistent plays from Wildfang, I'm super happy with them.
Absolutely. Now, JD Gaming, he was the first person to get eliminated every single time throughout the day. And this time around, he's able to survive until stage 6. With Ninja Boy as a support for him, I think JD can do a phenomenal job in picking up some frags. Whereas on the other side, RIE, this team is starting to impress me more. Aryan from one side starts to pick things off. Whereas Cyrax as well, he's got 4 frags. And slowly and steadily we see them. They're going to pick up their players every now and then, even if they get taken down. So it's going to be Cyrax 4 frags, Aryan 4 frags. And somewhere, I believe that 4 more is going to be added from the other 2.
Resets are happening, which is the best part in this particular fight for Rising Esports. Every now and then they get knocked out, but there's a reset. Mafia's grenade is going to be super close, but it was overcooked. Did not strike at the right moment, but finally Venom is going to put an end on Devotee's reset. Cyrex is down. That's exactly where maybe the end of Rising Esports could have happened. Venom, he goes down. Mafia getting tagged out. That small crater with a pickaxe and grenade that has been created. It's not getting easy for them to work with, but of course SUMUS already has been very fruitful in this particular match. Double-digit finishes all together for them in the top 5. That means around 17 to 18 points of game is already there for them. A brilliant head start for them. Mad Kings, Wildfang. Both of these teams are in the circle, but there are some more grenades that Aryan wanted to toss. And with these grenades going in, let's see if he's going to find some or the other opening. But Shadow from the other corner for Mad Kings. He is down to the knees. Mad Kings could be saying farewell very, very soon. But Venom goes down by the hands of Henry. He's still outside the circle. I believe same will happen to Henry as well. Stuck outside the circle. There you go. He has been taken down. 1+ K9. Wildfang with the strongest contendership of this winner with the chicken dinner. And Mafia, he's here to question that.
Mafia gets in closer. Sensei is already cooking up a grenade, tracking that footsteps. If this lands perfectly, that's going to be another one in their favor. And he does it to perfection with 3 men standing and Spray God kicking things off. He's got 3 frags so far, and he knows the location of the final team, which is inside the waters. And I still feel that first they would love to take down 1+ K9 and then concentrate on the team in the waters. Spray God puts up a grenade, will be registering another knockout there. He's going to step in a bit more forward. He knows another one. He's predicted his location perfectly. 1 more grenade lands in perfectly, and that's the end of the story. 4 frags, make it 5. The last man standing. That also gets registered. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the winner chicken dinner is taken away by Wildfangs as they claw their way into this Rondo map.
Phenomenal stuff from the sides of Wildfang. Sensei, Spray God, what a play from their corner. They waited long enough. They were trying their level best to get a lot of winner chicken dinners in the semi-finale. They were trying their level best to be consistent in that particular stage. It didn't make the cut, but now in the LCQ, you get to see a different perspective of Wildfang. And I have talked about this on the very start of the particular day of LCQ day number 1, that now that 8-bit is out of equation, now that if you see Blitz is out of the equation, Non-X is out of the equation, those drop clashes and rotation clashes that were usually happening for them in semi-finale, now that all those equations are out, maybe Wildfang is going to boost off their positioning, be better at their game, and that's exactly what is happening. That initial reckless situation that they were not able to control is now controllable. Now they can loot, now they can rotate in a better situation and deliver. And this Rondo specifically, they had that compound and they never left it. There were so many fights happening, Arka, but they never left it.
I mean, Wildfangs, they understood, right? There are several teams who will try to extend themselves, lose players. When they come into the final circles, they won't have that man advantage. And as they read all of this perfectly, Sensei was like, you know what? This time, let's hold our horses. Let's not go for any kind of a hasty fight. Even though we are not going for a recall, it's fine. We will prioritize the final circle. We're going to make sure that Spray God survives until the end, because that's going to be the most crucial thing they have to do. And we can see the result, right? Spray God in that final moments, he picked up to 5 frags which was lying around him.
Of course. being the Grenadier up against 1+ K9, Ninja
Yeah.
Boy, and the other guy, JD. He got taken down by the grenades and then eventually aiming his M4 onto the players of Mad Kings. Brilliant stuff coming in from SprayGod and the entire team. Having said that, guys, we'll be back after a quick short break with a lot of stats and match number 4 as well. Stay tuned.
Dreaming about me?
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
You love you a real one. Pull up when the shift done. Roll out, let me feel some. I just wanna feel some. Fall through, let me feel some. Weak spot for the brown eyes. And them low lights glowing on you. What you want, I'm outside. Spin the block on the downside. Hold me down, don't fold on me. I'm him to the gravestone. Shirt say 6, I'm a ghost son. God. You let her post for the camera. I like you better than Candy was. You left the city that gave you the head on your shoulder. You got an advantage point. Jump on my line when it's PM, I give it the stamina. You fell in love with potential before me, somebody that left you the damage, huh? Well, bless your heart. Hey, go and protect your heart. 10 down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold on, let me take my time. Take my time. Take my time. Take my time. 10 down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold on, let me take my time. Say so when I make find out how you make it. Bet I make you feel amazing. Pressing up against that body, turn you to somebody to me, let me face it. Pretty soul, I make a face. How did I go from a stranger to someone you hit up when you need a favor? Drop low on occasion, and I bless that heart. 10 down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold on, let me take my time. I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold up, let me take my time.
Move out the way like damn. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. I got a plan. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like, do you know who I am? Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them dance.
Dreaming about me?
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the grand stage of Esports Excellence. The Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu, in association with the Government of Tamil Nadu, proudly presents the Chennai Esports Global Championship by Skyesports, co-powered by AMD, mobility partner is Mahindra, associate partner the production lab WD Black and Red Bull, official display partner is Zovi, ticketing partner is Ken. Get your tickets right now, and my part on the disc once again is going to be Arka. How are you, man, and what are you expecting from this second half of the day?
I mean, so far as what my calculations have been, the first team to reach 50 points is going to be Team Tamilas, right? So I feel that after 9 points, having such a good position at the top of the table, they might look to be a bit more aggressive than what they're looking right now. Because I feel that probably teams like Wildfangs and those who are slowly able to rise up, they're going to be a tough competition in case the teams at the top won't go a bit more aggressive.
I think more or less you are indicating on teams like Victoria Summers because
Yeah,
they were not being that consistent.
yeah,
But lately, if you see the previous match of Rondo, Victoria Summers also secured some good amount of points. I believe the
yeah,
finishes were already down to like 14, 15 finishes. So that's huge for Victoria Summers. They
yeah.
survived till the top four, top five spots. So that's again amazing. Now let's talk about the MVP. Let's see if it is someone from Victoria Summers or is it Spray God from One Blade Wildfang or who is that particular guy? Oh, it's actually Venom from Victoria Summers. As expected, 8 amazing finishes, but still close to 60% finish contribution. That means, again, north of easily 14, 13, 14 finishes for Victoria Summers as a whole. Beautiful stuff by this lad known as Venom.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw how his grenades were connecting properly. That small artificial ridge which was created by a grenade, making use of it from holding one corner, they were able to pick up so many points. And when it comes to the team's highest finishes, we've got Matt Kings, we've got 14 so far. You matching up to Victoria Summers. The best contribution, obviously, is going to be from Spray God, as we saw how well he was able to contribute at the final moments of the game. Whereas the best rating will be going to Matt Kings for the not only for the survival, but also for the 14 finishes they were able to pick up.
Lovely stuff from Matt Kings, no doubt on that. Being aggressive, surviving till the top two. Phenomenal stuff from their corner, and that's exactly why, even after the fact that One Blade Wildfangs were able to get the win over the Chicken Dinner, it's Matt Kings who is actually going to take the table toppers list. Lovely stuff. 20 points. Wildfangs gets their own 17 points. Victoria Summers, same goes for them. Double digits for Rising Esports as they secured 14. So it's Rondo, and it's kind of justified that a lot of teams have got double digit frags in their favor. Look at Hero Extreme Godlike. All 9 points for the frags. We just talked about this, that Miramar was the map where Manya was able to get the first 5 points in regards to the placement points for the team of Godlike. But seems like that they are once again back to the same meta, same positioning, same POV, whatever you want to call it out, and they are once again lacking in terms of placement points. But Team Tamilas again hit on their consistency as they were able to get just 3 more points from the last game, which should have been big for them.
Yeah, and one team which I'm impressed with is going to be AUTOBOTZ. 52 finishes, the highest so far by a team, and still, they kind of lack the top position. All because they don't have those position points. But I know they can come back stronger. I know it's all about trying to be in the top 8, and that is why Mad Kings, Meta Ninja, True Rippers, all of these teams are making a comeback of their lifetime. Because if they do not qualify for this LAN event, probably they'll have to wait for the next year to come up, and until then, we won't be able to see this lads perform anywhere.
It is definitely going to be tough for these individuals if they do not build the consistency. And for that, we have the map number 10 coming up very, very soon. ERANGEL. Second ERANGEL of the day, and should I say fifth ERANGEL of the LCQ. So the notion of not being able to judge or figure out where the teams are going to jump or how the drop locations are going to work, I think that is out of the box at this point. Versatile versus Hero Extreme Godlike. We'll have to see if that is going to happen again. But we have seen that even when the drop locations are exactly same, Hero Extreme Godlike and Versatile, they have actually decided in a situation where they can easily go head to head very early into the circle. They decide to like keep themselves at bay and then eventually fight at the end whenever the circle pushes them up against each other. But yeah, the match has been started. Shooting range to Milta Power, starting from the northern western corner to going all the way towards the central eastern shift. Areas like Primorsk, Ferry, Pier, Query, where Why Not Esports, where Team Tamilas enjoy their drops. They're going to have find something different, find a different drop location for themselves, or maybe get some vehicles.
Yeah, absolutely. Military base, True Rippers, how are they going to make it towards the Novo military base? Yes, they could light the way, but just in case some teams at the military region picks up a gun and tries to, duck hunt some birds in the air, then the story can be a little bit different. But yes, True Rippers, they go to their secondary drop location towards the Zarki region as of now. AUTOBOTZ head towards the Georgiopol region. We've seen Mad Kings, they're closely going with another team, and they're heading towards the Ruins region, and that would be Why Not Esports.
Interesting approaches coming through. 1 plus K9, holding of Severny. I think Stalber is something which DSG loves to play with. But Team Soul, Hero Extreme Godlike, Versatile. these three teams are going to be very, very interesting to watch. Even ICO Team Tamilas, that's a good decision from their corner that they drop in farm and get some vehicles, go to Ferripier, Query or Primorsk, and Circle can actually have that drastic shift. You never know, BGMI Gods can put that Circle down south in the military based region, or maybe on the western banks of Primorsk, or Query could be there with regards to the Circle. For Meta NINZA, today's day has not been that pleasing. Every now and then they become the targets rather than becoming one of those who are hunting for the targets. Versatile, big shift in their approach as well, but Somraj goes down as soon as he drops from the parachutes. He goes down by the hands of Edmino. And remember guys, it's not Rondo. Yeah, I know that the feeling of Rondo is still there, but then again, it's not Rondo. We have to be very cautious with the manpower, and Versatile unfortunately lost their IGL.
You know what I love the most about this fight? The different approach from both the IGLs. Manya, he was the last man to land, and before he landed, he gave out information to Admino, who had already got guns in his hand. And
Right.
that's one of the best ways for you to guide as an IGL. Even though Johnny was at a distance, he was like the insurance. He was not welcome towards the Pochinki region, but rather he was at a distance. He picks up, he loots well, and then Manya says, you know what, now I think we have a better upper hand, we have man advantage, why don't you come and join the team? The biggest problem with VXT right now, apart from Smoker, everybody else are in the crosshairs of Godlike. And from here on, they need to quickly make their way to the eastern side of this place. Make sure that they take down at least one player, the weakest amongst them all for now.
I believe at the same point, I think even direction Godlike has to be very cautious, because now that the VXC is already damaged, they know that they are on different angles, and isolated players can actually put the player down and finish them off. That's why if you really want to be aggressive enough on the opponents, you have to like time your attack, figure out a good trade fire, build some synergy, and then eventually push in. But meanwhile, Kuhu, in the first angle, she was able to shut down 2 from Meta NINZA. Right now, she's at loss. But guys, you can be at the benefit of watching the biggest spectacle, the esports excellence by SDAT and State Government of Tamil Nadu. You get to see the CEGC, the Chennai Esports Global Championship in Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium. From 14 to 15, these BGMI giants will be going head to head. What you have to do is just basically download the app of Ken, purchase your tickets. Free tickets are available. Tickets with prices are available. Different set of tickets are available. You can just go ahead and check them out. But Archie Gaming, she's stuck. There's a grenade that is being cooked. Oh, she decides to
clever move.
once again take the zipline and eventually just move out of here.
Oh, she
That's a
needs to
clever
be
one.
careful. She needs to be careful, because in case they get a bit of an angle, they'll be able to tag her off. Slug and Ninja Boy, they're trying to do their best, but Archie on the other side, she's gonna just fly away from this position, glide away from this position. But what's more important is whether she's gonna make it back up, or the other 2 players from the K9, they're just gonna follow it, just like JD is doing right now. Follow that car to its final destination and then put her down.
It's definitely going to be problematic for DSG, as they do not have the loot. And there you go. Omega is already waiting patiently right here. He's not going to show himself. A very interesting approach coming through. But Hachi Gaming, does she have any idea that there's one?
And look at
As
Ninja
Omega
Boy.
is still holding off, and yeah, Ninja Boy is coming in with the vehicle. But Omega, he knows that his teammates have already tagged Archie quite a bit. And for Archie, it's going to be very, very difficult. Let's see if she's going to once again tap on it. No, there you go. Nothing feasible. Omega puts her down. That's how second frag comes through. But there is so much more happening in the lobby. Versatile, they lost 1. Why not? They have lost 1. And now DSC, they have lost 2 of their own. Team Tamilas, they are also on the back foot, as their 1 player has been knocked out. And it's Beard Baba.
It's been Beard Baba from the beginning, right? Beard Baba, slowly and steadily, he's the risk taker. They've given that role to him because he knows how to escape from a certain situation. He knows how to survive so that his teammates can come and give him a revival. And with Mr. IGL playing the backlines, it's so evident that Dragon and Rico are preparing themselves to be the deadly duo for the side of Team Tamilas.
Now, what will Team Why Not do? To be honest, in some matches we have seen the sheer power that Why Not carries, and that the reason why they were able to get 4 winner gunners out of 5 in Luna stage qualifier. But once they were there in the semis, they failed to promise. They failed to be promising, and then eventually in LCQ as well. Some matches where we got to see QQ performing exceptionally well, but overall a complete package never really came through. And now Jelly is stuck. Why is this happening for INFINIX Rovers? They are planning. They are figuring out such a big stage to play PMGC group stage, and now
nice
such
grenade.
decisions where they are being isolated. The grenade was nice, but look at the chase that is coming in from AUTOBOTZ. There's no room for Jelly to do anything. That's it. Once again, the IGL goes out.
I mean, I was expecting Jelly not to toss that grenade deep into the stairs, or rather put it just outside the room and then try to hold an angle from inside of the room. So, you know, restricting the players from making it inside, and eventually the grenade is going to do the deed. I've seen him done that before, rarely in one of those scrims, and I was expecting him to do the same. Nevertheless, you know, this pressured situation, and AUTOBOTZ, they were looking like a pack of hungry wolves, all four of them just rushing together, and they also made sure that they jiggle as they go inside. So it became very tough for Jelly to, you know, track one player down, and with more than one player coming in, he didn't know whom to hit first.
Oh, there you go, Wildfang. It felt like maybe Spraygon is going to go down, but no, FS Lovish is the one who got targeted. Instantaneously, you get to see Roman bringing the Wrath from the building. And it's unfortunate, in the previous matchup, they got the winner. They are up on the leaderboard in the top 3. But it feels like that FS is here to question that, because FS is also super close to that top 3 position, or are they in the top 3 position. They just want to contend them. Brilliant stuff from FS Esports, specifically talking about Roman. Worldblade Wildfangs had no idea that there is such an angle already available for FS Esports, and FS strikes at the right moment. Lovish will be back on his feet, and he'll be thanking Roman for doing this stuff.
Absolutely, Wildfangs losing 2 of their crucial players, experience out of the picture. Now it comes down to the 2 youngsters to, you know, be the flag bearers for the team. I don't think so. It's an easy job for them. Yes, they're going to be listening to their IGL very closely, probably holding the center, and trying to play for possession points is going to be their top priority. But after having such a good run throughout the day, Wildfangs, after reaching into the top 2 or the top 3 position, now getting picked off one after another like this, I feel that, you know, they're turning overconfident yet again.
The thing is, honestly, I believe at this point, Roman's angle was something that they had no idea about. I believe their approach was right. They were able to put down FS Esports' Lovish. But again, those angles that FS Esports were able to build was something that they had clearly no idea about, and that actually costed them this particular loss. I still believe they can be very, very cautious about this entire play and then eventually push through, hopefully get some more points. At least some placement points is what Sensei is going to look at. That should be the approach for the team. Overall, yes, Wildfangs has been very, very promising today. And if you see the overall impact today, once they started the day, they had somewhere around 47 points. Right now they are north of 75. That clearly shows us that in the next 2 games, after 7th match, I believe they had 47 points, but in the next 2 games, after match number 9, you get to see them over 75 points. That clearly showcases that Wildfang has done their part. They have acquired a good amount of points. They are trying to be consistent. Of course, not every single match is going to be beneficial for them. There will be certain moments where they're going to be weak, and specifically when this kind of play zone comes through, a lot of teams are going to be weak. But here, Extreme Godlike, look at their rotation. They are in the military base region where usually you get to see INFINIX Troopers, Meta NINZA. Meta NINZA is there, but Team Godlike, this could be a wonderful stuff from their corner. As a circle, if it comes down south, it is going to be beneficial for Team Hero Extreme Godlike, but if it goes up north, you have to find your hovercrafts ASAP.
Victorious SUMUS, another team. I'm kind of worried for this team now. I know that Mafia and OS have been playing for a really long time now. Venom as well. He was a new addition, and later came Fury, right? But the synergy between them seems to be still a big question. I know that individually most of these players have got some really good, what do you say, firepower, really good talent. But I don't think so. It's going to be an easy thing for them to, you know, get into sync, try to understand OS playing style, and then try to make it through. But Knuckle is going to burn most of his bullets to make sure that there's one player nowhere in the waters. But yes, it's going to be an easy picking for whoever finds him in that 6x scope.
They have no idea about Ninja Jord and Aimbot, as they are also moving to the to this dock area. They can find this entirety of play where in the wide open regions you get to see Legit and the other guys, but Aimbot and Ninja Jord, they're also getting pelted by the bullets. Smoker fights back. You have talked about Smoker, and we can see how fruitful Smoker is. But unfortunately, Smoker is also going to get taken down. Aimbot through the running vehicle. He connects the dots. Now, where is the other 2 remaining from IQ Soul? Where are the other 2 players? They're far away. It's Goblin. Let's see if he's going to push through and give his teammate that escape path. It is going to be a challenge. Knuckle already knocked out, giving up the information of where the players are. But from far away angles, Iku Soul once again are on the losing end. Goblin, he has spotted where this entire play is happening. It's back in the vehicle. There's the spray. There's the spray. Goblin connects and shuts down aimbot. The retaliation, the audacity that Goblin has got, the beautiful aim game that Goblin has got, it delivered.
Absolutely, but it all thanks to Knuckle. You know, because Knuckle was knocked out there and all he was doing was relaying that information. Now getting in closer, they need to be careful because Smoker might be knocked out in one corner. He's also going to be giving up a lot of information. And look at him, he's sitting inside the vehicle, but eventually he's going to be caught off guard as Poker gets finished off. Whereas not far away is Ninja Jot, right? He's cooking up a grenade. He knows the location of this player. One good grenade cooked, and that's going to be the end of the story for Iku Soul. But all thanks to Jokers off angle, he's going to keep Ninja Boy at bay for a brief period of time.
I was really thinking that maybe Iku Soul is going to face the same stuff as they faced in the previous map of Rondo, where they were left with all alone last two members, but that's not the case. Ninja Jot now have sprayed down some bullets, and he's all alone. Goblin knows that, the other three knows that, other two knows that, and some grenades, some utilities. I think that could be it for Ninja Jot. But if there is a 1v3 duo from Ninja Jot, it will be amazing stuff. But no, mid-air Knuckle catches him. 3 finishes for Iku Soul. Nothing really good for the sides of Team Versatile. We have talked about their consistency, we have talked about their lack of getting points, and they are once again not being able to fruitfully get some good points out of the leaderboard. Unfortunate situation for them. That's how 10 matches are done out of 24.
I did not understand as to why they had to carry Smoker in the vehicle. They could have easily gone in for a revival behind that vehicle, finished off Knuckle, looted Knuckle's crate, and made sure that they've got enough smokes to fall back to, Ninja Jot. It was a very textbook basic which was not followed by VXT. Nevertheless, they have faced, a very hard truth, and I believe that they've learned the lesson the hard way for now. Whereas Devotee on the other side, he's going to be pushing his luck with 2 of these players, giving an off angle to him. Very easily, he'll be able to knock the player. And there it goes. The confirmation also follows up quickly. And as of now, Iku Soul, they're going to be handicapped with just 3 men standing. And slowly and steadily, I'm able to see that Godlike, they're also spreading their wings. And this time, they've got 2 early frags with all 4 men standing. And which is a good start for them.
A really important match after Miramar. We have not yet seen Hero Extreme Godlike getting the placement points. This could be the perfect moment. They have got the full 4-man power. They have got a hovercraft as well. So that water body rotation is not going to be a big problem for them. I think odds are definitely in their favor. So they need to really buckle up at this point. Admino, he knows the positioning of Some. He knows that somebody is up there on that hill. And even if I talk about, guys, the first match of LCQ, similar play zone was there. The Meta Ninja, similar play was coming in from their corner, but Team Tamilas, they stole the thunder. Let's see if Meta Ninja is going to make this one fruitful. Although the circle is not coming in a similar situation. Circle is going a bit on the northern corner. And that's why Some had to evacuate.
An early rotation again coming in from the side of Meta Ninja. They're going to be very happy with the performance so far, if you ask me. Because a newer team, slowly the synergy is coming up. They've got 33 frags so far. They've got 20 points in possession. 1 good game from 53. They can jump into the top 5. I feel everything is going to go in their favor. And the next circle, which has formed up, that is going to be shown on our screens over here. Godlike, they're going to be betrayed royally. Whereas Manya thought that the circle might come up towards the military base region. This time, it falls back to the mainland. And again, they'll have to take a longer route. And how are they going to cross over? Because through the bridges, Meta Ninja is already prepared on the other side.
Goblin, he looks tagged. Pew Pew Gaming is super close, and I believe that can be a lost cause for him. But Team Tamila's Dragon is going to shut down Cyrex. Goblin repatches himself. Now INFINIX Reapers is on the move. They are eyeing for that compound, but now they know that there are some shots being taken, exchanged. The Team Soul, brilliant engineering by Legit. The way he has positioned his team right now, got 3 finishers and eventually have delivered a good compound for the team as well. I think where Goblin is sitting right now, this compound is very, very good. Although it has got a lot of open angles to play with, a lot of areas from which the grenades can come if somebody slams. But still, this area can give them the benefit. Grenades going in. Henry is going to get cooked with this molly. Knockout will be coming in pretty soon. Oh no, Henry just walked out of it. And now Shadow, the IGL from Mad Kings is down, but there's a retaliation. Clutch God will help his teammate, will help his captain to be back on his feet. But Aryan, what is he going to do? Are there any throwables available? Well, there are throwables available, and Aryan is cooking them. There goes the grenade. Bit of a chunk damage, maybe. But the slam is going to find Devotee, and that's it for Aryan. Clutch God. 3 amazing finishes, a 1v3 on Rising Esports. That's how you play. That's how you build the game. Mad Kings, they're here for the crown.
Clutch God, is he coming back to his prime? Is this player getting prepared for another era altogether? The redemption arc which we speak about, it seems like he's hungry for it. We have seen him lately in the socials as well. He's wanting to play more matches and he's wanting to play as quickly as possible. And everything seems to be paying off, all thanks to his hunger. But for now, he needs to be careful because the survival of Mad Kings completely relies on how they're going to hold that position. A very prime position, if you ask me, towards the shoreline region, right below the farm, or probably to the western side of farm.
This is going to be very interesting. The kind of circle that we have right now, a lot of teams are going to have tough time. Team Tamilas, they're still calculating their odds because remember guys, they started with 72 points today and they have got 81 altogether on the points table. So yeah, their game is seriously getting questioned at this point. The consistency is getting questioned. 82 points to be specific, so 10 points altogether in 3 games. Meta NINZA will find 1 from INFINIX to Rippers. Again, another setback for them. Initially Jelly and now Kivalamau. Bit of problem for them, but there's good rotation from his power with the hovercraft. The angle that this guy is able to get. Let's see if he can penetrate Meta NINZA's fortress and then eventually let his teammates push in. That's the case, but Shadow, he's being very calm and composed. He's not moving a muscle at this point. He lets the teammate go, but Manya, he gets caught off guard, and Meta NINZA is going to have the best benefit of it as Manya is now in shambles. He's going to get finished off. No revival whatsoever is possible. He's super duper low. There you go. Oh, the finish has been stolen from INFINIX to Rippers.
Yeah, absolutely well played by True Rippers, if you ask me. But Godlike, they're pushing into this petrol pump. They need to be careful because it's Ronnie in front of them. But that's not going to matter whatsoever because Jonathan lands one perfectly between the skull and make sure that he picks up a frag. Now with this, I think they're going to be handicapped. There's just one last player. Some with his IGL Shadow will have to do something wonderful. Give that opening to True Rippers. Because True Rippers, they've been watching all of this kerfuffle closely and they know that from here on, in case they have to weaken the side of Godlike, this is the chance and this is the time for them to do so.
I believe even for Hero Extreme Godlike, there's a wonderful opportunity to shut down Meta NINZA as the circle is going even more on the northern corner. 340 meters, 400 meters is what Hero Extreme Godlike has to travel. Meta NINZA has to travel even more. Aiku Soul, look at the placement for them in the play zone. Now Pew Pew, she's all alone I believe from the team of Wynot Esports. This is the perfect time when Team Soul can push in and eventually take the control of that particular compound. Victorious SUMUS versus FS is happening. Always goes down. Last match was great for Victorious SUMUS, but you have to build on consistency. Mad Kings, Shadow, he's not willing to stop as Team Tamila's Beard Baba is now knocked out, down to the knee, seeking for a revival.
S-Power slowly again raking up. I think now S-Power is going to be on a mission to restrict the side of Meta NINZA to make it inside the circle. Whereas on the other side, Victorious SUMUS,
yeah,
they have their eyes locked on Wild Fangs. Skana and Sam, the only 2 youngsters. And they've got another uninvited neighbor upstairs in the name of Slug. A good grenade or Molotov can end the things for them. And it's also going to be vice versa for the side of K9 as well. But Venom, he's going to be playing the key card, right? He's going to be the kingmaker in this situation.
I mean, 8 frags in the last match. Definitely he's the kingmaker for his own team. But is he going to be the kingmaker for Wild Fang and K9? That's a big question. And K9 is not intending to leave that compound where the other players are holding off. Slug is out there in the watchtower. Let's see if K9 is going to push through, probably take down Wild Fang, but that in itself will leave that entire compound pretty vulnerable where other teams can flood in. Hero Extreme Godlike, they have come close to FS. Still have to see where Team Soul is going to make their next move. Is it on Pew Pew's compound or some other compounds? As playing on the edges, playing on the open areas in such circle is going to be very difficult. You do have some ridges, you do have some small shacks and shrubs to play with. So I think that's exactly where a lot of teams are going to hold at. Still, the survival looks amazing. 14 teams, 40 players are out there, still hunting for the glory, hunting for the winner chicken dinner comeback probably is what everybody needs. But Hero Extreme Godlike their entire need for placement points, and somehow or the other, every now and then whenever they try to outshine, it's just that survival for the other teams is super good. Clutch God on the other corner gets contested by Arif from AUTOBOTZ.
Arib and Clutch God. Clutch God gets confirmed as well. Pro also gets taken down. This is bad news for the side of Mad Kings as Apollo, the last man standing. Now he's going to be falling back, but Shadows, Molotov became a big of a problem for his teammates as well. Apollo, he's going to be the solo survivor. Somewhere inside the circle, finds a shack for himself, survives with a bit of HP. I don't think so that now he's going to have any kind of problems until and unless we see somebody try to slam in that position. Roman. Now with that 4x, he's just waiting for somebody to either jump off the building or come towards that window so that he can strike. Now they're preparing so that, the next time it becomes easier. But Godlike, they're going for a deeper rotation this time around. They're heading towards INFINIX, True Rippers. And we have seen this happen before. True Rippers versus Godlike. And this time we'll have to wait and watch who's going to be standing on top. It's going to be Albino. Makes a small mistake. He's going to be punished for it. Johnny comes in from the other side. He also gets finished off. Godlike gets extinguished because it's Hydro as well as Harsh who yet again repeat history to eliminate Godlike.
And not just that, the amount of bullets that were flying from every single corner. Hero Extreme Godlike got overwhelmed. You have an opportunity, guys. The tickets are live. Get your tickets right now. Apollo goes down. But Goblin, with the grenade, he also goes down. Team Soul, they have taken the compounds of PvP Gaming. That means Team Vinod Esports is also done and dusted. 10 teams, 28 players still surviving out there. So much is happening in wide open areas. He could be the next target for Gamla Boy. But the location that he has chosen, Arib, is right there. One good spray, one good burst shot. That could be it. Let's see if Gamla Boy is going to trigger that. He decided to go for the spray, but eventually the timing was super late. And now Arib and his teammates, to be specific, Arib has already got 4 frags. He is absolutely strong with regards to the placement, with regards to the fragging potential that this guy has got. But the zone is just getting farther and farther for Team IQ Soul. They have to push in even deep now.
Absolutely, but True Rippers, they end up being the center of the circle. Open grounds in all 4 directions, and all they have to do is make sure that they keep their enemies at bay. FS, they're trying to, make sure that they restrict VS from making it inside the circle so that there's nobody to tag them off. Some, right below Arif, a low toss grenade towards that region will be an easy finish for Arif in case he's got a Molotov or a grenade in his hand.
Let's see if that is going to be possible. But IQ Soul, they get countered. Arif, he delivers again. Nakul is down. Gamla Boy, he also gets contested by Ninja Boy from 1+K9. Skyesports, they are charging into the circle, but they will have a bit of a trouble up against these lads from Team Marcos Esports. Let's see what they can do. Although they are also eyeing for the reset, but INFINIX up against IQ Soul. Similar things are happening. Vehicles are actually bursted, and 1+K9 from the backends are going to land the final shots. 1+K9 delivers the final blow, and that's how IQ Soul is done and dusted. What is Arib figuring out to do? He has got 5 grenades. He can actually go for a low toss, but he still wants to fight from this tower, from this angle. Marcos up against FS. FS is running super low, but so is Marcos.
I wonder why Arib is letting one man survive right below the tower. Or probably he gets finished off, and that is why I can see his teammates are slowly rushing in towards that very location. Ralph, they get a very good position as well. Eggy puts down Lowish. And now Team Tamilas, again, they survive to be in the top 5 of this game as well. True Rippers, they've got 2 players. The one shack they've been holding, they're holding with all their heart. No matter how many players try to rush in over there. First it was Godlike, then it is IQ Soul. And both these teams were decimated. And let me remind you, as my co-caster pointed out, it was also the contribution of other teams trying to retaliate at the very same time True Rippers were trying to fight out somebody outside of that shack.
It was 1+K9 for a brief moment. Initially when Godlike slammed, there was DSG as well slamming and eventually shutting down the bullets. So a lot of things have happened, but eventually Rico is going to finalize one more. It's Levy from FSC Sports. Today, we have seen Team Tamil Nadu struggling quite a bit, but this is one of the finest games that they've played so far, as they've survived till the top 5, got some good, decent finishes under their banner. And now AUTOBOTZ, another amazing team that I really wanted to talk about. They have struggled quite a bit right from the first match, second game of the semi-finale, where they were able to get big game, but after that they were struggling. That's why they are right now in the lower bracket in the LCQ. Even in LCQ episode, their positioning was not that super solid, but with this particular action, the way they have shut down the entirety of Team Tamil Nadu, they once again get their boost, and hopefully they will probably secure the top 2 slots.
JD Gaming still survives for 1+ K9 this time around. He sees Ari connect some shots as well, and that's going to keep Ari at bay. But will that be enough? Because now, not only will they have to make it inside the circle, but they will also have to tackle 2 teams at the same time. Omega, he'll have to toss that smoke grenade to the eyes of True Rippers, and that's the only way for him. But rather, he chooses to put it close to him, trying to calculate the distance between them and the circle. Hydro comes out in the open. We were speaking about this man surviving until the end and what kind of wonders he'll be able to pull off. He's got 3 so far and is prepared to pick up more.
Problem is, they cannot really come out of the circle that easily, come out of the area, the shack that easily. Hydro, he's also out there. But there are so many utilities that AUTOBOTZ is intending to use, and if not AUTOBOTZ, it's 1+ K9. So both the teams are eyeing for the same shack because they do know it's a very vital spot to work with. Hydro cooking off a nade of his own. Same goes for Harsh. Who is going to connect? That's a big question. Whoever finds the first opening, they can easily be the beneficial one. Lot of grenades, lot of utilities going on. Look at those one-toss grenades going in. But Lobster has pushed in deep. He's out there on the tree. Let's see if the nade connects. Lobster goes down. If that happens, it will be very beneficial. But K9 Omega, a little bit more guts. And he's pushing even more deeper. That grenade can go right in the shack, and if that happens, it will be the closing remarks for INFINIX Rippers. But they're still surviving so many smokes, and they're still resilient enough to survive, fight back. They're still hunting for the points, but Lobster finally connects as he was super duper close. He had that idea of where to put down the nade so that it can go in the shack rather than getting burst outside the shack. Look at this 1+ K9 now getting pelted.
It's going to be my friend Raider, because it's going to be AUTOBOTZ and 1+ K9 heading off. And this is going to be the place where True Rippers are just going to watch one of these teams get decimated, making sure it's a 2v4.
That's the case. It's a reset that is happening in the shack, but no, the reset will not happen as Hydro was outside the shack. Harsh is there fighting. Oh, he gets one down! The final shot will be coming in from AUTOBOTZ, and that's a glorious win over the chicken for Team AUTOBOTZ. Yes, they hunted for it. Arib, he started it all by taking down some good space up against his opponent, by doing something magical up against a strong contender. Remember guys, we talked about Mad Kings, the way they were fighting back up against Rising Esports. Clutch God, he got a 1v3 done. At that point, we had that notion that maybe Mad Kings, this is it. Maybe Mad Kings is once again going to find themselves back into the picture, hopefully get a win over a chicken dinner. All of that was denied by AUTOBOTZ. And that's exactly where AUTOBOTZ found that spark, and they lit it and brought in the fire to cook the chicken.
Absolutely. Now, we also have to talk about the resilience of True Rippers out here, right? You know, there was one player outside of the shack and there was one player inside of the shack. And the way Hydro was holding that position, several grenades coming in from the side of K9, and still they couldn't do anything to them. But if K9 had chosen to go against the side of AUTOBOTZ, I think they would have had a better outcome, because the man advantage was there for the side of K9. They had some good firepower. They could also use a lot of grenades towards that region. They had a lot of smokes to cover the center part of the circle as well. But it's easier for us to speculate. But sometimes when players are in that hot bowl, I feel that they choose the right thing to do at that point of time, and that's how we saw AUTOBOTZ dominate. But Lobster, this man, seems to be on the run for that MVP.
Not just Lobster, but I believe even Arib's contribution in this particular match was phenomenal. If he did not show that kind of sheer gun power, the kind of angle that he was holding off, all of that was very amazing, because from Arib's perspective, he was giving every single information to his other 3 teammates that where the players are pushing, what are those open spots where we can flood in, and how we can push through. So all of that was pretty amazing. We'll be back after a quick short break with a lot of stats and match number 5. Stay tuned.
तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल बूम बूम मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन
Dreaming about me.
दिल बोले बूम
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
plan. Damn, try to get my van. Laptop, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. Damn, try to get my van. Laptop, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the yams, I'm feeling like Bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. I got a plan. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like, do you know who I am? Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them. Damn, try to get my van. Laptop, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल बूम बूम मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन
Dreaming about me.
दिल बोले बूम
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
So many wonderful matches going back to back, and I can't ask any more in the LCQ so far. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CEGC 2025. Alongside me, it's going to be Arka, who has casted as well as enjoyed the game while I was watching it back. But AUTOBOTZ, they have done this once again, in spite of also talking about what happened in Rondo, so many big games coming back to back, 1 plus K9, even INFINIX 2 Rippers, again getting back into the momentum. It feels like the comeback story is underway.
Yeah, absolutely. With that, I believe Autobots might be able to make it to the top of the table. And for the first time, Team Tamilas might have been dethroned, because the only thing which Autobots were missing was those possession points. And slowly and steadily, they were able to rake up. But when it comes to finishers, we had Lobster, who had a very prime position, and he was able to pick up so many frags right, left, and center. With him was another player who outshined the rest of them in the final moments. That's going to be Ari, who got 6 finishes and was able to contribute 46% of the finish contribution for his team.
Oh, exactly. He was a really, really big problem for the other teams, but Autobots, they have cherished the kind of contribution that Arib has given to the team and the results that he has delivered. And standing on the MVP rank, #1, this lad will be a one to watch out for in the upcoming games. We're talking about the entire match summary. On the highest finishes, we have got Arib followed by Pro and as well as Clutch God and Roman in the mix. But then you've got the other categories fulfilled by Autobots Esports with the best rating and the highest team with finishes. Total of 13 finishes is what Autobots have accumulated, while the best contribution will be in the favor of Clutch God. While Mad Kings, they're trying to rise up slowly and gradually. They've taken one chicken dinner yesterday, but today, if not a chicken dinner, but still they're trying to come up with some good performances. So as do what we feel like from the side of FSC Sports as well as Victorious Summers, because they are getting 7-6 points each match. They're trying to rack up points as much as possible, trying to be in the top 8 and retain their spot by the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. 23, big number coming in from the side of Autobots. But on the very bottom of the table, we're able to see that DSG, Wildfangs, and Why Not still not able to maintain that momentum, not able to find that footing in any of these maps whatsoever. VXT as well, we were expecting a lot from this team because they've got some champion IGL as well as few players, but still they're not able to catch up. But look at this, Autobots, as we correctly pointed out, 98 points, 2 shy from 100, will be holding the top of the table, with Team Tamilas following up closely with 90 points. And it all comes down to finishes this time, because 65 in comparison to the 55 being held by Team Tamilas.
Oh, that's the big numbers that we are seeing right now. All the hiccups that were happening left, right, and center, and top 8 teams is done. Then we move on to the next chart, where you will see the disappointing performances, or I would say the performance which are not up to the mark to be in the top 8. Marcus Esports, they're trying their level best to be in the top 8 at this moment. There's not much difference, almost a similar points with INFINIX 2 Rippers, followed by Mad Kings trying to climb up the ladder. They're almost very close alongside Meta NINZA Esports, while Hero Extreme GODLIKE, they have showcased some of resilience and they have also lifted themselves up in the overall standings, but can't say the very same for Rising Esports and Versatile.
Yeah, absolutely. Different teams picking up chicken dinners in different maps so far has made things much more interesting. The final 2 maps will be coming on our screens anytime soon, because next one is going to be the deserty island of Miramar yet again. The flight path is going to determine for some early action, but for now you guys can share it among your friends and make sure everybody comes in and tunes in to enjoy the map of Miramar. But looking at the points table, I'm kind of shocked to say that Versatile, GODLIKE, as well as Meta NINZA are close to one another, because if you see, the 3 teams have one thing in common. They have 3 IGLs who have already proven themselves to be champions, and them at the very bottom of the table is a shocker for me.
Oh, definitely. I mean, to see all these big names crumbling down in every other match, it's really something that we never expect, specifically from these kind of experienced players. When you talk, when you have IGLs like Manya, you've got Somraj in the mix, we have got Aryan in the mix, who has gone to global level, who has competed against global teams. That's a big achievement in all total of an esports player. But coming down, the form has dipped a lot, and that is a really concerning factor. If you are struggling in LCQ, and if you're really struggling to rack up points in every other match, and you're an experienced team, and you've got all the star players in your lineup, it's really disappointing to see what can happen next. But again, these are experienced team, and I still have hope in them that there are a lot of matches left. Maybe a miracle can happen.
Let's see. Everybody are hoping for a miracle, especially for those teams at the bottom of the table. But one team I'm kind of impressed, but at the same time, they disappoint me at places, is IQ Soul. The first game for the day, they played it exceptionally well. And then after that, they tried to maintain the momentum. And the recent past, they've not been doing that well. even though they made a beautiful comeback against the side of VX3, and after that they were not able to catch up for the rest of the lobby as well. So hopefully we'll be able to see that IQ Soul will also be able to make a proper comeback. I'm looking forward to True Rippers as well. They were at the very bottom of the table by yesterday, and slowly and steadily they're making it into the top 8. Right now at the 8th position, and I'm hoping to see them climb up more.
Oh yeah, sure. The way they demonstrated their gameplay in the last map of ERANGEL, it was really something that we should. It's kind of commendable. But when you talk about the other teams like One Blade Wildfangs, the Rondo map was a game changer for them. In spite of not having a really great start to today's day, 10 Spray got coming into the picture. Everybody functioning as a single unit. One Blade Wildfangs, they're also evolving with every other match they're playing. They're in the top 8. Almost, I can say they're in the top 5 itself, which is a really good thing for the entire team and Sensei and his team. And talking about Sensei, he has struggled a lot in the past. Maybe with the qualifications, maybe in the bigger major tournaments, he has struggled, had a lot of changes in the team, and right now, leaving his previous lineup, making a new one, coming into the action, it's a hell lot of journey for an IGL, and right now in CEGC, he has a lot of things to prove in front of the entire audience.
Absolutely. Now let's see whether that's going to be the case, because so far he's been doing good. The whole team has got 37 position points, which is highest amongst the rest of the teams out there. And also FS is also equally having 37 points as well. So apart from that, I don't see any other much changes in the points table, as we have already covered most of those teams. I'm kind of worried for 2 teams out here. Yes, they might walk away with a lot of experience, but also they might understand how far behind they are for the actual competition that's going to be Why Not Esports as well as DSG officials, because both these teams have got approximately 24 points and 7 points respectively, where Why Not Esports slowly are able to rely on their finishers rather than position points in few places to at least have 24 points, whereas DSG officials, they've got 7 points in total and they're still suffering to pick up fights.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing that's very noticeable with their fragging department, I really feel like they're not feeling that confident enough to take a head-on fight with the teams. They're trying to go with some slow rotations, playing through the edges kind of strategy, and they want to be the last one to enter the circle. That is a kind of play style which I feel that Why Not and DSG, they're adapting to. But in the mix, they are forgetting that all the teams, all the other set of 14 to 13 teams, those were in the lobby, they're well experienced. They're all capable, on each and every player is capable of clutching out an entire team. So if you're taking a head-on competition, you have to be mentally and strategically prepared, and that is something which I feel these 2 teams are lacking in a really drastic manner. And if they can rack up with the start, and if they can kind of figure out what to do next and how to handle these kind of situations, they also might just do better in the upcoming matches.
Absolutely. Now I'm hoping to see, these teams in the bottom do really well, so that it can add a bit of a masala when it comes to the overall standing, because we have a long way to go. We have just played 11 games and we have another 12 or 13 more, or probably even more than that, because by the end of this, we're going to be seeing a lot more teams build synergy, a lot of teams who might walk away with the bitterness in their mouth. But nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be stepping into the map of Miramar. It's time for you to share it among your friends, because the temperature is just going to get more heat.
Oh, when we talk about heat, this is the flight path in front of our eyes, starting from the southwestern side of the map, just above Valdemar, ending in the eastern side of Truck Stop. It's again a southern side oriented flight path is what we're seeing, but comparative to the other Miramar that we witnessed earlier on, it's a better flight path for almost every other team who are willing to go towards the northern side and have the respective drop locations attended. But again, a lot of contentions is what I am expecting at this moment, because in the previous Miramar, we did witness a lot of drop clashes. One of them was VXT versus Hero Extreme Godlike in the areas around El Pozo. I'm really willing to see where Hero Extreme Godlike want to head towards. They have their IGL changed. Mania's drop location has always been the Lakh area, but right now again they have changed the drop location, because reaching to El Pozo and losing your players earlier on, that's not a kind of strategy what I believe Hero Extreme Godlike will adapt to.
Yup. Adaptation is going to be a primary aspect for all the teams out there. They'll also have to decide which team are they going to first tackle out. How are they going to take this map? Because from here on, each and every team will have to get serious if they have to qualify into the next rounds. And let me remind you, the point difference between the 8th position and the teams below is already starting to become a big difference. the truck shop region, as well as the Impala region. I'm able to see the teams are gliding very, very closely. AUTOBOTZ and GODLIKE too close to one another, and hopefully we might see some kind of a kerfuffle, because Ralph is pretty much interested to get in an early fight with GODLIKE.
There are a couple of chances, right? AUTOBOTZ, that has been their drop location for a long time, and right now XTREME GODLIKE of what they had faced in the last El Pozo. Mani and the company, they have realized it's okay. Let's not take any further risk, and let's just try to glide down towards the southern side, find a new drop location, which is kind of vacant for now in the LCQ. But Parasio was completely untouched in every other Miramar that we've witnessed so far. And right now the circle has also commenced in the eastern side, keeping Impala in the dead center. But these kind of circles have always been challenging Arca, and we have seen it. The eastern side, two different separated islands. It's not very often we see the circle shift towards those sides, but if it does, man oh man, it's going to be interesting to watch.
Yep, and those teams who are at the shorelines are going to have such a great advantage. But for now, Wild Fangs versus Team Tamilas. Not something I was expecting to see in the map of Miramar. Dragon all alone, away from his teammates, an assaulter. A star assaulter, if you ask me. If given a lot of independence, this lad can show some beautiful clutches to us. And I believe he walks away with a lot of expectation of not only his org, but also his IGL. Because recently, he's been changing his roles as well, right? He was the IGL for Meta NINZA previously when they were playing over there. But once they joined Team Tamilas, Mr. IGL took his spot as an IGL, whereas Dragon and Rico are the frontline assaulters for this team.
We've always admired Mr. IGL with his predictions and the rotations that he has always brought up for his team, positioning them in a really good area inside the map, trying to find some good rotation spots. He's always been that one key guy for IQ Team Tamilas, and it has been months that he's playing in this banners, under this banner. But right now, even talking about the IGL and the team, we've got Somraj in front of our eyes. Beautiful lineup: Ninja Jod, Aimbot, Smoker. But the sad part is that it hasn't kind of fulfilled the criterias or the expectations that we have had from this lineup, right?
Yep. Meta NINZA for now. What do you feel about this, team, Necros? Because Fame is going to be one of those players who's trying to fit in amongst the OGs, right? I wouldn't call them the OGs, but at least for those players who have, got themselves a really good name. Let it be Ronnie, let it be Shadow, let it be Somai. Each one of them have played on a very big, stage. They've proven themselves every now and then. And then we have Fame, a new addition. And I believe that, Shadow is kind of more inclined to trust in him because he's a youngster who has showcased some really good talent before.
Exactly. But for Smoker as well, not Smoker, I'm talking about the other team, and that it's Fame for Fame, it's a new thing, right? You're adapting and playing under experienced players. You're gaining the experience. You're learning a lot of new things as a newcomer in the Tier 1 circuit. It's really good for you to play under those experienced players. Same for Smoker, I would say. Both of them, they have evolved. They are learning from the best of the best. You can't even expect, like, whenever you're entering a circle, you've seen so many players come and go. They have been the undergods. They have won tournaments. They have earned the fame, the respect from the other teams and players. And then they split up. They go to different teams. And somehow or the other way, they vanish after a couple of months. But to start things off with some experienced IGLs, and even the IGLs have kind of figured out that it's better to scout out some new undergod players who are hungry for finishes, who are hungry for performance and winning ideas. It's really important to have that hunger of winning the games. And if you get those players in your lineup, you always tend to find the better results.
Speaking about better results, there are several teams who are still hungry to get a better result. One amongst them have to be Sensei, because after, he got eliminated in the recent tournament, he was kind of devastated because he almost thought that he was a very strong contender for it. And that hopes he's going to be bringing forward to this tournament. And he's got really good players, aside him. So all he'll have to do is make sure that he finds a really good result in this one and keeps up his momentum. He's got a long history of training really good players under him. We see how Fierce has turned out to be. We've seen how Punk has turned out to be. We've been under him for a long time. And I believe with both of them, regrouping in another team altogether at a distance, Sensei would love to make sure that he's present at the very stage where all of them can shine together.
Yeah, for sure. That would be a really great, eye-pleasing moment for all the BGMI fans as well, and for the Sensei fans as well. He's not just a player, he's a really, really good entertainer as well. At this moment, we've got iQsoul on our screens, Legit, Knuckle, Joker, Goblin. All the 4 players that they have accomplished and achieved a lot in their life so far. In the competition, inside the game, they have proven themselves to be one of the best. Again, in the recent past tournaments, they've also struggled a lot in a couple of matches, which has costed them the championship titles. But this is again another tournament. You've got a lifeline in the LCQ. Barely couldn't make it to the Grand Finals directly from the semi-finals, but hey, the performance haven't dipped that much. The start of today's day was really, really exquisite, but then coming down to the next couple of matches, couldn't find much flow. But I believe iQsoul, they will be looking forward to again rack up points in this map of Miramar, while FS as well as Meta NINZA, they're very, very close to each other.
Levy, once he goes flat on his belly, that means an assault is coming. Ronnie is in deep trouble. The shots are going to be connected. Ronnie somehow wins from that fight. The next person is going to be Some. And as Levy understands the intensity of this moment or this situation, he immediately chooses to fall back. A wise decision. And in case he had got a hit out there, it would have been a hit and run for sure.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. But iQsoul coming to the mix, that can be those finishes for the likes of Levi. He gets one down, might just get a second, he gets one as well. But the backup instantly arrives, iQsoul. They could have been devastated. Goblin is down and out, but eventually Legend is still alive. He needs a quick revival, but the players of FS Esports, don't want to stop. They don't want to stop this momentum at all. Sahalopi does have the upper ridge advantage. Knuckle playing in a split. This might just open the floodgates for Meta NINZA, who were not very far away from the surroundings, to pounce on them, while Knuckle, he's trying to do something, but Joker barely survives. I wonder where was his HP, but eventually FS, they are providing a lot of pressure on the players of iQsoul.
Yeah, iQsoul again back with all 3 players, or rather all 4 players, and Sahil Hopi realizes now he's going to be pounced upon, and that is why he tries to change that position and immediately falls back. He's waiting for an option. He's waiting for another opportunity. Knuckle comes in with grenades. Legit is also cooking up a grenade. Sahil will have to push forward, or else he might get exploded with this grenade coming in closer. And exactly that what happens, as Legit is going to be so happy to pick up another one. Throws in a pan to get that confirmation as well. But Lovesh will be the last man standing. He's also going to be caught off guard. And look at how iQsoul is hungry for revenge, because they've lost Goblin and now they're interested to pick up some more.
Oh, they want to finish off the entirety of FS Esports. Same goes for Why Not Esports, it seems. ERANGEL Godlike, you will be tasting one of their first finishes. Yes, indeed. One confirmed. Vixen down and out. BabyBot trying to flee away from the spot alongside ERANGEL Godlike. There is INFINIX True Rippers, which is kind of... I'm not surprised, because Jelly had his drop in the Puerto Paraceo region, and whenever the circle have shifted towards the southern side or the eastern side, he will be the first one to try and get the control of this vicinity, while Johnson was all alone and the other 3 players are on a hunt. BabyBot, she's trying to flee away, but the condition of the vehicle is not quite pleasant, if you ask me. Manya, Admin are chasing down and trying to get that one finish registered for their name, but they should just not overcommit, because that might just backfire them.
Yeah, absolutely, but they've got nothing to lose right now. They've got 2 players getting in closer to one another, but BabyBot pulls off an exceptional shot. The crosshair placement was perfect. Manya on the other side might also be in deep trouble, but all thanks to those ridges, She didn't find a proper footing, and due to which S-Power is going to survive for a bit longer. She could also have gone in for the confirmation, but still she holds on to that position and tried to take that fight against Manya. I see a lot of potential coming in from this player, Baby Bottle, and let's see how well that's going to turn out to be. But the drop going in towards the far eastern island, will the circle even shift there? That's the big question.
Big hands dropping. If that happens, that can be a really turning point for the entire map of Miramar. While Hero Extreme Godlike, they are confined in a compound, but right now the information about their whereabouts have been relayed to OneBlade, Wildfangs around the corner. Shots being fired, and Hero Extreme Godlike would love to have the topographic advantage to themselves, while OneBlade, Wildfangs, they have a really huge split. Trying to gatekeep the entirety of the Godlike, it would be a tough call for them to enter the circle if they don't at least take away 2 players down from Wildfangs.
Wildfangs. I'm just hoping to see how Wildfangs will be able to restrict Godlike, because they're looking in a phenomenal form as we go forward in this tournament. And look at how they're able to execute fights. They're choosing the weaklings first. They're trying to attack them in a very good formation, chasing them, putting them down, building confidence in those fights, and then trying to replicate that further on in the later stages of the map. And I believe that Nakul is trying to do everything right out here. For now, Manya, I'm so sorry. But for now, Nakul knocked out. Legit is gonna be trying to do his best to revive his IGL. Probably after this, we'll be able to see that AUTOBOTZ would be interested to take this fight. Nakul needs to be careful. He puts him inside the vehicle and immediately tries to drive away. Pro on the other side doesn't realize this, is trying to cook up a grenade, but eventually the M4 comes out. Will this be an opening for the side of AUTOBOTZ? But somewhere or the other, Jopa from a distance grabs all the attention, giving a bit of a space for Aiku Soul to escape from this onslaught.
Now that was really crucial at that moment, if you ask me. But AUTOBOTZ, they've got some more business to deal with. There are a lot of players inbounds, but right now Legit's vehicle is completely smoked up. Not quite sure how long he's going to survive as Hydro takes down Joker. Knuckle is down as well. INFINIX, True Rippers, they've ripped things apart from the soul of Aiku's soul, and at this moment Legit is the only one surviving. And it's going to be a really tough battle for this lad, because INFINIX True Rippers, with all the hunting eyes, they are really trying to rip things apart from Legit. He's way too much in the open, not much covers to work out with, and he has to take risks. But INFINIX True Rippers, a champion team, one of the best in the business right now, will be just making sure that Legit won't just survive, but it's going to be harsh to just take him down while his power takes down Jelly, as Hero Extreme Godlike looks forward for a successful third-party approach.
Absolutely. Now this is what True Rippers used to do for Godlike, but now Godlike, it seems like they've found the momentum. They've understood how to weaken the side of True Rippers. Jelly down on his knees. Johnny would want to get that confirmation as quickly as possible as S-Power gets in closer. The longer Jelly survives, the more information True Rippers are going to gain against Godlike. So it's important for them to finish him off. But the way Godlike, I don't know. Oh yes, finally Manya comes in. He's like, IGL's job is to remove an IGL. You know what? I'm going to do that deed.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. That was quite, I would say, important for them. But INFINIX True Rippers are kind of confined in that position. 2 more players remaining. Hydro Afar, not quite in a position to help Kyolamau, even if he's confined in that position. The circle will be favoring almost every other team who were there holding on to the spots of the central area as well as the western quadrant. They will be pretty happy to see the zone, but Kyolamau, his position is not quite revealed, it seems like, but he wanted to give a surprise. But Admino and the company, they were quite aware that there is a player hiding in the bush, and we're going to take him out, and that's going to be another finish added to the entire book of Hero Extreme Godlike's run in this map of Miramar. 5 finish registered, but not a single loss. That's a really great start for them.
Absolutely. Whereas at a distance, I can see another player from the side of True Rippers gets finished off. Hydro. He's going to be having the same fate, and now Godlike, they have a different outcome or a different approach altogether for this map of Miramar. Slowly and steadily, they're grazing the farm from the eastern end. And things are going their way, and that's the best part. And I like this distance they're maintaining. I believe when you have 3 good MVP assaulters with you, you need to maintain at least a 40-meter distance between one another. Anything more or less could be a bit problematic for the team. Harsh, the last man standing, and it seems like Meta NINZA are busy cooking him and making sure that's the end of the story for True Rippers.
Yeah, he literally got fried out there inside the compound. Nothing more that he could do. That was a tragic elimination for INFINIX True Rippers, who were looking really good at that spot. But talking about Esports, talk about the positionings. One Blade, Wildfangs right in front of his eyes, under the radars. Esports, they have had a fair share of run today. Got one chicken dinner, almost in the back, in the top 3 positioning, having 88 points. Prime contenders to be in the table topping position if they can bag up another chicken, specifically in this map of Miramar. Have to see how things are going to turn around, because even 1+ K9 is seeming impressive against the XT. Shots being fired. Ninja Jot's vehicle malfunctioned a bit, and he needs a quick help. While it feels like Ninja Boy, he's just not going to let him go that way.
One way or the other, he survives, and that's going to be a big breather. But Somraj, he's caught over here. The reason is obviously because Clutch God has got his eyes set on them. If not Somraj, then obviously it's going to be Smoker who is caught at this point of time. 2 players, Archie Gaming also gets taken down. Again, deep troubles for the side of DSG. The last person standing, Harshi, decides to fall back and run away from this position, rather taking the fight. And I believe it's a wise decision to an extent. Guess what? She says, no, I'm going to come back into this battlefield, and probably I'm going to try to push my luck and see whether I can get a hard compound. And she's successful with that if she stops over here.
That might not be a great call. 1+ K9 just above their heads, and yeah, Fury might just be another prey to the hounds, those who are hungry for the finishes. With all the K9s that they have right now, they're trying to just literally scratch down every other player coming in their way, preying down them. And Victorious SUMUS, there's no exception. 1+ K9 trying to find out finishes as much as possible, but they're unsuccessful as much. You can find one of the players of DSG, the last remaining player if you ask me. But right now, even Victorious SUMUS will be pretty happy that, okay, the entire team of 1+ K9, they have been diverted to another direction. Let's just have some breathing space for ourselves, and then we can rotate as quickly as possible. But it doesn't seem like the very same story for VXT, because Somraj is not confirmed alongside Smoker, as Mad Kings, they're having a really big feast out there.
This is what I said. Once Mad Kings have got their eyes set on a team, it's all gonna be in chaos. What a beautiful outcome for that fight. VXT, we never thought that having that hard compound, they might lose a player or 2. And with that, Ninja Boy, he would love to run away from that position. From the northern eastern side of Truck Shop, we're able to see that there's another team trying to converge towards him in the name of K9.
Oh, that's going to be interesting to see how things are going to turn around. Hero Extreme Godlike trying to find a spot for themselves in the southern quadrant. They have had a really good outing so far, but still, there are 13 teams remaining. If you want placement points, you have to be around the top 5. Exactly in front of them, there's a team out there. Even Marcus Esports, they have a really good compound to work out with. And these kind of circles, these kind of small compounds, they do tend to help you a lot in having those hard covers and finding a lot more finishes in the open grounds. And if it does help in that similar way, Marcus Esports, they can literally rack up so many finishes.
Yep. Look at this, Ninja Boy. He shows his back a little bit and he's going to be punished. And guess who puts an end for them? It's going to be Mad Kings, yet again shining bright. And what a game this is turning out to be for them as well. Every single game, they're finding that average of 5 to 6 points or 7 points. And that's one of the major reasons why they're making it into the top 8. Ninja Boy from a distance, a beautiful spray connects against Pro. But the confirmation might not come through because the pixels are pretty far away.
Oh, that's for sure. Mad Kings, they will look forward to save Pro. They can't afford to lose any player at this moment. They are already way far away from the play zone. And right now, the other players are 1+ K9. They say, we've got a green signal. Ninja Boy has opened the floodgates and we have to pounce on them right now if we want to secure the finishes. Mad Kings, they already have a little bit of disadvantage of the topographic area. They're in a very big split. but kind of the exit routes are really marked up by JD Gaming. The shot's being fired, one down, Apollo is knocked out, and there's no way they can escape other than taking a head-on fight. Clutch God drops down to half of his HP, shot being connected. JD Gaming doing the deed successfully as Matt King. They're down to the 2 players, and even Shadow might just fall at any moment.
Absolutely. Shadow at a distance will try to survive for the longest time possible, but the sad news is he's not only low on HP, but also the blue zone is going to take a hefty amount of damage against him. Pro on the other side uses a vehicle to get closer to Shadow so that they can be in a unison as they take more further fights. But with this K9, they decide to fall back. They're prioritizing the circle. A clever move coming in from the side of K9.
That's for sure, but on the other side, AUTOBOTZ and Rising Esports. On the top, you've got Meta NINZA. 3 teams, 1 place. Something interesting to see, but Admino is the first one to go down. A Lobster, he's out for fishing. This Lobster is not something that you prey on, but on the other side, he knows how to do the Uno reverse strategy on his opponents. And at this moment, all the other players trying to circle are his targets. Devotee is no exception, but won't be able to go down. The spray did not connect quite well to get a knockout, but AUTOBOTZ, he will make sure that Hero Extreme Godlike does not get a room for themselves inside the circle.
So important for Manya to pull off an exceptional rotation here. He's got a bit of a ridge to work things around with, and there's only one small shack inside of the circle towards the western side. And will they be able to capture it? And will that be enough for all these players out there? And suddenly, in between, we see that... I don't know how to pronounce his name, but I would call it PP Gaming for now.
Pew
and
Pew.
she's got to be talked at from different directions.
I guess it's Pew Pew Gaming. It's kind of like that.
Pew Pew? Okay.
I mean, I don't know, man. I have to kind of see it. We can confirm it later on, but yeah, again, coming back to the conversation, it feels like AUTOBOTZ, they are rolling out left, right, and center. Just look at the finish feed. You're seeing them taking the knockouts, getting the confirmations. This can be another big game for them.
AUTOBOTZ, one of the player gets taken down, and that's an opening for Godlike, to be frank. Now they can make it inside the circle with the detention away from them. Whereas at a distance, JD Gaming gets taken down. Mr. IGL falls for his own knock. Things are not looking good for Team Tamilas, as K9 and Team Tamilas need to be careful. Dragon trying to be as safe as possible, but a beautiful grenade comes in from the side of Ronnie. Lands perfectly against Rico, but this time Dragon will have to take that risk of reviving his teammate. But Ronnie, if he cooks another one perfectly, he's going to be rewarded with 3 frags, and all 3 in his name.
Meta NINZA, they've got 4 players alive. What else do you want? Ronnie just spitting things apart. He's got 4 finishes in his bag, and also he's literally creating havoc for the likes of IQ Team Tamilas. But the main thing that he's missing is the nades. He doesn't have any more utils with him to drop it and eradicate the entirety of IQ Team Tamilas, even though he is quite aware of their whereabouts, their positionings, but he's quite helpless at this moment. With Victorious SUMUS trying to pounce on this compound once again, there will be another 3-way trifecta of battle that we can witness, while Victorious SUMUS, it might just be another pain for the likes of Meta NINZA.
Yup, and Team Tamilas, they're reading this perfectly. They're trying to understand the situations, and now they would want to push. But all they have to do is be careful about that one solo man, Ronnie, who's still keeping his eyes on them. Arif gets taken down from a distant shot coming in from the side of Jonathan. And S-Power says, you know what? I'm going to rush in against them. I'm going to try to get that footing inside the circle. All you have to do is give me a bit of a backup. Some at a distance, who was being the eyes for the team, with that high ground advantage, will now be challenged by S-Power and Jonathan. Which among these grenades are going to register the knot against Ralph?
Oh, so many nades coming in. It feels like an artillery strike on the likes of AUTOBOTZ, and the damages are inflicting.
Ooh.
It's inflicting, but Some on the other end will take down the flanker from the side of AUTOBOTZ, and that's going to be really problematic. Lobster, he's confined. Pro is down. Some's position is revealed, and yep, Spower is trying to get the finish confirmed on his end. Manya confirms Ralphie. Lobster, the single last player surviving from the side of AUTOBOTZ, while Some, he's been taken down, so the danger has been evaded. 9 finishes registered for Hero Extreme Godlike, while Lobster will still be that one player who can be the party spoiler if ignored by Hero Extreme Godlike.
Absolutely, but Lobster's making a mistake. He's coming out of his smoke covers. and that could be a bit of a problem. S-Power comes in closer. Johnny, I think he has a vague idea, and that's the reason why he's cooking up a grenade. This retaliation coming in would have made GODLIKE more cautious about the situation. Does the grenade land next to Lobster? Yes, it does. But is he prepared for what's coming up next? Because the next one, which might fall into the smokes, can end the run for Lobster. But luckily, GODLIKE runs out of grenades.
No, they are. Maybe they're saving some for the final circle. That can be one of those strategies of Hero Extreme GODLIKE. But right now, they have to go on a move. There's no other option for them. IQ Team Tamilas, they're under the radars. Mani are spotted, but before they get in, they want to kind of pave a smoke path for themselves to ensure their safety inside the circle, because it's way too much in the open grounds. It's not going to be an easy one for Hero Extreme GODLIKE to play around with, while Victorious Summers is right there, but Lobster is going to be in the close compounds in the vicinity, and S-Power just makes sure that he is not creating any other havoc. S-Power and the three players, they are reigning supreme as Hero Extreme GODLIKE. They are inching closer towards a great ending to the map of Miramar.
Absolutely. 11 finishes strong, and they have a lot more in front of them. How much can they rake up before they get this chicken dinner? Because they've got man advantage, and now they've got information of every other team in this lobby. The closest one right now is got to be Meta NINZA, and that's why they're pushing in as much as possible. More grenades, more Molotovs are going to be tossed in to make sure they restrict them from getting in closer. Whereas on the other side, we see that Kamla Boy has put it in for the Kamilas, and this is going to be a three-way Mexican standoff. Whereas we've got Meta NINZA, ME, as well as GODLIKE.
Oh, Johnson has been taken down. That's going to be a big blow. Meta NINZA, they will be in the eastern side, but for now, Marcos Esports, it's going to be the first big problem for Hero Extreme GODLIKE if they want to win this match. Manya or Admino or somebody has to make an opening, because all the players of Marcos Esports, they're lying in the open fields, and Kamla Boy, he's trying to go up front, be up close and personal against Hero Extreme GODLIKE, giving a breathing space for Meta NINZA to kind of reset themselves and figure out what to do next. They are trying to pave a smoke path, trying to ensure their safety inside the circle, because even now they have to kind of give up the hard compounds and come out in the open grounds. And in this entire competition, Hero Extreme GODLIKE, the ridges they have, they are really going to be important for them to work out with.
Absolutely. But GODLIKE, they need to be careful because they don't have the control of the circle. All they have to do is make sure that they make the other two teams fight. And that's the best move for them. Half a smoke depleted. S-Power sits on the vehicle to gain information. Meta NINZA from the other side, they understand the only way for them to make through is make sure that they punish GODLIKE, and they do it successfully as they put down the pressure on them. One of the players gets finished off. Eggy on the other side puts down Ronnie. The confirmation is going to be stolen. Yes, it does. S-Power turns around, puts a bit of a damage to Eggy, but that's not going to be the case. Gamla Boy is trying to come in from an off angle, do everything wrong for the side of GODLIKE. The last man standing gets taken down, and what a dominating performance comes in the final moments, as it's going to be Meta NINZA who walk away with a beautiful winner chicken dinner, or rather Marcos Esports walk away with a beautiful winner chicken dinner.
Now that was a crazy game coming from the side of Gamla Boy and his team. Properly executed the entire open ground playing. I mean, they have done exceptionally well to be in the open grounds and constantly racking up those finishes, getting a good control over the open space, also restricting the movements of Hero Extreme GODLIKE and also Meta NINZA, who had those hard compounds, ignoring their fights, defending themselves, being intact in that position. Exceptionally well gameplay coming up from Marcos Esports, but also we have to give credits to Hero Extreme GODLIKE of what they have done in this map of Miramar. It was a long wait of a game where they will rack up the placement points as well as the position, as well as the finishes in a very balanced manner, and finally it has arrived. And I believe the GODLIKE fans will be happy, but also Kamlaba and this team, they are also making a very good comeback with this chicken dinner.
I mean, I somewhere feel that the amount of grenades used by GODLIKE against AUTOBOTZ, especially taking down Lobster, that is where they kind of lost this game. Just in case they had so many grenades out here, probably S-Power and Johnny could have decimated the side of Marcos Esports and then concentrated on that of Meta NINZA as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be heading into a short break. We're going to be breaking down more of what happened in the map of Miramar on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Share it among your friends. See you guys on the other side.
Dreaming about me?
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
Dreaming about me?
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
From the souls to the gods, everybody has showcased their potential in today's second day of Last Chance Qualifier. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to CEGC 2025 BGMI action. This is me, Necros, alongside me. It's going to be Raider. But the main interesting part is that we're going to witness ERANGEL right after now. But before we jump in, Hero Extreme Godlike finally coming into the play. Even Marcos Esports getting a chicken dinner. What are your opinions, Raider?
Well, I'm so happy about Marcos finally getting a win over a chicken dinner, because even in Rondo they struggled. They tried their level best to be in the top contenders for taking that win over a chicken dinner. Finally, they have got their closure in the map of Miramar. That's a good one. Like the way they were able to contain the last final fight, the circle, Meta Ninja surviving till the top three. That was again a very interesting part. So all those teams who are seriously in urge of points, they are now getting the points, which is a good thing for all the other teams who are on the bottom. That's a wake up call. But now let's talk about the MVP as well. Let's talk about who was the one who really was able to cherish a lot of points for the team, and it's of course none other than Manya coming in from Hero Extreme God. Like seeing him in yellow colors and then performing the way he did is amazing.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. Man, he was in different colors few months ago, and right now coming back in this Hero Extreme Godlike, he's doing a wonderful job alongside this match. His presentation, his contribution towards the team was immaculate. You can see 41% for 41.67% of contribution. He has done almost close to 50%. Manya stepped up as an IGL, gave a good rotational planning for his team, and also contributed in the fragging department. A good one, I would say, for the likes of Hero Extreme Godlike. Highest finishes, highest team finishes. Everything will be fulfilled by Hero Extreme Godlike, while best rating team will be Marcos, as they've got the chicken dinner. But the contribution part, Lobster takes a dig at the highest one.
Lovely performance from their corner. Best contribution coming in, Lobster, as you rightly called it out. Phenomenal stuff by Lobster lately. I mean, to be honest, with the finishes, with the type of play that he established along with Arif, the combination that these two players are able to bring onto the table is just phenomenal stuff. Marcos having the best rating, as they were able to secure a win over a chicken dinner. But now that we are diving deeper in the stats arena, really want to see how that impact is there in the match standings. So yes, let's bring in the match standings on the table and talk about what Marcos has done. A total of 19 points. Hero Extreme got like super aggressive and got a total of 18. Meta Ninja on the other corner secured around 14 points. Victorious SUMUS, a brilliant battle from their corner as well. Every now and then Victorious SUMUS is also coming very, very close to having a win over a chicken dinner. But still, that final tick is not yet coming in. And Ico Soul, there's a dip in their performance as well. I mean, the first two matches were phenomenal, but after that lately, if you see the third and fourth and even the fifth game, I think third game was amazing, but fourth and fifth game was something of a reckless game for Ico Soul, starting from Rondo to then Miramar. Finishes are coming through, but then again, the placement points and overall clarity with regards to their performance is not really coming in right now.
I mean, if you talk about Ico Soul's condition in the past couple of matches, they have been in a really dire positionings whenever they have been eliminated, like they've been sandwiched or some or the other way. But, you know, we'll have a discussion on that later on. Jumping onto the overall standings, we've got AUTOBOTZ on top with 103 points. They've crossed the 100 mark, followed by Ico Team Tamilas, 94, 89 for Skyesports, One Blade Wildfangs, and still in top 5 alongside K9. Marcos Esports takes a jump in 6th spot with a total of 79 points on the board, tying up with One Blade Wildfangs and K9. Victorious SUMUS, Ico Soul in the mix with 79 as well as 77. Oh my god, there is a 4-way tie we are seeing between the teams from 3rd to 7th, which is really, really amazing. 4 to 7, my bad. But talking about the top 8 teams, it is quite good to see all the teams out there, while Victorious SUMUS is the only one who haven't taken a single chicken dinner but still sitting in the top 8 spot, which is really good to see. Moving on to the second chart, there will be some of the teams where I believe we have to keep our eyes on.
And with consistent performances lately coming in from Meta Ninja, I think Ico Soul and all the other teams who are there below the 5th spot, they have to be a little bit fearful because of the fact now Meta Ninja is popping off. INFINIX Troopers, they are doing good at this point with their survival in ERANGEL. I got to see them doing something wonderful. Hero Extreme God, like they are bouncing back, 63 points for them as well. So a lot of teams are catching up. Even Mad Kings, look at them after yesterday's win over chicken dinner. Again, consistent games from Mad Kings, brilliant games from Mad Kings. Some the other match you get to see Clutch God performing, then Apollo comes through, Pro is there, Fragger is there, and Shadow always up on top for the team to get the placement points. So all of that is really working out good for Mad Kings, and that is going to indeed put a lot of pressure on those teams who are actually at the vulnerable spot of top 8 positions. But having said that, guys, one last audio for day number 2 of Last Chance Qualifiers, and it will be in the map of ERANGEL.
Oh, this is going to be another default map. Once again, important one for every other team who hasn't had a great outing so far in the day 2 of last chance qualifiers. Again, you've got a very big opportunity for yourselves to shine in, because I feel like a lot of teams, they have started their comeback era lately, and if they can rack up points in the map of ERANGEL, nothing can be better than that. And ERANGEL is just the ideal one map that you will look forward to rack up points. And specifically talk about teams like XTREME, GODLIKE. They had a fair outing in the map of Miramar, Mad Kings, INFINIX, True Rippers, Meta NINZA. They will be looking forward to kind of end the day on a good note with a good performance.
Now, if you talk about teams performing in ERANGEL, I think today has been a very good day for IQSOL and specifically ERANGEL. First match, they secured 5 frags. Then eventually the very next ERANGEL that came through, they got a winner chicken in it. So they have shown their sheer power in that particular map. I'm looking forward to see if they can continue doing that, because as I've talked about it earlier, while the overall standings were coming in front of our screens, that now all the teams who are there from the 5th spot to the 10th spot, 10th or 11th spot, I would say, can easily exchange their positions, can easily push back, or maybe even topple down the other particular teams. All of that can actually happen because that gap is super narrowed. It's just a gap of 10 to 15 to 20, maximum 20 points of a gap between the hashtag 6th team and eventually the hashtag 10th team. So yeah, XTREME, GODLIKE, Meta NINZA, teams like INFINIX, Rippers, they're in the chase, in the entire rodeo, entire show for securing the top 8 at the end of the day. That has happened to Mad Kings yesterday. Remember, we were talking about that Mad Kings or some other particular team needs to buckle up so that they can perform at the end of day number 2, at the end of day number 2 and day number 1, sorry, and start off in a good note on day number 2. That happened to Mad Kings. They were able to get the winner chicken dinner, and look at how Mad Kings has been boosting their position match by match, performing, getting consistent points for themselves. Although next winner chicken dinner is yet to come for Mad Kings, but super good performances have already come through.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. And once again, Mad Kings, they are looking forward to just push themselves as much as possible, try to end in the top 8 by the end of day number 2. And that's the kind of aim that you would want as a team in all total, because you know top 8 is the safe category. If you want to be in the Grand Finals, if you want to be in Chennai and play the Grand Finals, you have to be in top 8. 2 days gone, that means 50% of the games with this ERANGEL will be ending, and you will be left with 12 more matches to prove yourself. And the gap slowly and gradually, it's increasing. So if you don't start performing right now, my friend, it's going to be really, really problematic for you to even end on a good note in the final match of the LCQ as well.
I completely agree with you, because right now the number of matches are dwindling, as we have almost covered up the 50% of the journey of LCQ. Now the next remaining 50% is going to be there. Maps are going to repeat. I think the Steam split is going to be utilized in the next 2 days as well, where we get to see a single rondo where a lot of teams have found their own routings. 3 ERANGELs, I believe, and 2 Miramar. So it's going to be very interesting to watch how the teams are going to traverse around. Even before the start of this particular day, we talked about the notion that day number 1 is already over. Teams have figured out what rotations they have to cut, and they have adapted to all the adversaries that are coming through from the opponents. But now, as day number 2 is also closing off, I think better analogy, better read, better analysis of every single team's play is going to be there. Having all of that said, let's dive into this particular map of ERANGEL, the last one for this day. Last chance qualifiers day number 2 will end after this particular match, and some of these teams will be eyeing to make a huge comeback. Team Soul would love to maintain their form in ERANGEL. Team Mad Kings would love to push in. Team Meta NINZA would love to secure the top 8. XTREME, GODLIKE, same goes for them. INFINIX, Rippers eyeing for the same stuff. All these teams hungry for the points. But the best part is, let's see who is going to take it away.
Now that's going to be important to see. This is a flight path favoring the western side. A lot of teams tending to go towards the eastern part, specifically talking about INFINIX, True Rippers, Meta NINZA around the corner. This is a clash that I'm anticipating alongside Victorious SUMUS in the mix around the areas of Sosnovka military base towards the western side of the base. They're going to be a lot of fun, actually, if the circle comes in a couple of minutes. But again, the Pochinki clash between XTREME, GODLIKE as well as VXT. Is it happening again? Because I am also seeing Marcus Esports going towards that direction. Not quite sure about whether they're trying to drop around the areas of Pochinki or not, because if they do, that's going to be really problematic for any of the teams here at XTREME, GODLIKE. If they still have a time, and if they're seeing that Marcus Esports, they're taking a dig in the Pochinki compounds, I think it's good time that you just grab the guns and try to stay as intact as possible. It seems like the gun is missing for Edmino. He's trying to find something. He's got an S12K as well and some explosive bows, but his neighbors are really, really very noisy.
They've got their weapons to work with. They are putting the pressure on Hero Extreme Godlike, and trust me, Hero Extreme Godlike is on the verge of getting themselves in the top 8. Today, they have had their own seesaw ride, but finally, they're super close to be there in the top 8, and they would love to maintain that kind of form and eventually qualify, kind of sit in a position where they can qualify if they maintain their own positioning till the end of day number 4. But his power, he's got automated pistols to work with, and I believe at this point, aimbot, he's the only one in that compound. It's going to be difficult for Aimbot to push through and eventually get the knockdown. He has to have that opening from Smoker or somebody else from Team Versatile. Pretty much challenging. There's power, just changing the rooms, flickering around. Oh, there's a stun grenade that is going in. Going to be a bit of a confusion for him, but always finds Coup from Team DSG. Now, trouble arises for DSG as they have yet to perform in a good way for the entire day.
Oh yeah, already right now, DSG, they will be looking forward to find some finishes, but Manya's position is really exciting if you ask me. BXT in the mix, you also have the big split of Hero Extreme Godlike. Now, two of the players in a good position from where they can just find some off angles, but S-Power can't just say the very same. Jonathan is out, S-Power, he's crumbled and is helpless. Two players down and out. Hero Extreme Godlike, not an ideal start after what they had accomplished in the map of Miramar. VXC, this is the kind of revenge matchup I really wanted to see from their end, and they have finally fulfilled my wishes. My god, I'm a happy man right now.
37 point for Versatile. Hashtag 14, that's the spot. Edmino goes down. Now it's 40 points on the board. And Team Versatile is inching closer to their redemption. And even if they don't get the top spot, even if they get into the top 8, I would like to say this, that it's important to find your momentum. Mad Kings found that, and look at how beautifully Mad Kings is pushing through with 61 points on the board right now. That's exactly what Versatile has to do. Find their own routing, find their own footing throughout the game. And in between all of this, CEGC, they have put down a lot of damage on Team Why Not. On DSG, there's a bit of a damage happening. So, multiple flashes being delivered. But Manya, the Igel, had to move out. And we have seen in Miramar how fruitful this lad can be. Got a total of 9 points for the team, along with 5 position points and eventually some finishes for the team. So yes, once again Manya has to fill in the shoes, be the one to survive. But Joker has come to Pochinki back in squad house, and if he spots one, he's going to put them down to sleep. That's the plan. That's the plan to get the first opening for the team. But Versatile has no clue that there's someone already lurking in the shadow in that squad house, waiting patiently for you to make a single mistake.
Joker is a mischievous guy, right? He just knows how to spoil the party, and yeah, he can just do it any moment. But you know, even Joker can be spotted down and hunted down if entirety of VXT they try to just pounce on him. The backup is not way too far away, but still it's gonna take some time for them to come closer to Joker. But it won't take you time to book your tickets for the CEGC 2025 Grand Finals of BGMI action. The CS finals are happening right now in the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium, Chennai. But you can witness your favorite BGMI stars playing right in front of your eyes from 14th to 16th of November this month, in the next weekend. If you book your tickets right now in Kin, do not miss this opportunity, because you never know. Top 8 teams, they're quite secured. 8 teams have been decided and listed in the Grand Finals, playing 16. But right now, the other 8, they're still in the contention. You never know which team is going to make it. So, better grab the opportunity before it gets sold out. But so far, OnePlusK9 in the mix, trying to find out some points for themselves in the very last map of ERANGEL.
That's the hunger that we always talk about. But Smoker, he is knocked out. That's not looking good for Team Versatile. I talked about this point that they need to find their footing. They need to find their momentum. And after losing one of their own, Smoker getting out of the equation, it will be a problem for Team Versatile as they're now down a man. Legit pushes forward, and Hero Extreme Godlike, they are done. So Ikus Soul is also right here to reclaim their own momentum. And as I said, ERANGEL is that particular map where Team Soul has been so fruitful today that they would like to maintain that kind of pressure once again back on the lobby. I mean, to be honest, the second game of ERANGEL today, we got to see Knuckle and Goblin delivering so good. With just 2-man standing, they were able to fight against FS, against Marcos, against Wildfang, against Team Tamila. So many teams were there, And there were so many equations where we doubted that maybe this is it for IQ Soul. Knocks were coming through, resets were being done. Then again, these two lads, they were able to deliver. The combination of Knuckle Goblin will definitely work out, and once again, they are in the vehicles, on the move. But for Meta Ninja, for them, again, a very interesting game will be here. Because overall, if you see, Meta Ninja has been consistent today. On an average, 7 to 8 points per game. That has been the case for Meta Ninja. They like to maintain that or maybe elevate on it. And hopefully push themselves up in the top 8. Because they're super close to it.
It's going to be interesting to see what lies ahead. Again, I would love to see a little bit of view over the circle. TSG once again confined in the compounds. 1+ K9 just above their head. These girls, they have had their fair share of gameplay in the entire CEGC from the Luna qualifiers. They've made it to this far. Playing the LCQ. They're going to learn a lot, that's for sure. Because the lobby level, the kind of tough competition level, everything is different from the Luna qualifiers. And whenever you're playing in such a lobby, which has got some immense amount of experienced players, it is really tough for you to compete when you're a newbie in the lobby. I'm talking about a newbie because these teams, they are not used to competing with all of these tier 1 pro teams like in a daily basis. So when you're playing against them, and you know I used to play, that was a kind of thoughts that always ran in my mind, that okay, you know, these are professional teams, it's going to be a tough journey for us, it's going to be a tough task for us to grab a lot more points. So I can kind of relate with these two teams that okay, it's a first time experience. They kind of frequently play, they can adapt to it, but it feels like IQ Soul, they've got some different intentions against CEGC, while Knuckle, he barely survives.
Oh my god, Levi goes in for the spray, but Knuckle survives. So unfortunately, Roman will make it possible for Team Soul to once again lose one of their own. There you go, the players can get finished. But Joker, this one is a gutsy move. He's cooking off a smoke. His teammate, he's also back in action.
Wow.
Legit carries Knuckle back in cover. But what will happen out here? Joker, he's going to go for a revival. Levi, he has changed the flank angle. But for FS Esports, again, that's a big challenge. Legit has to go for the revival right now. The reset has to be done. Otherwise, Team Soul will be in big trouble. INFINIX versus Jelly. He is also performing. Levi becomes the last man. And as we can see, the vehicle in smokes. This coupe might not carry FS Esports to the safety. But okay. Levi and his driving skills will save him for now. The question is, what next? Because FS Esports, remember guys, is a top contender of #1. AUTOBOTZ definitely have taken the top spot. But taking down such a team will be a very big boost of momentum for IQ Soul.
That's Levi, the only man. But he's capable of doing wonders whenever he's put under pressure, and we've seen it before as well. Well, INFINIX True Rippers, they're holding on to that spot where they were punished in yesterday's matches, right? I guess it was Meta Ninza who had the control of the upper ridge, while INFINIX True Rippers were crashed one after another, 1, 2, 3, almost like that situation they faced in that particular position. While Fangs are into the radars, the hoverboard is completely damaged, it seems like that. Tiger wants to be away from the spot, but the vehicle is completely smoked out. Tiger, I don't think he's going to survive for much longer, while Some and Shadow just making sure that Tiger, he has to stay there, he has to be confined. And a rescue team has to arrive for Tiger to flee away from that spot, while Meta Ninja, it hasn't been a really pleasant start for them in the map of ERANGEL.
I completely agree with you. At this point, like Meta Ninja, they are clearly struggling. They've lost players. They've lost the angles that they were trying to deliver with. And all of this is obviously going to put up a lot of pressure on Team Meta Ninja, who's trying to be consistent at the end of the day. Mad Kings on the other corner, close by to yet another amazing team. But Some goes down. That's yet another big loss for Team Meta Ninja. As Wildfang, they are tanking up on their own consistency. This is going to be tough for Meta Ninja to fight back with. White Tiger, he's the newest in line for now, like the addition. Usually we get to see Kana, and eventually we have seen some other players as well, like Sam 999, the playing 5, being juggled around. But White Tiger is back on the charts, and White Tiger, Spray God, these two guys, they definitely have a lot of potential with regards to their assaulting. But Meta Ninja was able to reset, and now that Kana is down, it's a problem. It's a very big problem for the sides of Team Wildfang. They were looking strong for a moment, but now they're looking vulnerable. Things like that, even MIRAMAR can go down. No! Sensei fights back. He pitches in. Pushes for a 1v1. Takes on Soumya again. This is the second knockout. But Shadow, what is he thinking? What is he going to do? What's the option he's left with? White Tiger and Sensei. A 1v2 by Sensei, and with that you get to see Wildfang smiling once again, surviving a bit more. That's how the job's done. But Team Soul is now eyeing for a vengeance. They are also coming closer and closer. They know that the fight just summed up. So this is the perfect moment to push in and steal that advantage, steal that lead from One Blade Wildfang and give it to them.
Oh my god, look at the kind of Molotovs Utils being dumped without wasting a single second. Aiku's Soul, they don't want to waste a single moment, but Goblin goes down. He might just be confirmed as well, and yes it does. Goblin, it's a big tragic elimination, while Sensei is still cooking up a nade for one good moment to strike in. And Sensei's one good nade can crumble down Aiku's Soul. They have misbehaved at this moment, and right now Sensei won't be surviving. Before going down, he made sure that Goblin doesn't survive. They're just trying to put a dent on the run of Aiku's Soul. But aggression is on top. Aiku's Soul, they're feeling the confidence within their nerves, and it's quite evident in their gameplay.
Such a brilliant start from Team Soul. Of course, there's a loss, but then again, you talked about Mischievous Joker. Look at how he's paying the price. 6 amazing finishes. But guys, let me remind you, these teams are going to go head-to-head up against each other in Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium, Chennai. You can get your tickets right now available on Kin. Download the app, purchase your tickets, and be a part of this historic moment where you will get to see the top 16 teams of Indian origin in BGMI fighting up against each other, qualifying. Some are qualifying from the lower stage like Nonix, Blitz. These two teams have qualified from the closed qualifier. They are straight up from the semifinals to the grand finals, waiting patiently to see the next in line top 8 teams from the LCQ. And out of here in LCQ, Marcos could be the next one who is aiming for the same stuff. I mean, Marcos honestly is looking strong when it comes to the leaderboard, but they need to build that consistent approach. Marcos is yet another amazing team who has qualified themselves from the closed qualifier. But for Luna stage teams, I think DSG, and eventually you talk about the other particular team, why not Esports, for them it's going to be definitely difficult, as the way they are looking right now in terms of leaderboard, they are absolutely in shambles.
Yeah, indeed. But just in this phase of the game, everything seems very silent around the pancake area. Aiku team Tamilas going for a quick rotation, unaware of the compounds that have been confined by VXT. Samraj taking a run, giving some quick rotations left, right and center just to make sure they know the whereabouts about their surroundings. Aiku team Tamilas just taking and take around the compounds just beside the pancake compound. It's really important to grab a really good place whenever the area is available. You've got the breathing space, trying to figure out where you should just land before the next circle shifts. The next circle is going to be really something that will determine the fate of a lot of teams, and right now it's gone to the eastern side, almost keeping it a center eastern side oriented circle, while Victorious Summers will be pretty happy with the center, well, the shelter split, but Marcos Esports might just come in the mix and can just have a little bit of dig on them.
I think it is a possibility. I would not deny that. But then again, it's going to be very challenging for both the sides. In such situations, obviously the losses could come. But I would like to be very patient with regards to what INFINIX Troopers can do. It's a very phenomenal team, to be honest. I still remember the resilience that was there in match number 4, where we got to see Hydro and Harsh surviving in a small shack, surviving till the end, being in the top 2. 1+ K9 got taken down, and eventually we got to see AUTOBOTZ outshining with the winner chicken in that particular match. So yeah, with regards to Soul, of course they have been consistent in this particular map, but even AUTOBOTZ, I cannot neglect the fact that AUTOBOTZ have actually outperformed quite a bit in this map of ERANGEL. So let's see if they can continue doing that. In semi-finale, when Lobster performed so good with 7 good finishes and a total of 14 finishes for the team overall, in Miramar, we were like, yeah, Miramar is that particular map where maybe AUTOBOTZ loves to perform, but lately, it's ERANGEL. Miramar is going down the drain, but ERANGEL definitely is something where they are being the one fruitful team. But there goes another nade. Pro could actually be taken down. He was behind the shack on the ridge, so he survives. Rising Esports, watch your backs. Versatile. they're cooking.
At this point, even AUTOBOTZ trying to get a hold of their positionings, have Levi under the radars. AUTOBOTZ, they have had a really great day in terms of Miramar, ERANGEL. Got a lot of finishes in their bag. But right now, they are sitting in the edges of the circle. So, once again, the strategy is quite simple. You take the fights, clear them off, clear the edges, enter the circle, find a sweet spot for yourself, and play around it. But the allowance is still not given away. But talking about Rising Esports, again a team who has been off the radars, has been off the visual areas throughout the entire day so far. Couldn't see much performance from their end. Disappointing indeed, but can't help it. And right now in front of them it's going to be IQ Soul. Not sure about what's the verdict it's going to be. But I really want Rising Esports to rise up in the overall standings.
They are like such a decent team. They have represented us, the Indian domain, on the international platform of Esports World Cup. And honestly speaking, after that, their performance has seen a very significant dip. I truly believe that tournaments like CEGC is one of the best platforms where you can bring out the inner joy of playing this amazing game BGMI and fulfilling your dreams of being the top one team. I think, yes, there is a good possibility. I agree on your points that Rising Esports can actually do something great right here. This is one of the match where once again Rising Esports would like to be back into the picture. Although they just have 47 points on the table, so that's a problem for them. But yeah guys, 1+ K9 will sum it up for Team Why Not Esports. Once again, there's a loss for them. Versatile, close to Team Tamilas. Both of the teams knows each other's position, but none of them are interested in completely committing to it. As stage 4 is where the stuff is going to get heated.
Yep, indeed. No matter how cool the map of ERANGEL is, right now things are going to get heated. 12 teams remaining, 40 players inside the circle. As soon as the blue zone hits, the next circle shift is going to be really crucial. So many teams will start rotating, trying to find out some breathing space for themselves inside the circle. But for VXT, I'm really wondering what's going to be the next move. Smoker is down and out, 3 finishes registered. Had a really great outing against Hero Extreme Godlike. Revenge taken, I would say. Eradicated them 2 times from the areas of Pochinki yesterday, but this time that's a different story. But right now it seems like Marcos Esports have got a different storyline to build for themselves. 1+ K9 just in front of their eyes, and the circle has shifted towards the shelter crossroads. Manya sitting in the smack center will be the center of attraction for IQ Team Tamilas as well as VXT.
Oh
yep,
my
that's
God.
going to be the end run for Manya and Hero Extreme Godlike.
He wanted to take that small shack that is available, but it's just not happening. It was versatile. There was Team Tamilas, and they kind of were able to completely nail him down. Cyrex now spotted Levi. Last man standing from FS Esports as well. So these solo endeavors that are being covered from these individuals, I don't think so they're going to have a lot of access to play zone control and eventually survival because of the fact that it's an open play zone that we're talking about right now. A lot of open spots, a lot of open angles, a lot of angles where teams will be keeping their eyes on. And for that reason, for anybody's survival, it will be a big challenge. But Rising Esports still being very cautious and not making a lot of like hasty moves. IQ Soul lost 1, that's Goblin. But Joker with 6. And I believe it was Knuckle who got 2 more. Overall, a complete package from Team Soul has been showcased. In the last angle, we got to see Goblin and Knuckle, a complete package from their corner. Now Joker is performing. Goblin unfortunately was taken down by Sensei. And that's part and parcel of a competition. But right here, Omega, can he survive? Can Slug survive? That's a bigger question. No! Slug gets taken down. It's AUTOBOTZ. Ralphie who connects. But there was a tip, and revival is possible.
Slowly and gradually they have to make the shadow into the radars. JD Gaming doesn't want to miss. Slug's revival is going to be really crucial for 1+ K9. While AUTOBOTZ and his team trying to go for a wide rotation, trying to play around the hard covers, but Omega in the mix, in the opening rounds. The Rich saves the day. But for how long? That's a big question because the shots will be fired from Pro and Omega is down. First it was only Slug and right now it's going to be Omega down as well. 1+ K9 in shambles, dropping like small pieces of card. This is not going to be a really good sign for them. But this moment we talked about 1+ K9 still has also hard compounds, but now they have to leave these compounds and enter the circle, which is almost like 130 meters away.
Honestly, someone has to stop AUTOBOTZ right now. They are already north of say 100 points. They have got the triple digits under their banner, and if they continue maintaining this kind of pressure, it will be problematic. But Ralph OG, he does not have any problems. He defends. INFINIX True Rippers completely on the back foot, but there's still one more player surviving, and that's got to be Jelly. Let's see if he's going to do something magical for the team.
Wow.
It will not happen. Marcos will survive. INFINIX True Rippers once again in crumble. But at stage 5, revival is not that easy to do for Marcos Esports to reset both the players who were knocked out. It's not going to be an easy stuff to achieve. Team Tabilas, even they are getting easy flustered by Team AUTOBOTZ. Someone has to stop them, otherwise that lead is going to be massive. But I know that Spray almost had Cyrex, but he still survives.
This is a really great strategy for iQSOL, if you ask me. They're trying to gatekeep the players of Rising Esports, preventing them to enter the circle. A lot of Udals being dumped, trying for an artillery strike. And iQSOL, they're playing on a very, very big split. Rising Esports are not in that momentum to kind of play against these plays.
Super.
But right now, Legit, he's being shot from another end from Victorious Summers. Barely survived the sprays, but iQSOL, they need to finish up a fight as quickly as possible, because the more the time they take, it's going to be more problematic for them to kind of survive and maybe win this fight. Cyrex in the mix. Nakul giving a little bit of towing, giving a little bit of drive-by, trying to just get some information. Not in a really, really great spot, if you ask me. But Aryan gets knocked out. That can be a big, big opening as Legit opens the gate for iQSOL.
And now look at Nakul, he is pushing from the right angle, he's pushing from the flank angle, but he pushes in with the vehicle, slams Aryan, shuts him away. It's a 3v3 equation. Rising Esports not yet started. They still do not have even a single frag, I believe, on the board. And the way they are losing their player, it feels like that maybe they're not even going to have placement points. Okay, they finally have the placement point, at least one.
Wow!
Oh, lovely nade by Nakul. It just tosses. One single toss. And there's the grenade right in that particular shake. Shaq and Cyrex. Devotee, last member surviving. Henry is definitely a lost cause for Team Rising Esports at this point. Reviving him is not going to be easy. It's not even possible, I believe. Yep, Nakul is going to finish him off. Nakul, Joker, what a play from these lads. And I'm already happy with the performance. Like 11 finishes on the board. What more do you need? I think they need even a minimum chicken dinner. But for Mad Kings, things are not going right. As Victorious Summers, they will flood in and they will shut down every single player of their particular team. It's just Pro left. And he's all alone, vulnerable, susceptible to this kind of carnage. There you go, Victorious Summers. It's all done for Mad Kings.
Got a good control over the edges of the circle. Mad Kings down and out. 7 eliminations so far for Victorious Summers as they are marching towards the dip, where IQ Team Tamilas, they have a really great hold. You don't want to just stay there, my friend Mafia. There will be a lot of artillery strikes coming out of the way. Mr. Igel cooking up a nade already. One good nade can literally ruin the dreams from IQ Team Tamilas. The connection was not quite accurate, but Mafia, he will be the one to go down, because IQ Team Tamilas doesn't make any slight of mistakes in these kind of predicting nades. While Fury still trying to make it up, still trying to survive, have got the smoke covers to work out with, but Victorious Summers are outside of the circle. 70 meters is what they have to travel, while Devotee gets taken down by the blue zone and Cyrex will be taken down by Levi. FS Esports will be putting the final nail in the coffin as Rising Esports, they take an exit in the 6th spot, while VXT, IQ Team Tamilas all are in the mix as Mr. IGL not showing any signs of stopping.
Levi is the last man standing for the team FS Esports. He's still standing. He's standing tall enough to take down Rising Esports as last man standing. But Team Soul, of late, they have actually put down a knock on Team Versatile. And this is a big game for Versatile. They have to survive. They have to pull through. In the previous matchup, similar things happened when Why Not and FS Esports, they chimed in on Versatile, and Versatile went down. I believe that ruins angle, the water body area where we got to see Versatile's demise in the previous matchup was pretty crystal clear. But right now, Team Tamilas, Beard Baba, he goes down. Mr. Rigel sitting on the back lines, giving up the cover, but the cover is not really working. As one by one, the entirety of the team of Team Tamilas is now done. There you go, the final shot also comes through. Now 4 teams surviving, Team Soul and Victorious Summers. These 2 teams are the biggest contenders of this winner chicken dinner, where Levi is going to be that one who is going to be a pain for a lot of teams. He can easily put a lot of pressure. But I think now, Victorious Summers can shift their focus on that small track. They can toss a nade, just like what Nakul did.
They're waiting for the bigger picture, Raider. They are aware that Levi is standing, but they're also aware that there is another team above the
there's
hill.
the Molly.
The Molotovs, the nades, they're coming into the mix. Levi just jumps out of the shack, not aware of the surroundings, but Joker makes sure that Fury is the first one to go down. Always comes into the mix with Levi, still breathing, just like how we XT are there in the eastern side. Now Joker might just be an open prey, but Fury's finish will be confirmed. Levi is still trying to survive. Joker, 9 solo finishes. This man looks like a monster in this map of ERANGEL. And what they did in the very first match of ERANGEL Seoul, they're trying to replicate the very same as Levi will be the prey of Owace as Victorious Summers add another finish to their bag. And Owace still breathing, still surviving, not aware of the positioning, but right now they have an idea. Knuckle, now he knows it. The position is compromised and Owace won't be surviving any single second more. And right now even VXT, they are the final prey, and Ico Soul will make sure that they are on the top and the rocket is reaching the moon as they are gonna walk away with the winner chicken, and that too with a 20+ pointer game.
They might be failing in the maps like Rondo, in maps like Miramar, but they are definitely being the most lethal, the most chaotic one with regards to ERANGEL. What a play! Even in the previous matchup, 4th game of the day, we got to see Ico Soul getting the winner chicken dinner in such situations where their odds were not looking good. But this time they were making their odds even better. Rising Esports got contested, and then eventually they shifted their focus towards Versatile, then finally on Victorious Summers, and of course on Levy as well. But Levy was taken down by Victorious Summers. What a play from Ico Soul. Overall, a complete composed game. Of course, despite of the fact that Goblin was out, Joker, the man, the myth, the legend, I would say at this point, because a solo 9 to 10 finishes, or maybe even 11, I never know. Like against Victorious Summers, his plays were going absolutely on point. Super good. And Nakul with the grenades, be it on Cyrex or be it on the last man standing from Victorious Summers, it was pinpoint precise.
Yeah, exactly, no doubt about it. The way the nades came in, the way the execution were done, everything was perfect for Ico Soul, and it has been in all the map of ERANGEL, if you ask me. Ico Soul had a really great outing in the day number 2, and with this match ending on a really high note, they had 13 finishes. If you kind of ask me, it might just sum up to 16 or something like that. If it's a 16 finishes game, then it's a big game for Ico Soul, with 10 points being added up. 26-pointer game eventually might just push them towards the top 3 position, while they were struggling around the 7th or the 6th position just before this match started. This is going to be a really great jump, but also it can be good jumps for like Victorious Summers. It can be for Marcos Esports, but we have to see how things have ended for themselves.
You talked about Team Soul getting in the top 3. I've done my maths. I think it's #2 where they are sitting right now. A big jump for them indeed, and kind of have solidified at least tomorrow they are going to be in top 8, even if their performance are not upright as they were right here on day number 2. Even if they fail to perform tomorrow that consistently, I think still they can make the cut of top 8 at the end of day number 3. Of course, day number 4 is going to be even more important because that's the final day where all the notions, all the speculations, all the variables are going to get counted, and finally you'll get to see the top 8 teams qualifying, the remaining 8 teams qualifying for the grand finale. And Team Soul really wants to make the cut. But what about Hero Extreme Godlike? Things are not just going right for them. Whatever they are doing, whatever fights they are taking in ERANGEL, is just not working. For them, Rondo has been a blessing in disguise. For them, even in, I believe, Miramar, their phenomenal performances have come through. See, Manya, in the, I believe, third or second game today, he survived quite a bit for the team, got 9 placement points for the team. Again, another Miramar came through. Once again, you got to see Hero Extreme Godlike coming super close to a winner chicken dinner. Unfortunately, they did not get the winner chicken dinner, but we can clearly see how beautiful team Hero Extreme Godlike performs when it comes to Miramar. But with regards to ERANGEL, I think the biggest problem is that drop clash that they're taking with Versatile every now and then. In some matches, let's just say 40 to 60 ratio right now. In 40% of the matches in ERANGEL, we have seen Versatile taking the better out of it. And in 60% of the matches, we have seen Godlike taking the better of it. But every now and then, whenever you take up a fight so early, there is a very good chance that you might lose chunk of your players. And that's exactly what is happening to Godlike, and even to a big extent, Versatile as well.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. And I really believe they need to figure it out. If you want to qualify for the grand finals, if you want to have a seat in that LAN arena, you have to do something extraordinary, like how Team Ico Soul, even like AUTOBOTZ, Team Tamilas, they're doing. I'm not saying that Hero Extreme Godlike, they are not putting efforts, but you have to realize this is about qualification. You're still not in the top 8. You have
Yeah.
12 more matches left, and you never know what's gonna happen. And it's like history. It's repeating itself. Any team who has had this kind of egoistic play, I would say, the ego is on top, where you don't want to leave your drop location in spite of anything. Even if you're facing the backlashes, if you're getting early casualties, you're not leaving your own drop, which is sometimes it's okay that yes, you have your plays, you have your rotations planned around that drop, but sometimes taking 2 steps back can help you qualify for the next round, can help you qualify for the grand finals, and also it can make sure that that other team who is taking the drop clash might just not qualify.
One has to look at the larger picture, of course. When qualification is at stakes, when you're talking about history being made with CEGC 2025, you definitely need to figure out. But Aiku Soul Joker, the way he's pointing at Monster,
Yeah,
I think he is indeed
you
a
read my
monster.
mind.
I think you were about to say the same stuff, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, 9 finishes. Still finish contribution is 56.25. That clearly tells us that the other guys from Team Soul, specifically talking about Nakul, had also had his guns blazing, and around 5 to 6 frags, I believe, is what Nakul was able to get as well. But now let's talk about the match summary. We'll have a better idea of where Team Soul is standing with regards to the finishes. 16 finishes, a 26-pointer in ERANGEL. Ooh, lovely.
You know what? I really felt like if and only if Joker had another finish. Oh God, that could have been really great. A fairy tale story.
I mean,
but
9 finishes, but you're still asking for more. Interesting.
Man, we are greedy.
They'll
We're
want you
human.
more.
Yeah, we are greedy.
Yeah.
It's never sufficient. But yeah, talking about the other perspective, best contribution, Lavish, he was exceptional. He did a fantabulous job, but also have to give credits to Levi and company, FS. They tried and survived for such a long period of time. That's why they are in the 4th spot with a total of 4 position points, 3 finishes backed up. 26-point a game for Aiku Soul. Victorious Summer 17, and VXT will be walking away with 13. Yeah, that's the kind of game that I was talking about. While there are a lot of zeros in the bottom chart. Meta NINZA, why not? DSG, Extreme Godlike. That's gonna hurt them.
True. Because even before the match started, we talked about Hero Extreme Godlike, INFINIX Troopers, and Meta NINZA getting super close to Team Soul. Or overall, if we talk about the 5th to 10th spot positioning, were looking very vulnerable. But look at this. My calculations were right. Team Soul definitely have jumped up quite a bit. They have secured the hashtag 2 spot. Team Tabalas, who were looking absolutely amazing on day number 1. They started with 72 points on the board, Necros. They have gained just 28 in the next 6 matches. I know the current situation that they are looking at right now, they are in the top 3. They have 100 points. There's a very good gap that they have maintained with their opponents, Wild Fangs. But still, don't you think so that on day number 1, 72 points, day number 2, 28 points, the average has dipped drastically?
Yeah, indeed. There's no doubt about it. And that is really concerning, my friend. If that is the kind of dip we are seeing in just a span of 2 days, man, what can we expect by the end of day 4? But talking about the second chart, Mad Kings, Hero Extreme Godlike, INFINIX True Rippers, yeah, they're in the mix. But I would say consistent performance is something that they need to look forward, because INFINIX True Rippers and Mad Kings are the only 2 teams having chicken dinner but still sitting in the bottom 8. So consistent performance is what they require, and even Hydro was completely missing in today's games. I could not see that man standing out or getting finishes, though he's still in the top fraggers list with 22 finishes on the board. But I think a lot of heavy lifting had to be done by INFINIX True Rippers and the company.
A lovely game from Hydro. Of course, that resilience was pretty much visible when it comes to the 4th match of ERANGEL today. But apart from all of this, I think INFINIX True Rippers definitely needs a consistency in ERANGEL, because in some matches they have done wonderful stuff. If you talk about AUTOBOTZ, overall, every single map that they are coming in, they are trying to find something out of it. Same goes for Team Tamilas, although today was not the day where Team Tamilas was super comfortable with their entire approach. They have struggled quite a bit, but I still believe they can move in, get the job done tomorrow. They still have 100 points on the board, and there is not a very big gap between hashtag 1 and hashtag 3, where Team Tabalas is sitting right now. It's just 5 points of a gap, and there are 6 more games tomorrow and 6 more games day after tomorrow. So around 50% of the journey is still due. A lot can happen.
Exactly. And right as now, we are almost in the ending phase of day number 2 of Last Chance Qualifiers. This is an interesting phase that we're going through. The LCQs are always really, really interesting. But when you just talk about the games that we witnessed so far, I believe tomorrow, again, day 3 will be a new day, a fresh day for all these teams. But before we
Right.
end the show, I'm also going to give a shout out to all our partners and sponsors of the entire event. This is Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025 by Skyesports, co-powered by AMD, our mobility partner, Mahindra, associate partners, the production lab, WD Black and Red Bull, official display partner, Zoe, and ticketing partner, Kin. So this is going to be Nick Cross alongside Raider as well as Arca. We will be taking leave for today. We will be right back tomorrow with the same set of matches in the same time, in the same channel. So make sure you subscribe to the channel and tap the bell icon. Till then, bye-bye, take care, see ya, good night.
Peace out.
तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल बूम बूम मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन
Dreaming about me?
दिल बोले बूम
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
You love you a real one. Pull up when the shift done. Roll up, let me feel some. I just wanna feel some. Fall through, let me feel some. Weak spot for the brown eyes. And the low lights glowing on you. What you want, I'm outside. Spin the block on the downtime. Hold me down, don't fold on me. I'm him to the gravestone. Shirt say 6, I'm a ghost son. Oh God. You let her post for the camera. I like you better than candy ones. You left the city that gave you the head on your shoulder. You got an advantage point. Jump on my line when it's PM. I give it the stamina. You fell in love with potential before me. Somebody that left you for damage, huh? Well, bless your heart. Hey, go and protect your heart. 10 down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold on, let me take my time. Take my time. Take my time. 10 down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold on, let me take my time. Say so when I make that mine. Hold on, let me take my time. Drop low when I'm outside. Life will turn out how you make it. Bet I make it feel amazing. Pressing up against that body, turn you to somebody to me, let me face it. Pretty soul, I make a phase. How did I go from a stranger to someone you hit up when you need a favor? Drop low on occasion. And I bless that heart. 10 down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold on, let me take my time. I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold up, let me take my time.
Move out the way like damn. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. I got a plan. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like, do you know who I am? Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them.
Sun is hitting my face, I'm unfazed, I need this. Calling out my name, say meet me, CDs away. Now I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. We're getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. I would try to hold on, treading water in this big storm now. Try to swim away, crash just like a tidal wave. I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy.